close to hide. I'll be upon you by the moonlight side. High blood drumming on your skin, it's so tight. You feel my heat, I'm just a moment behind. In touch with the ground, I'm on the hunt, I'm after you. Scent to the sound, I'm lost and I'm found, and I'm hungry like the wolf. Stride on the line, it's discord and rhyme. I howl and I whine, I'm after you. Mouth is alive, I'm running inside, and I'm hungry like the wolf. Burning the ground, I break from the crowd.
This is a man's world. This is a man's world. But it wouldn't be nothing without a woman or a girl. You see, man made the car to take us over the road. Man made the train, carry the heavy loads. Man made the electric lights to take us out of the dark. And man made the boat for the water. Like my Bible said, Noah made the ark. This is a man's world. Ow! But it wouldn't be nothing about a woman or a girl.
L'uomo rincorre il potere, ma lui non sa. E il grande limite ad essere come si parla. Nel palmo stringe un'idea che non vive, che nella sua fantasia corre, se non si accorge che poi nulla più senza te, si vive solo per sé.
Man thinks about a little bit of baby girls and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them toys. But after man made everything he can, man made lira, pesos, dollars, rubles to buy from every good woman and every man. Ow! This is a man's world.
Senza te,
But it wouldn't be
solo per sé, solo per sé.
He's lost. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men, north the rich men. I wish politicians would look out for miners, and not just miners on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men, north the rich men. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
Please, 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 please. Please, please, please. Honey, please, no, yeah, oh yeah, no, I love you so. I love you so. Please don't go. Please. Oh yes, good God Almighty. Honey, please don't. Oh yeah, I love you so. I love you so.
A lot of beautiful, smart, strong women in this audience. So I was a prosecutor for 18 years. I worked for President Trump. He's my friend. And I with a lot. Oh, so strong, I see a lot of beautiful, women. Smart, and strong women in this audience. So I was a prosecutor for 18 years. I worked for President Trump. He's my friend. And I early voted. Yes! How many people are, early voting's closed. How many people are going to vote on election day? Okay. Bring a friend with you. Every vote counts. All right? Bring one of my friends had a friend who had a car broken down. She picked her up and took her to the polls. Talk to your neighbors. Talk to your friends. It's not too late. Every vote counts. For all of these great congressional races, too, and I see my friend Dan Bishop in the front row. We love you, Dan. But President Trump has been out there fighting for us non-stop. And if he's out there fighting for us, we're going to fight for him. God bless you. God bless President Trump, and God bless our great country.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage RNC Chairman Michael Whatley.
So hey guys, it's Mike Church here with you from the Crusade Radio Network, just hopping in here. Let you know what the scheme, what the plan is. We plan to broadcast 3 events today. This one in Gastonia, North Carolina. There is another one that is in Salem, Virginia. And then there is another one that is coming up in Greensboro, North Carolina. We're going to cover all 3. We will try to get the audio and video feed for the J.D. Vance rallies in between. And if we can, then we'll broadcast that too. If not, we have hours upon hours of stuff that we have been recording since the campaign began in earnest, sometime around the debate or around the assassination attempt. So sticking here, you can comment in the chat room at crusadechannel.com/chat. Or you can hop right in there on the YouTube and you can comment there. A couple of little things that I wanted to mention while we were waiting for President Trump to show up. So Elon Musk, in a tweet, asked Ron Paul if he would be interested in joining the Government Accountability Department. I think is what he's calling it. And Ron Paul said, sure, sign me up. So to have Ron Paul as, now imagine this, especially if you campaign for or if you were a supporter of Ron Paul in 2008, 2012. Imagine the scenario there where Ron Paul finally makes it to the White House. He's not president, but he probably has more power and authority in that capacity there on Elon Musk's committee than he would as president fighting a Congress that would have opposed him and will, I'm sure, oppose this as well. To the nail, but he goes in not as an elected guy. He goes in as Citizen Paul. So now he and Elon are having a little back and forth there on Twitter, on X.com that you can follow. Somebody suggested, hey, the King Dude knows a little bit about government and about the Constitution. Maybe you should invite him. So I kind of let it be known that, well, yeah, sure, if you called upon me, Elon, I'd be happy to do it. There's some good things happening out there with this, and I just wanted to point out that, and I don't, Elon has 170 million people that follow him, so it's very doubtful that he sees any individual particular tweet. I'm sure he has people monitoring that account. But I did tell him, though, that you know what you need to do is, if you're serious about this, start with the Grace Report, the Grace Commission Report. I talk about it all the time on the Mike Church Show. That's a great place to start. All you got to do, Elon, is take it, get the text version of it, feed it into your AI, Grok, at X.com, feed it into Grok, and then tell Grok to update it. Anything that they were talking about in 1981 to 83 when the commission was meeting probably has changed. So just tell Grok, take the Grace Commission report, update it, and crank out a new report, and also a new executive summary. And there you go. Bada bing, bada boom. Now you have something to work with. So again, we will be here all day here on the Crusade Radio Network. I was just waiting for Trump to show up here. Michael Whatley is currently... Well, there I am. Michael Whatley is currently at the podium, so that usually means that Trump is coming near. But we're happy to be here. So again, live from Gastonia, live from Salem, Virginia, and then live again from Greensboro, North Carolina. There's some events in between. The Shape is out there also campaigning, but yesterday she was in Nevada and she was in Arizona, which means they think they got a problem in Nevada and Arizona. There's one more thing I wanted to share, and then I'll send you back to the stage. I don't know who's going to introduce Trump, but as soon as he gets there, we will go to it. There's a guy that I've been following, who's a stats guy, and he has been. If I can ever find my email, I have so many windows open. So his name is Captain Seth Cashel. Now, Captain Seth Cashel has been promising that he has the best data that there is, and that he is nothing but data. There's no opinion in this. It's just data. So I just wanted to, his first state prediction came out today. Now, this guy was on with, I want to say he was on with Rogan last week or someone like that. Some of the bigger podcast shows, they have discovered him. I don't anticipate that I would be able to get him, but I would try. This is Mike Church here with you on the Crusade Radio Network, reaching out to all of you on the YouTube and on X.com. We're on Rumble, and we're on our Roku channel. And, of course, we're streaming live on the Crusade radio station, so if you have our app and you want to take the afternoon with you, this is, we're calling this a Trump, the MAGAvengers wall-to-wall Trump marathon party. North Carolina, final 2024 prediction. from Is Trump there? No, he's not. Final prediction for 8 battleground states 2024. First up is North Carolina. And then he gives some of the stats, what's going on here, what Harris must do to win. Harris is fundamentally the underdog in North Carolina. State Trump has won twice, one that shows an increasingly Republican registration trend. You can see all that right there. He's got some more graphs and stuff in here that further complicates things for Harris. Mecklenburg County is 200,567 votes off its total 2020 turnout. Now, Mecklenburg County, that's where I used to work at 1110 WIOD. I was thinking 10 wins in New York. 1110 WIOD. I'm sorry, WBT in Charlotte. Mecklenburg County is Charlotte. That's Charlotte, North Carolina. The turnout is 200,000 off. It's the biggest metropolis in all of North Carolina. And so you scroll a little further down, what Trump must do to win. Trump simply has to go with the flow. Republicans lead the early vote for the first time in history with a lead of over 50,000 ballots as of this morning. 96 counties are poised to have better Trump outcomes than they did in 2020 based on registration trends alone. You can see exactly what, as I'm reading this along with you. And then he has some models that my pessimistic trend forecast of North Carolina gives Trump a win of roughly 1.4% in the worst case scenario. My registration analysis is a different one. And then he says registration data for urban counties. There's been a lot of work that's been done in registering people to vote. So the second model gives him a victory of 6.3%. That's the registration model. And they said final call, pessimistic model 1.4, registration model 6.3, average that out. That's a Trump 4% win in North Carolina. As I have been saying to anyone that will listen to me since this all began back in, and Trump might be there because their cameras are all up and he may be playing Lee Greenwood. Let me eavesdrop for in for just a moment because I don't want you to miss any of that. Yeah, they're playing something, so I'm keeping an eye on the other screen. As I have been telling people, anyone that would listen to me, Trump will win North Carolina, no doubt. He will win Georgia. The early voting is pretty much going the same in Georgia. Now, most people are basing their models on previous turnout models. I don't think there's anyone alive that thinks that people are leftards are more excited about Kamala than they were about Biden, who was a known quantity, run for the presidency 4 times, was vice president for years, was at the upper echelon of the Democrat Party, was known, had name recognition nationwide, all the things that were going for you. He actually polled very well with Trump. I don't think anyone thinks that turnout is going to be as strong as it was for Biden. Of course, they're also not going to have the cushion of being able to add hundreds of thousands of votes. So there's a lot going on here. I fully expect that in the Sun Belt states, Georgia, North Carolina, those are going to be won. We're going to learn a little bit about what's going on here today when Trump goes to Salem, to Salem, Virginia, because that was just added 2 weeks ago. Glenn Youngkin was on Fox News on Thursday, and he said that he said, if we have good turnout and if our voter rolls, if everything is secure, there is I see a very strong turnout and a very good, clear path for President Trump to win Virginia. Now, Virginia is not on anyone's Trump Road to the White House map. Almost everyone has the shape winning Virginia. So if you were to take those 3 mid-Atlantic states, Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia right there, and he were to win all 3 of those, that changes the complete calculus. You throw Pennsylvania in, and I believe that he wins the presidency. Just listening in, hear what's going on.
Greater than ever before. I will fight for you with every breath, and I will
Okay.
never...
I want to take you live to the stadium to see what's happening here.
President Trump is literally putting his life on the line, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country.
He is strong, he is fearless, and he is what this country needs right now.
Our cities will be safe, our streets will be clean, and our border will be secure.
We can't allow our country to be destroyed by politicians who will put their own power ahead of the interests of the American people, our freedom, and our future.
The left told me to hate Trump. When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth. American families were better when Donald Trump was president. We were safer, wealthier, and stronger.
So if you love this country, if you want to stand up and fight for the future of our nation, you must re-elect Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I'd gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the...
Folks, we are not responsible for the sound that's coming from C-SPAN. And it's about as good as good. You know what, Maggie? Can you cut over the camera to the TV? Because it looks like they have it. They didn't have it earlier. No, the feed's just as terrible. Yeah, this is coming live. Lee Greenwood run through a electric guitar distortion pedal, it sounds like. Oh, gosh, that's awful. So this is the first of 3 stops if you're just joining us. Mike Church here with you on the Crusade Radio Network. Big marathon day. We're going to broadcast all day long in the final stretch as we promised you that we would back in January. And we will be broadcasting pretty much all day wherever the stops are for tomorrow. We'll be live all day Monday, and of course all day Tuesday. We'll have live coverage culminating in our coverage of the actual election returns. Join us. We have the best election return coverage, and we have the best commentators. We won't call Arizona for Harris early. Man, I hope they fix this sound.
Oh, this is a big crowd. This is a big crowd. Wow. Thank you very much. Oh, you know, this was supposed to be a small little stopover. You got 20,000 people here. This was going to be a little stopover, Tim. No, this is great. We were just going to stop over real quick, a little group of people. This is not a little group of people. Hello, North Carolina. This is going to happen. I predict, let's make a prediction. This will happen on Tuesday, I think, right? This will happen on Tuesday. I think they'll end up having many, many more people than they thought. This is going to be great, but we have to get out and vote. And we will, because I am thrilled to be back in this beautiful state. What a great state. You know, I have a little granddaughter named Carolina. You know that, right? with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are. You really are. You're amazing people. It's an amazing place. You've been through a lot. Your government has not helped you too much, I can tell you. Your government, FEMA, has let you down because they wanted to spend the money on illegal migrants instead. But we'll be here on January 20th, and you'll see quick service, all right? I'd like to begin by asking a very, very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? I don't think so. I don't think so. I've come today with a message of hope for all Americans. With your vote on Tuesday, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of massive numbers of criminals that have come into our country. And I will bring back the American dream. We don't have the American dream. We had it. You know, we also had energy independence 4 years ago. This is all you need to know. Kamala broke it. She broke it. We will fix it. I will fix it. It'll be fixed very fast. And America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. This election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years of incompetence and they're grossly incompetent, let's face it. They are the worst. That's no president. But I shouldn't say that. No, inclusion, I shouldn't say that. You ever hear her? We want to be a unified country. We want to be a unified country. She said the other day, we want to be unified. We don't want to say bad things about anybody, including our opponent. He's Hitler. You ever hear it? She talks about unity, and then she calls me Hitler. Or whether we begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. And I'm asking you to be excited about the future. You're going to be excited about the future. It's such a great area, this whole area is. And I'm asking you to dream big. Again, we're going to dream big, and we're going to make this America's new golden age. It's going to be the golden age. Every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is in your hands. We win this state, we're going to win the whole ball game, you know. And we've won it twice before, and we won it quite easily. And by the way, Michael did a fantastic job. He did so well. You know, he stopped the steal. He stopped the cheating here. They didn't stop it in some other states. But he did so well, and we did so well here. I said, Michael, how would you like to run the whole damn thing, right? And then I said, what other star do I get? And I said, maybe my biggest star of all, Lara from your backyard. Lara. I got Lara from your backyard. She's great. She's great. Good couple, too, right? That's a good team. Eric and Lara. On Tuesday, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala that you've had enough. You can't take it anymore. You're grossly incompetent. Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired. Get the hell out. Get out of here. We got to fix our country. I watched her this morning. She gives these press conferences that last like about 2 minutes. It's the weirdest thing. You know, I get all set. I want to watch something, right? Ladies and gentlemen, the vice president, oh good. She comes onto the stage like for 2 minutes, and all she does is talk about me. She never talks about what she's going to do. Donald Trump. Did you ever see the clip where they go, Donald Trump? The last time she spoke, she mentioned my name like 28 times or something. She didn't talk about what she was going to do, and economically, she doesn't know anything. In fact, what she's proposing, well, wait a minute. You just saw, you were going to go over it in a second, the worst numbers I've ever seen. How good was that? To get those numbers 4 days before the vote was, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now, you would have liked that on one of your races, wouldn't you? But no, to get those numbers, we had the worst numbers, I think, maybe like sort of ever. And they were like 4 days, and I want people to remember it because, you know, a lot of people said, well, this won't affect the election because a lot of people aren't thinking about that. Of course, these people, they'll say, look at all of them. Look at all of the fake news. They say all of that. They always say that, but I think it's unbelievable timing. If I had my choice of, I think it's perfect. I covered it last night. We were in Milwaukee, in the biggest arena you've ever seen, same size as Madison Square Garden. It was packed hours before the event. We could have filled it up twice. And that's Wisconsin, the great state of Wisconsin. And a great Green Bay player, the great Brett Favre, you know, he endorsed me. He endorsed me, and that's a big thing in Wisconsin. He was on the Packers, as football fans know. He could rip the ball. He could throw that ball so hard, so fast. Sometimes it would hit the receiver in the face. He couldn't see the ball was coming so fast. It was a lot of embarrassment, you know. It just ripped the ball into their hands, and he was great. I shook his hand. He had the biggest hand I've ever seen. Now I know why he threw. His hand was like 3 times the size of a normal hand. His fingers were like sausages. I said, they're the big. I looked at it. I said, that's the biggest hand. I mean, you know. And so he was born to do that. But you know what? He said, I've never done this before. He did a beautiful little speech, and he said, I've never done this before. I've never endorsed anybody. I'm endorsing President Trump because we want him to just do the same job he did. Really nice. Really nice. Never did it before. For these past few years, we've been fighting to take back our country, and it's been a failed and corrupt administration, a horrible administration, an administration that, you know, you like to see like a football coach. He brings something there. He brings a little esprit de corps. There's no esprit de corps. Biden, look at, and by the way, they're fighting like hell, the two of them. Biden said, you stole my presidency, and you're no better than I am. No, it's the same thing. I think the numbers, I think Joe, maybe, we're going to see on Tuesday, right? But I think Joe might have done better. But Joe, the reports are, look, he hates me. We had a debate. He didn't do too well, but that's okay because, you know, you don't take an election away. He didn't do well, and his numbers went down a little bit. And you know what happened? They walked in and they said, you're not running anymore. Get out. You're out of the race. This is the president of the United States that they did this. It was a coup. I don't like the word, but it was a coup. But it was sort of worse than a coup because a coup takes a little more time. This was like Crazy Nancy and some others. They walked in. She's crazy as a bedbug. And somebody should look at her Visa stock. She sold her position. This is a woman started off with nothing. Now she's worth $200 million. Do you think she's been honest? No, she has a big position in Visa. Right? I think it's Visa, one of them, whatever, who the hell cares, but it's Visa. And, you know, she plays the market. It's not really playing when you have the information she's got. So she sold her entire position the day before it was announced that Visa's under massive investigation. Now, is the fake news going to do anything about that? I doubt it. Together we have overcome every attack, every abuse, and even 2 assassination attempts. I remember them. And now it all comes down to this. Remember, assassination, nasty, but it really is. I mean, they go after people that are meaningful. They go after people that are meaningful. They go after people that believe in making other countries pay for what they do. We're tired of being ripped off, which consequential, I guess, is the best word. They seem to go after consequential presidents, and I didn't know it was such a dangerous profession. Being president is a very dangerous profession. Who would have thought? But if you look at race car drivers, I have a lot of race car driver friends. You know, I own a job down the road in a place called Charlotte. Have you ever heard of it? And it's been such a pleasure, but we have a lot of the race car drivers that remember their members, and it's been a great place. Just, I'd like to be able to come here sometime and actually play at the course, and the beautiful, I bought a whole big thing there years ago, and it worked out beautiful. It just works so beautifully. But I was talking to somebody, and they were talking about a consequential president, and then all the race car drivers, and I said, let's see, and I asked somebody, and you got to be careful when you talk about this subject. You don't like to say, what's the level of death when you drive a race car driver and you're talking to a race car driver, right? So I did a little, so it's like 1/10 of 1%. And the bulls are a little bit more, 1/10 of 1%. President, it's a lot. That percentage is like up there, high. It's probably the highest thing you can do. Nobody told me this when I was thinking about it. Nobody told me this. But I wouldn't have changed my mind because we're going to make this country greater than it's ever been before. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We had the strongest border in the history of our country. The strongest. Should I bring down my favorite chart of all time? Bring it down. Bring it down. It's my favorite chart of all time. That chart I love. See, right now I'm looking over there. Well, if I was looking over there, I'm gone. If I was looking there, I'm gone. If I'm looking there, there was only one place I could be looking, and that's exactly right there. That's the only place. If I was looking there, no good. And I was looking there, no good. Had to be here, because the lunatic was right there. And I looked over here at the chart, which was right here. I looked over, ping. Can you imagine? I love that chart, Tim. I love that chart. I love it. Even if the numbers were bad, if those numbers were terrible, if I was like in one of the lines to the right, look, it's like an Elon Musk rocket ship. That's what happened. So that was my last day in office. That was the lowest illegal immigration we've ever had. I had it fixed. It was beautiful. And that included trafficking of women. They traffic, mostly it's women, by the way. I hate to tell you that, but it's women. 325,000 children are missing. Can you believe during their administration? Nobody talks about it. They should be talking about it. That is a human tragedy. 325. Think of what that is. That's take your biggest stadium and multiply it many times and load it up with children. That's what we're talking about. 325,000 children are missing. But look at that. That's the lowest it's been. All those people that you read about that got killed most likely wouldn't have happened. And all that guy had to do is he could have gone to the beach. All he had to do is leave my people. They were doing an incredible job. We have guys like Tom Homan and fantastic people. And the Border Patrol guys are fantastic. They just endorsed me. They said, he's the greatest president in the history of our country. I said, does that include Abraham Lincoln and George Washington? To them, yes. But the reason they said it is because to them, there's nobody that ever did the border job like I did. And I'd call them all the time. I'd bug them. And I said to them in front of a big audience, I said, how many times, she was the border czar, right? She was in charge of the border. I said, how many times did she call? And they said never. So in almost 4 years, I looked, there were like 10 officials behind me. They all gave me this beautiful endorsement. And they've always endorsed me. They've endorsed me every year. Every year, they were hoping, but they just endorsed me. They're great people. They want this country to be so good. They hate, it's easier for them to let people go in. Just go ahead in. But they don't want people to go in. They love the country, the Border Patrol, and ICE too. ICE is incredible. But I said, how many times did she call? Sir, she never called. I said, never? None of you guys? We never received a call. She never went to the border. And it's, in my opinion, the single biggest problem we have. I mean, to me, I rate it bigger than inflation. Inflation's terrible. And you saw the horrible numbers we had. The worst numbers I've ever seen, 12,000 people. We had 12,000 jobs. Nobody has 12,000 jobs is nothing. We had 12,000 jobs. It's the worst numbers I've ever seen. I'll fix that. But when she allows 13,099 murderers. These are people that are incarcerated for murder, many of them more than one murder. They're now roaming our country. We have no idea who the hell they are. You know who knows? Our local police, our local law enforcement, and they're going to work with us because we're going to get them the hell out. They know everything about it. So we're just 3 days away from the greatest political victory in world history. but it only happens if you get out and vote, okay? You got to get out and vote. You got to do that. You know, I haven't felt this much heat on me in a long time. That sun is brutal. They'll say, what happened to you? You got really red. The next one, I'm doing another one. Can you believe I do 3 or 4 of these a day? Can you believe it? But this one I like. This one I like. You know what she does? She does like 1 and then takes a day off. I say, wait a minute. So we've gone now, I think it's 62, 63 days, something like that, in a row. I can't believe I've kept my voice. The big thing is you don't want to lose the voice. Because if you lose the voice, it's no good. It tends to not do well. It tends not to play well for those people in the back. But you know what? 62, 63. And you know who knows that? I call them the women of North Carolina. Where are they? Where are those women? There they are. There they are. But where are the women that I know of North Carolina? I can't believe. Where are they? Huh? Oh, they're coming later. Oh, I've never seen that before. Whoa. They are the most incredible. They've been to 259 rallies. Huh? There's no way they're not here. Where are they? There. Where the hell are they? Put up your hand. You dress so differently today. They've underdressed today a little bit. No, but I think it's like 259 or something. They've been incredible. Oh, there they are. Okay. I'm wondering, where the hell are they? Okay, good. It's good to see you all. You're scattered. I've never seen you scattered before. I put everything on the line for you, and including my life itself. I mean, in all fairness, I don't talk about it, but I did. And I need you to do one thing. We don't want your money. I don't want any money. I don't want anything. All we want is one simple thing. Get out on Tuesday and vote. Because we can't take a chance. Too big to rig. We got to make it too big to rig. We can't let anything happen. With your help, we're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to make America great again. We're going to make it great. We're going to make America great again. Yesterday it was announced that Kamala's economy added only 12,000 jobs. Nobody's ever heard of that. You know, look, you've been doing this. Even if you're not into that world too much, I am. But, you know, you see it, 250 jobs. We were doing badly this month, 250. It's usually like 200, 250. Sometimes you have 300, 400. 12,000 jobs. I never heard it before. I've never heard of that number before. It's automatically, you know, you have automatic growth. One of the worst jobs report of all time, they say. I mean, how good is that if you happen to be running against the people that did that, right? It's only good for one thing. Same thing with the border. The border is horrible. It's death, it's destruction, it's the ruination of our country. It's only good for one thing. If you happen to be running against the idiots that allowed this to happen, open border. It's the only thing I can think of. There's no other reason. There's no other reason it's good. We lost nearly 30,000 private sector jobs. Think of that. And the jobs created were mostly government jobs. No, that's easy. You just call up, hire 100,000 people this month, you know. We don't want that. We want private jobs. Along with nearly 50,000 manufacturing jobs were lost in a single month. I've never heard of these numbers. These are depression numbers, I hate to tell you. Don't worry, I'll fix it. Don't get scared. Don't worry, because I know what to do. Under Kamala's catastrophic agenda, more than 100,000 manufacturing jobs have been wiped out since just the beginning of the year. It's not, these are numbers that are crazy. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls in October. That's really, you know? I mean, I've got your speaker. I've got a lot of big shots from North Carolina down here. They're looking like, I had nothing to do with it. He said, I had nothing to do with it. in October, but nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force. That's 250,000. They dropped out. They gave up. They basically gave up looking for a job. We cannot take 4 more years of this calamity. You may not be able to take a couple of months more of this. This isn't just... In fact, now that I see these numbers, I think I'm not going to do this. Goodbye, everybody. I'm going to go to the beach. I didn't know I didn't know. Joe Biden is Herbert Hoover. Turned out, I always said I'd hate like hell to be Herbert Hoover. I would. That was 1929, the Great Depression. These are Depression-type numbers. 100% of all net job gains in the past year. This is another beauty. Have gone where? Do you know where? To migrants. 100% of the job openings have gone to migrants, taking jobs from more than anybody else, and you haven't seen the numbers. And I think your speakers should ask Washington for those numbers because they're really bad. You know where they came from? African-American jobs. They've taken the African-American jobs. Migrants coming in illegally have taken African-American jobs. People that have done a great job. They've worked there for 20, 25 years in different places. And to a lesser extent, Hispanic jobs, but large numbers of African-Americans. It's going to probably be announced right after the election. They should be forced to announce it before the election because I'll tell you, they won't get one African-American vote. They're letting these people come in by the millions, and they're taking jobs of African Americans. And you're going to see it right after the election. They'll announce it. And they did another thing. They had 818,000 jobs that were fake. They were fake jobs. They were made-up jobs. They were fraud. If I did it, they'd throw you into the penitentiary for 20 years. Crooked Joe Biden. They don't call him Crooked Joe for a reason. I mean, it's a reason they call him that. He's a crooked guy. And she knew everything about it. They created 800, and you knew this? It came out like a week ago. They created 818,000 fake jobs. And on top of it, it was just announced that they had to readjust last month and create another 112,000 fake jobs. So they thought that they'd do the readjustment. Now, there's never been usually it's an adjustment of like 2,000 jobs or something. So this is almost 1 million jobs that these people defrauded you on because they wanted to go into the election with at least a decent picture. Wasn't great, but at least a decent picture. And we had a whistleblower that blew the whistle and told them that these were fake jobs. And so they've corrected that. And now we just had another whistleblower talking about 112,000 jobs off last month. In other words, last month where the numbers were terrible but okay, not like this, they took 112,000 jobs. So that's almost 1 million jobs between the two of them. And even the 12,000, you're going to see that that's probably a fake number too. We probably went into negative numbers, which hasn't happened in generations. So I stand before you today as the only candidate who can rescue our economy. This is a really bad thing that's happened. From obliteration and restore it to strength, prosperity, and greatness. And you know what I'm going to do? The first thing, unlike her, they say, what are you going to do about the economy? Well, I grew up in a grass piece of land. I had a backyard that had grass on it. Remember the debate? She said, I grew up with grass on my front yard and some grass on my back. And I'm saying, what the hell is going on? See, I have a little more aptitude for this. I'm really good at this shit. So let me just, you know what we're going to do? We're going to drill, baby, drill like you've never seen before. Right straight down. And for the people in Pennsylvania, we're going to frack, frack, frack. But we're going to drill, baby, drill, and we're going to frack in certain areas. We're going to frack like we've never fracked before. Because we have more energy than any country in the world, including Russia. We're lucky in that regard. Including Russia and Saudi Arabia. They have a lot of oil. We have more than they do. And we were energy independent 4 years ago. Think of that. And your price per gallon was, I always went around and said 187. The government corrected me. It was $1.84 a gallon. Can you imagine? We got it down to $1.84, and now it's like $3.50, $3.75. But you know, a few months ago it was much higher. You know what they did? They went back to my policies because they were getting crushed. This was going to go over $6 or $7. In California, it was $8.50. Gavin Newsom, he does a terrible job. By the way, she worked with him. You know, she worked with him and destroyed California. And that's Kamala we're talking about. She worked with him, destroyed California. When she was the DA of San Francisco, she destroyed that city. She's the one responsible for the destruction of the best city, probably the best city in our country. And we're not going to let her do that to the United States of America. We can't. If my opponent knew how to fix the economy, it would have already been fixed. So I say, why didn't she do it? Do you ever see where she stands the other day? We are going to do this and that. I just keep going, why haven't you done it? Why haven't you done it? Why haven't you done it? She's going to do it. She's been there for 4 years, almost 4 years. Why the hell haven't they done it? Now today even, she's got some kind of a scheme. Yeah, it's a scheme, but it is a scheme. That she wants to do something, and she announced today, it's I don't know, something, whatever, doesn't matter. It's all a lot of bullshit, that's all it is. She announced a scheme. She's going to do something. And when I go to office, when she goes to office, do it tonight, do it today. You don't wait. She's going to wait. I've got a plan that I'm going to do this or that. Oh, good. Well, do it now. Do it right now, you know, if it's any good. No, she's a total fake. If Kamala, and she's incompetent, which is perhaps worse. If Kamala wins, you are 3 days away from the start of a 1929-style economic depression. I believe that. You know, we have a lot of great analysts. Scott Bessent is one. He's one of the smartest guys on Wall Street. A real, you know, I call him 182, 184, double her IQ, like double, maybe triple. But they say the only reason the stock market is doing good is because they all think Trump is going to be elected. So I believe that's true. I believe it's No, but you have a lot of them. You have this Scott is one of the hottest guys. I hardly know him. I don't know him. But he writes all the time. He thinks that they think that Trump is going to win. And every time we have a good day, you can check out the market. But it seems like the market does very nicely. If I win, you are 3 days away from the best jobs, the biggest paychecks, the brightest economic future that the world has ever seen. Kamala's inflation nightmare. I mean, our economy is bad because of the inflation. No matter how well it does, the inflation just ripped it to pieces. We had no inflation. I had no inflation, virtually nothing. And now they have much higher than what you see, because when you see it, they don't put some of the higher numbers in. It's like the crime reports. The FBI forgot to put a few cities in there, like the worst cities in the country. So the crime report looked like it was pretty even. I said, well, how come? I don't want to mention the cities because I'm trying to get their votes, okay? I don't want to mention, I want to get their votes, but you can imagine. But they forgot to put a few little cities in there, the big cities, actually. And then it turned out to be 45% increase in crime, a little difference. It's pretty sad when you have to rely on the FBI and they give you phony numbers too, right? Kamala's inflation nightmares cost a typical American family $30,000 in higher prices, and now she wants to impose the largest tax hike in American history and raise your taxes by $3,000 a year. This is the only person I've ever seen that's running for office that says, we will raise your taxes. You know, all my life I've watched politicians, and they're always saying, we will cut your taxes. We are going to cut. Some of them don't even mean it, but they say it. This one says, we're going to raise your taxes. Well, I want to give, this might be the only time I ever give her credit. If that's true, at least she's being honest. Okay? Right? But I've never heard it before. But at least maybe she's being honest. But and if she is, maybe that's even worse for you now. Because she wants to raise, when you think about it, she's going to raise your taxes. I will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses. And we will have something that I think is just great. You know, she came out with it right as soon as I said it. A couple of weeks later, she came out when she's making a speech. And she said, and I will have and she said it quickly because she knew she was going to get hammered. I will have no tax on tips. No tax on tips. She got hammered. But we will have copycat. He said copycat. We will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. All right? Which of them is the best? Okay, ready? We'll just do this quick. This is a free poll. Because, you know, I pay these guys a lot of money, these pollsters, and I don't even think they send people into the fields first. Let's see, it's 51-49. Don't send me a check for $300,000, right? I don't think they even send people into the field. You know what that means. You know, they're supposed to have hundreds of people that go into the field. They make a lot more money when they don't even bother. They say, Trump is leading 51-49. By the way, I think we are leading. You know, we're leading in every poll. But you're going to prove on Tuesday that we're leading by a hell of a lot more than just saying. We have to do it. We have to do it. Okay, ready? No tax on tips, right? No tax, wait. We'll go no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax Social Security. Ready? Face it, number one. Which is the best of the three? No tax on tips. Well, that's not too good. Do any of you work in restaurants? Or who works in a restaurant? Not too many people. You get a lot of money in this place. All right, because when I do that in Nevada, when I do that in Las Vegas, I say no tax and tips. I have to stop the speech, leave the podium for 20 minutes. It blew everything away. Okay, again, no tax on tips. No tax on overtime. That's right. All those houses you build, yeah, that's good. That's no tax on Social Security benefits. And these guys are going to say, Trump has a conflict of interest. He's giving himself a tax break. No, can you believe? Because I'm a senior, I don't feel like a senior. Wait a minute. Do the seniors here feel like seniors? I feel better. I actually feel better than I did 30, 40 years ago, I think. I actually think I'm sharper. Now, there'll be a time when that won't be, but I feel I'm sharp. You have to be sharp when you can escape these monsters back there. These horrible, horrible, dishonest people. You know, the fake news, I came up with the name. I came up with the name fake news. Unfortunately, there's a mistake with the fake news. The term is not strong enough. I need a strong. It's fake is the least of it. They are totally corrupt. To lift up American families, I will protect and expand the child tax credit we created. We created it. And I will support a tax credit for family caregivers who take care of their parent or loved one. These are great people. I'll tell you what, these people, if you didn't have caregivers, these family caregivers, we call them angel moms and angel wives, where a husband comes back from the war or something and lots of problems. And if you didn't have them, you know, our hospital system wouldn't be able to survive, literally. It would be, you'd have to make it 3 times bigger. These people have contributed so much, and they, you know, they haven't been recognized. We're going to recognize. We're going to give tax credits to people that take care of people. No, you'd have the people in the hospitals instead of at home in a bedroom with their family, with their mother or their wife or whatever, and or their husband. And they're unbelievable people. And a lot of them aren't. You know, a lot of them leave. A lot of them say, I can't take it. They say, I didn't sign up for this. I'm sorry, I didn't sign up for this. They say that, and they leave. And people understand that too. But these people, the people, they're angels. They're incredible angels. Our hospital system would not be able to handle it. So I think they deserve it, don't you? It's just, they don't even ask for it. You know, I don't have any big lobby or anything asking me for it. I have lobbies asking me for everything, but I have no lobby asking me for that. Just something I feel. I've always felt it. I've seen so many of them, met so many of them, and they want to just take care of their son or their husband or their daughter. I mean, they just want to take care of these people. And you could never get that kind of a care in a hospital. As good as a hospital is, as good as the hospitals are, you could never get that kind of care. So it's a beautiful thing, and we're going to do it. We're going to do it immediately. We're going to get it done immediately to rapidly reduce inflation. Thank you, angel moms. I will end Kamala's war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill so. And I'm going to tell you that the best thing we can do, look, we're lucky. We have oil and gas, and we have it in abundance. I got ANWR approved in Alaska, which is the biggest, perhaps the biggest in the world. It might be as big as Saudi Arabia. It's massive. Reagan tried to do it. He couldn't get it done. Everybody tried. Everybody, well, the Democrats not so much, but everybody tried, and every Republican tried, I can tell you that. And they tried like hell, and I got it done. I got it done. And we were ready to drill and go, and this guy gets in within the first short period of time. They terminated it. This would have made so much money for our country, would have been so great for Alaska. I love Alaska. My grandfather spent a lot of time in Alaska. He was looking for gold, and then he realized, well, it's hard to find gold, and he'd see what happened to those people. That was our rough life. That was real cold stuff. So he built these little buildings, and they became little hotels for the guys looking for the gold. See, we always had a little entrepreneurial spirit. And he spent a lot of time in Alaska doing that. He was looking for gold, and he said, I could do better with building little hotels along the trail, right? And they actually have one. I think it's like a big landmark deal now. It's really great. It's tiny. It's like a few rooms, but that's the way it was. It was beautiful, but spent a lot of time. This would have been so great for Alaska. It would have been incredible for Alaska and unbelievable for our country. We would have taken care of Asia out of ANWR. And the first thing he did is terminated it. And he also terminated the Keystone pipeline. But he let Russia build Nord Stream 2, which is the biggest pipeline in the world. He let them build Nord Stream 2. Think of that. And I terminated that. I said, no, you're not building it, Russia. You're not building it. I'm sorry, Vladimir. He would ask me, he said, don't do that. I said, I got to do it, Vladimir. It was going to supply all of Europe, Germany mostly, but all of Europe. And I terminated it, and he comes into office, and he immediately approved it. I said, what the hell is he doing that for? And then they say, Donald Trump was soft on Russia. No, that was the biggest project in Russian history, and I terminated it, and they never got it finished. And then this guy comes in, and he lets it go. I tell you, he's the exact opposite. Think of it, the exact opposite. His foreign policy is the absolute worst. Every single foreign policy move he's made, look at Israel. Don't do anything, don't do anything. And at least now they're in a position where there's some defense, where they can defend themselves from what might happen. You know, we're very close, I'll tell you what, we're very close to going into a thing called World War III. And we have people that do not have the mentality to even think about keeping us out. They have no idea. Again, should have never happened, Russia going into Ukraine. Afghanistan would have never happened, never. Getting out was right. I was going to get out, but with dignity and strength, and keep Bagram, which is the big air base. They gave up Bagram. It was 1 hour away from where China makes its missiles, nuclear missiles, 1 hour. That's why I would have kept it, not for Afghanistan. 1 hour away, think of it. And he left Bagram. And you know who occupies it now? China occupies it. China, he gave this multi-billion dollars, and this is from many years ago was built, got the biggest runways in the world, can handle anything. The biggest runways, most powerful, deep, thick concrete runways. To build them today would cost billions, tens of billions of dollars. He gave it up like you give up nothing. I'd never seen, always keep Bagram, and now China occupies Bagram, 1 hour away from where they make their nuclear weapons. It's so sad. What's happened in this 4 years is so sad. And she's now running for president. She shouldn't even be allowed to run for president. I'll cut your energy prices in half within 12 months because we're going to get it going. And to bring jobs back, millions and millions of jobs, we'll give our companies the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the best and biggest market on the planet, but only for those who make their product right here in the USA and hire American workers for the job. We're going to bring your furniture guys back. You know, I love this state. You know when I got to know your state? When I was in this hotel phase of my life, I did great. I loved those hotels. And I'd come to North Carolina, because you had the greatest craftsmen, the greatest everything, right? And they're mostly gone. Where are they? Oh, they're in China. Not them. They didn't even take them. They end up getting jobs where they don't want to do that. They were the most incredible. I said, could you do something with the arm of that chair? Yes, sir. Ding, ding, ding. They were like artists. I said, boy, that's beautiful. Could you do that? Yeah, we can do that. But we can do something better. Watch. I said, man. And I'm telling you, you had the greatest craftsmen in the world for furniture. And that business has been obliterated by stupid politicians. They're going to all come back. You watch. They're going to all, because we are now going to protect them. We're going to protect them with, as I said, the most beautiful word in the dictionary, tariffs. And if these companies don't make their products here, then they will pay a very stiff tariff when they send their products or bring their products into the United States for the privilege of competing with our companies and our workers. Our companies are going to be protected. I will never apologize for defending America. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders. I will protect our family. I will protect our women. I'm going to protect our women. I got into so much trouble. You saw that. I said, we will protect, because I keep hearing, I think the women love me. I do, because they know. You know what? If they don't have me, they got millions of people pouring through and coming up to the suburbs. They say the suburban women. Well, the suburbs are under attack right now. When you're home in your house alone and you have this monster that got out of prison, he's got, 6 charges of murdering 6 different people, I think you'd rather have Trump, but here's what I did. And I had a group, very controversial. What I do is very controversial. I don't care. I do the right thing. I want to protect women, but I want to protect our men. I want to protect our children. I want to protect everybody. So I took a little poll. And these horrible people back there said, well, Trump is soft with women. I don't believe I'm soft with. They say Trump is soft. He's very good with men. I don't know. Thank you, men. Thank you, men. No, I'm through the roof with men. She ain't catching us, men, let me tell you. No, I'm great with men, but I'm sort of like soft with the women stuff. And I say, she goes, yeah, it's true, you are. Who said that? She said, I love, good. She's made it up. She goes, yeah, you are, but we love you. So I believe that women have to be protected, men have to be, children, everybody. But women have to be protected when they're at home in suburbia. So when I did it, I said it, I came off stage and my genius is back. Sir, that may be a little bit of a rough statement. What? That you're going to protect women? Tell me why it's a rough statement. They said, well, it's a little self-serving. I mean, they'll say, who do you think you are? I said, yeah, I'm president. I want to protect the women of our country. So I came back out. I said, could I do a poll, please? I love these polls because they're free, I don't have these polls. It's $250,000 to interview 12 people, right? So what happens, I came out, and I said, is there a crowd like this? This is a big crowd. I said, is there any woman that would be offended by the fact that I said, I am going to protect you as your president? No hands. So I had like 20,000 people. I didn't have one hand. I didn't have one hand, not one hand. Well, there was one woman that did say it. This woman's very smart. She said, was that Pelosi? Who the hell is that? You are a smart one. Wow. No, well, somebody else just said it was a woman who transitioned, But I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I know. You have to be very careful, everything you say. Like there's some women that are very beautiful in the audience. I would never say that, because if I said like that, her, we get a lot of her. If I said they were beautiful, that's the end of my political career. You're not allowed to say a woman is beautiful. You're not allowed to say, hello, you're a beautiful woman. You're a beautiful, very beautiful woman. If you do that, that's the end of your political career. But I've never had, women sort of like it, but you can't do it because
we have to remain a politician for 4 more years to straighten out this mess that these stupid people have given us. No, they want you to be very politically correct, and well, they picked her because they wanted to be politically correct. She was the least qualified person. You had 12 other people, and she was number 13 in every poll. In every poll, if he got out, but it should have been his decision. You know, he goes through and he gets these 14 million votes. It should have been his position. I don't know how you can just take it away. They really think of it. This is a famous moment in our country's history. They went in and they said, "You're out," to the President of the United States. They said, "We're taking your presidency away." He said, "No, you're not." He said, "Yes, we are." And by the next day, he said, "Yes, you are." They said something. But they went in and they took his presidency away from him like taking candy from a baby. It's really wrong when you think about it. I mean, what's the purpose of the primaries? And it was very shortly after he got the nomination, you know, not talking about a long period of time. And they should have done it, or if they were going to do that, they should have held another primary and let 20 people run, and if she could run too. But they just had it because they wanted to be politically correct, right? And it's a very bad thing for our country, although I happen to probably think of all of the people, she would be my first choice to run against. So I shouldn't be complaining. But I do complain because, you know, as they say, they're a threat to democracy. You know, they say that about me. They always say, Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. He has promised to go after his political opponent and put them in jail. He's terrible. He's promised to put them in jail. That's what they're doing to me. Okay? That's what they're doing to me. Right? Did you hear these people? This stupid woman, she's saying, he has said that he's going to put people in jail, and he's going to go after this one and that one. I won't mention their names. But he's going to go after them, put them in jail. And I said, how stupid. That's exactly, I had like 20 calls. She's talking about this. That's what they're trying to do to you. They're trying. But we're going to be very successful. You know, we won the big case in Florida, right? We won a lot of them. They're scammers. As we rescue our economy, I will also restore our borders. Again, I believe the borders are the single biggest problem that this country's had in 100 years because they're disturbing our country. They're really disturbing. What they've done to our country is not even thinkable. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted upon our people. There's never been anything like this. Again, murderers, drug dealers, gang members, people from mental institutions, the worst people, criminals of all kind. Venezuelan crime is down 72%. Our crime is through the roof. Tell David Muir, he's a real stiff, what a dope. Tell David Muir that he was wrong when he said, well, American crime is down. Because I said crime is up, it's through the roof. I turned out to be right the following day. Tell David Muir our crime is through the roof, and the migrants are causing a lot of it. But she's violated her oath of office. She's eradicated our sovereign border and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, from insane asylums and mental institutions. You know, when I say insane asylums and then I say Dr. Hannibal Lecter, does anybody know? They go crazy. They say, oh, he brings up these names out of, well, that's genius, right? Dr. Hannibal Lecter. There's nobody worse than him. Silence of the Lambs. Who the hell else would even remember that? I have a great memory. But they always hit me. I don't bring it up too much because I have to take such a... He brought up Hannibal Lecter. What does that have to do with this? What is it? It has everything to do with it, right? That's who we're allowing into our country. And we don't want to allow that into our country. So I've done something for you that I haven't done in 20 speeches. I brought up Dr. Hannibal Lecter, and we're allowing him in our country. You watch these fake people. They'll say, Again, he brought up Hannibal Lecter. It has absolutely nothing to do. You know, I do the weave, right? The weave, it's genius. You bring up Hannibal Lecter, you mention insane asylum, Hannibal Lecter, you go out. Now, there'll be a time in life where the weave won't finish properly at the bottom. And then we can talk. But right now, it's pure genius. Hey, I have an uncle, my uncle, Uncle John, my father's brother. 41 years at MIT, longest serving professor, has so many degrees, he didn't know what the hell to do with them all in the most complicated. I understand a lot of this stuff, you know, I believe in that. Like, I mean, Jack Nicklaus is not going to produce a bad golfer, right? You know, that's the way it works. It's just one of those things, and it's in the family, and it's whatever, but we have to save this country. We better save this country. And the biggest problem we have, one of the biggest problems is them, because if we had an honest and honorable press, my job would be so much easier. It'd be so much easier. They have forced so many good people out of politics. That's a shame. So many great people have been forced because of them. They're bad people, but they're going to get better. They've lost a lot of credibility. You know, when I first started, they had a 92% or a 93% approval rating. Now they have lower than Congress. The fake news has a lower rating than Congress. How do you get lower than that? But these criminals come from Venezuela, from the Congo, stealing countless American lives. People are coming from countries you've never heard of. 181 countries this year so far are represented. Many of these countries you've never heard of. Today I want you to hear directly from an incredible mother who I met a week ago, whose world has been totally shattered by Kamala Harris's open border. How stupid it is, her open border. Please watch.
Sunday night, I asked her to not stay up super late because of her coming to work with me in the morning first to do her summer school. She said, okay. I told her good night and I love you. I went to bed, not realizing that that was gonna be the last time I saw her.
We're best friends.
Yeah.
We're gonna shake it again.
I woke up to notice she wasn't in her bed. I'm in my heart trying not to lose my mind because I don't know where she is. I finally remembered her phone had a location on, and her phone was pinging just 2 minutes down the road, right behind the skate park. I start driving to the direction the phone was being pinged at, and I see a couple cop cars with lights on. I see yellow tape, and immediately my heart drops and sinks to the bottom of my stomach. My daughter's hands and ankles were both bound. She was strangled to death, left with no pants. And I know in my heart, she fought incredibly hard. She was not going down without a fight.
We begin with two men we're learning are charged with capital murder tonight, accused of killing a 12-year-old girl.
Police say these men strangled her before dumping her into that creek. Both men were in the country illegally.
Apprehended, then released by Border Patrol less than 3 weeks before Jocelyn's death. The men accused of killing Jocelyn Nungare are affiliated with the gang known for brutal violence.
Kamala Harris was in charge of immigration in our borders. If we had better border policies and not open borders and not these catch and release policies, I truly believe this all could have been prevented. Under her being vice president of this country, my daughter's life was ripped away from her. She had her entire life ahead of her.
Happy birthday, dear Jocelyn.
My daughter is 6 feet in the ground based off of policies that she allowed to keep. Kamala Harris did have one job, and she not only failed, not me, she failed my daughter, she failed Jocelyn. You know, she was only 12. President Trump reached out, gave me his sincerest condolences as not a former president, but just as a father, someone who cares. I believe Donald Trump needs to be back in office. I can at least know that my next child will be safe in this country.
Thank you very much. I mean, how sad is that? It's a couple of days old. Shot a couple. Everybody that's seen it. I mean, I saw very strong people. I saw some very strong he-men, very tough guys crying like hell when they read it and saw it. But you have many, many cases like that. And then you have other forms of murder, too, with guns and being run over with cars and trucks. Many, many forms of crime are being committed by very dangerous people that have been allowed to come in. Don't forget, these countries are very smart. I know almost all of the heads are very smart. They're very streetwise. They want to get their prisoners out. They don't want to take care of them. It's expensive, so expensive. They want to get the criminals off the street. They have no place to put them. But now, with the open border, as soon as it happens, I told you at meetings in North Carolina, I said, if they do open border, every country from all over the world, they're going to be dropping their prisoners into this country, and they're criminals in the street. That's why the crimes are down all over the world. They're down. Think of it. They come from far away. The Congo has a rough prison system, a system that makes ours look like it's Trump International Hotel. No, it's a rough system, and they're taking them out of that system. Think of the money they save, not having to take care of somebody for 50 years or whatever it may be. And all of the countries are covered, and all of the continents are covered. 180 or 181 countries. Can you imagine that? And then you see something like what happened with Jocelyn, or what happened with Lake and Riley, what happened with so many others. Far too many to even discuss. But this was a woman I met when I got the endorsement from Border Patrol. That's when I met her. She was such a nice woman. I said, so what happened to my daughter? And I guess they came and took her out of her room or something. It's not even believable. So when you vote on Tuesday, vote in honor of Jocelyn and Lake and Riley and Rachel Morin and every American who's been stolen from us. Maybe you vote in honor of the 325,000 missing children. Think of that. Who would even believe it could be like that? 325. And they're responsible, just like they pulled the trigger of a gun, they're responsible for that. The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. In Ohio, a small town of 3,000 people has just been besieged. So you have 3,000 people, and it's just been besieged by an influx of 3,000 illegal aliens from a country 6,000 miles away that doesn't speak the language and that nobody ever heard of. And the town is like, what do we do? And you know, Springfield also in Ohio, Springfield has 50,000 people, and they dropped 30,000 people into Springfield, Ohio. Now, the hospitals are a disaster, the schools are a disaster, and on top of everything else, it's a very troubled country that they come from. Tough country, tough. But on top of everything, they don't speak the language. And the mayor's a nice man, and he wants to go and help, and he doesn't know what to do. And all he's doing is looking for interpreters. Think of it. No, you have to move them out. You have to move them out. You can't do this to our country. And this is happening all over the country, all over our country. Actually, and to a certain extent, the world. But the world doesn't let people come in like we do. We let people just come in. We're run by very stupid people. They're low IQ people, very low IQ. She is. If Kamala is reelected, every town in America will be turned into a squalid, dangerous refugee camp. That's what's happening. The United States is now an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. On November 5th, 2024, this will be Liberation Day in America. It's going to be Liberation. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. These towns have been invaded and conquered, no different than a military invasion, except they don't wear uniforms. That's probably the only difference. And I would say they're probably much more violent, much more vicious. And we will put these bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country. We have to do that. And to expedite removals of Tren de Aragua and other savage gangs, I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network that's operating on American soil. Think of how far back we have to go, 1798. Who would think that? Because they ran it tough then, but sometimes you have to run it tough. And if they come back into our country, which they want to try and do, and which they'll probably be successful in doing, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or law enforcement officer. Have no choice. And I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. Sanctuary for criminals. Despite all of the damage that Kamala has caused, she spent the final week of her campaign comparing her political opponents to the evil, the most evil people, mass murderers, all of us. Then Joe Biden called, and he said that we're garbage. We're all garbage, remember? Remember Hillary deplorable, right? I actually said they're deplorable and irredeemable. And I said, oh, she made a terrible mistake. That word irredeemable to me was worse. Actually, it was worse than deplorable. But that one didn't get picked up, Tim. That one didn't get picked up. It was deplorable. It was deplorable that got picked up. And how did that work out for Hillary? Not too good. But garbage is a hell of a lot worse, I think, than deplorable, right? Garbage. We're garbage. My response to Joe and Kamala is very simple. You can't lead America if you don't love Americans. Very easy. And you can't be president if you hate the American people. And they have to be hating us. Everything Kamala says is a lie. Her entire campaign is one hoax and slander after another. But the only way to stop the lies is to swamp them with your votes. You got to do that on Tuesday. Kamala has no vision, no ideas, and no solution. All she ever talks about is Donald Trump.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, I will speak about Donald Trump. 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 Trump.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There are some people who thrive under pressure, and there are some people that crack, and you got to see her. She's not looking good. I watched her news conference. It was bad. If Kamala can't handle an interview with Joe Rogan, then she can't handle the presidency, and she certainly can't handle Putin and President Xi of China. She will get overwhelmed, a meltdown, and millions of people will die, perhaps. And this is not a charity event. This is an election for the biggest and toughest job anywhere in the world. This is the toughest job in the world, they say. I think probably is. Do you want to lose your life savings because we put a weak and foolish woman in the White House? No. Do you want to lose your job and maybe your house and your pension because Kamala has the economic understanding of a child? That's what it is. If you would have heard her speaking a couple of days ago, She had no idea what she was, like I tell you, these things we're doing. She has no idea what the hell she's talking about. Would you trust Kamala Harris to talk to Russia or China and talk them out of a war? Think she'll talk them out of a war? I don't. She'll talk them into a war. By the way, you know, she went and dealt with the Russian situation with Ukraine, and she was solely responsible. She went in, they put her there 3 days before Putin invaded. She was nearby someplace. She had big meetings with Russia. They invaded 3 days after the meeting, and that's fact, all fact. I give you only fact because I have all these people. If it's anything less than fact, for instance, I tell them, I look at them in the eye, and I say that this is the greatest political movement in the history of our country. There has never been anything close. There has never been anything close. I tell the story about Pat Buchanan. A lot of you know Pat Buchanan. He's a great old-timer, a good guy, too. But he came in second in the New Hampshire primary, right? And it was such a big event that he had a whole, like, 50-year career, a great career, as a pundit. He was on television because he came in second in one primary in New Hampshire. We won 50 primaries, and then we went on to win the election, and then we did even better the second time. But we're going to do much better the third time, because the first time and the second time, there were nothing like, look at this. This is supposed to be a quick little stopover. Let me pay my respects to this nice part of North Carolina, and you got 20,000 people. No, this is the greatest political movement, and let me give you a little information. If we win on Tuesday night, and I do hope they're going to call it on Tuesday night. You know, you spend all that money on machines. For 8% of the cost, you could have paper ballots and have real security, and one-day voting, voter ID, identification of the country. In other words, it would be okay. We'd like to have, like, identification that you're a citizen of the United States of America. But voter ID, how about Gavin Newsom? Did you see what he did? They passed a bill in California where you are not allowed to even ask anyone. Not only don't you have to have voter ID, you, if you work for the state, if you work for anybody, no matter who you are not allowed to even ask anybody for voter ID. I don't think we'll pass that in North Carolina. No? Fellas, no? I don't think that you guys are going to pay. We got a lot of the big shots from North. I have a feeling that won't be before your legislature too soon, right? No, but think of that. May I see your voter ID, please? Arrest him. The only reason they do that is because they want to cheat. You know, there's no other reason. They want to cheat, and they do cheat. They cheat like hell. That's why we say too big to rig. Nothing is more dangerous than to give immense power to a very weak, incompetent, and low IQ person like Kamala. She's a low IQ person. She can't. I'm not allowed to say that. Yeah. A lot of wisecracks from the peanut gallery over here, Mr. Chairman. A lot of wise guys. You ought to figure these guys out. They could be good speechwriters, actually. At the end of the day, you need to ask yourself, can you afford to put someone this incompetent in charge of our country's future? And on top of it all, Kamala says she would not do one thing differently. I would not do one thing differently from Joe Biden. Now think of this. That means she's disqualified from running for president. Take a look.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S.
U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking 2 New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Only 18% say the economy is in excellent or good condition.
US inflation has hit a new 40-year high, increasing by 9.1% over the financial year.
Authorities saying Train de Aragua, which has been linked with more than 100 criminal investigations here in the U.S., has now been found operating its criminal enterprise in apartment complexes.
Were you the last person in the room? Yes.
So if you want to end this disaster, you have to get out and vote. So important. Get everybody, get friends, get your friends, drag them in. You have some people there. They're couch potatoes, get them off the couch. We're pleased to be joined today by Congressman Dan Bishop, a great guy. Thank you, Dan. Good. Good luck. How's the race going? Good? Mr. AG, right? That's good. He's running for Attorney General. He has my complete and total endorsement, by the way. He's been a great congressman. I was there at the beginning, right? That first day, that was an interesting one, but you've been a great congressman. Now he's running for Attorney General. And I think he'll go pretty much the opposite of what we're talking about here, right? Some of these stupid policies. A great gentleman, a friend of mine. He's been your speaker, and he is really a good speaker. And he's sitting here marking down all the stuff that he's watching. And he says, we're going to do just the opposite. We will do the opposite of no asking for, right? We don't. Can you imagine a thing like that? If you ask for voter ID, they criminally punish you. So I think Tim Moore, North Carolina Speaker, I think he's going to. I have a feeling he's got a lot of good notes. You're doing a great job. Thank you, Tim, very much. Appreciate it. Congressional candidate Pat Harrigan, who's doing very well. Ooh, he's a handsome dude. That's not good. This guy's central casting. Dan, we need a couple of guys that look like that, right? Ah, good. Good luck. I heard you're doing really well. Good. Great job. Secretary of State candidate Chad Brown. Thank you, Chad. Good luck. The RNC chairman, who you know very well. So, I mean, I'm not going to say he has done a great job, but if we don't win, then I'm going to call him up and say, you did a shitty job. But I think we're going to win. RNC chairman Michael Whatley. He's great. Great guy, too. I want to thank Laura Trump. She's incredible. You know where she is? In another part of the state campaign. She says, Dad, listen, I got a campaign. She'd love to hear it, but she's heard it before. And she said, I just want a campaign. But she loves your state, and she's great. And we couldn't do better. And the partnership of these two people has been amazing. North Carolina GOP Chair Jason Simmons. And what a job. Are we doing good? Are we doing good? Good. Feel good about Tuesday, right? That's good, Jason. We have a lot of respect, a lot of confidence, too. Somebody that's been a friend of mine for a long time, an incredible attorney general for a long time, believe it or not. You look at her, she looks so young, but she's been in Florida, and she was tough and smart, but she was also very fair. Pam Bondi, thank you very much, Pam. Thank you, Pam. What a good job she does. She's very deceptive. You look and you say, I wonder, is she tough? Oh, she's tough. She's scary tough, but she's fair, right? Thank you very much, Pam. Beautiful job. And one of the great developers of our country, he's a friend of mine, he was very generous with North Carolina. You know, we were the first ones down here, and I couldn't take my plane because it was a little large for the runway. I think he will always be there with his plane, and we flew down, and he's a very successful guy. He wrote a big, fat, beautiful check. We gave it to Franklin. How good is Franklin Graham? We gave it to Franklin Graham. And his name is Steve Witkoff, wherever he may be. Steve, one of the most successful businessmen in the country, and thank you. Very generous guy too. He's always he was very generous in Butler, and whenever he sees something, he says, "That's okay. That's what I do it for." I think that's why he becomes successful. He loves doing it. Thank you very much, Steve. We appreciate it. And we raised about $7 million for your fund, and we put a lot of it into Franklin. We gave it to some of the best people that do this, and they've. I'm very honored to have done it, and I'll tell you what, they're doing an incredible job. The problem is you're not getting any help from the federal government at all, and you could do something about that on Tuesday. You just remember, because they say, and I think they mean this 100%, it's the worst job since Katrina, and it may be worse than Katrina. And in all fairness, as I said before, they don't have a lot of money because they've spent the money on things that I don't think they're supposed to be spending the money on. So I just want to let you know, but you have some incredible people working on it, and been amazing. And when I was there, I couldn't believe it, what I saw. Houses just ripped out of the foundations. The foundations were ripped out. I never saw anything like it. It looked like a tornado, but much wider. You know, tornado goes like a knife, right? I've seen it where it goes right through the forest. I went to so many different tragedies. If you're in the way of those suckers, it's over. And I've seen where tornadoes go straight, and they may only be 15 or 20 yards wide, but if you're in that path, it is over no matter what. Big trucks, 18-wheelers, turned upside down and found 100 yards down the road. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. And sort of this was a combination. This was water, tremendous water. We've never seen water like that. And the destruction was unbelievable, but it was very wide. It was almost the entire, I mean, it went to the tip of Florida. That didn't get hit the same way, but you people got hit the hardest probably, and we're going to really help you out. In just a couple of months, we're going to really help you out a lot, okay? I also want to send our prayers to everyone here in North Carolina who's receiving and recovering from Hurricane Helene. That was a brutal thing. Just yesterday, it was reported that under Kamala, almost 50% of phone calls to FEMA for the disaster aid were unanswered. Nobody's answering the calls. They're not there. I'll tell you what, I've been there. I haven't seen one federal official. I haven't seen one FEMA person. And I'd asked the people that were devastated, and I'll tell you the most incredible thing. So I didn't want to say it. You always think it, but you don't want to say it. I said, wow, this is going to be devastating for the election, right? But then I said, but I don't care about that right now. I care about helping the people, which I mean. But here's the most amazing stat, and Michael would tell you, I thought if we got 50% of the vote from North Carolina, it would be great. If we got, which is bad for me because this was largely like a Trump-type area, people that have our values, our policies, et cetera, et cetera. This was really, and I would have been happy with 40 or 50%. Nobody had any idea. Then it starts, as you know, the early voting. And up till today, it's just about over with the early voting, you broke the all-time record for voting. Can you believe it? How could you believe it? Right? Now, who would have thought that? I mean, you have people with no houses. You have people, I mean, many people died. People don't, they were missing. Missing is bad, real bad in the case like this, where there's water like that. But they were missing. Some will never be found. But who would think that you broke the all-time record? That means you people are incredible. The heart, it's incredible. When I heard that, I said, I don't believe it, I don't believe it, but it is an amazing place. I will get you the help that you deserve, but here are the facts on Kamala. She's a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than crazy Bernie Sanders or Pocahontas. Do you know Pocahontas? She destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police movement, and anybody who wants to defund the police for even 1 week is not worthy of being the President of the United States of America. Kamala vowed to abolish ICE. She pledged to confiscate your guns. Would anybody like to give Kamala their gun? Please raise your hand. We'll pick it up immediately. So crazy. and endorsed a total ban on, handgun ownership that you've never seen anything like it. And by the way, her crime rates were through the roof. Do you know that Chicago has the strongest gun laws by far in the United States? And look what's happening in Chicago. She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention at taxpayer expense. And perhaps most importantly of all, she lied about working at McDonald's. She never worked at McDonald's. She never worked at McDonald's. So in conclusion, with your vote this November, we are going to fire Kamala and we are going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands and thousands of factories back to America and back to North Carolina. And we're going to bring those furniture guys back. Some of them are a little older now. Tell them to get ready. They're going to have some good years left. We will build American. We will buy American. We will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III. We're very close to World War III. Very, very close. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. We will build a missile defense shield, the biggest one anywhere. We're going to build it over our entire country, and a lot of it's going to be made right here in North Carolina. Made in the USA. Going to be made in the USA. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And we will put in a bill that if you burn our flag or destroy our flag in any way, it's 1 year in prison. Right? They say it's not constitutional. We're going to have to check that, Tim. They say it's not constitutional. I just think it's crazy. But we are going to do it. We're going to try and get that done. But they do say that, and I don't know whose definition that is, but I think I do. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty, I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, your Second Amendment, which is understood. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope and the American dream. We're going to bring back the American dream. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is just too big to rig. So you have to get out. You have to get out and vote. I'll tell you what. A couple of days, Tuesday, you got to just wake up, and no matter what the hell you're doing, there's nothing that you can do more important. You want to take care of your house, this is more important. You won't own your house anymore. You gotta get out, you gotta vote, because our country is being destroyed. Our country is under siege from the radical left lunatics, and we can't let it happen. You have to get out. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. With your vote this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and 3 days from now, it is hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. You're going to save it. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. That's true. This is so important. This is the most important election you've ever voted in, and I really believe it potentially is the most important election we've ever had. With your help from now until Election Day, we will restore America's promise, and we will bring back the nation that we love. We're going to bring it back. We're going to bring it back fast, too. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never, ever back down, and we will never, ever, ever surrender. Together, we will fight, fight, fight. We will win, win, win. We will vote, vote, vote. Thank you very much. That's what we have to do. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. RFK Jr. is going to be in charge of that. Is that good? He'll be in. I said, Bobby, just leave the liquid gold alone. Let me handle that. Just leave me alone with the liquid gold. We're going to pay off so much debt and lower your taxes. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you, North Carolina. God bless you all. God bless you. Thank you, fellas. Good luck, Dan. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
If there's one thing you can't do is play YMCA on YouTube. They got that thing copyright locked up like it's the Star Spangled Banner. So that concludes President Trump's rally from Gastonia, North Carolina. He's doing the Trump dance. He is now headed to Salem, Virginia. And I was checking the schedule earlier. That is supposed to happen at... I just saw it just a minute ago. Trump rally from Salem, Virginia at 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So it is 1:35 right now, so he's going to hop on the plane, an hour plane ride. It's not even that far. Gastonia to Salem is probably 45 minutes. Keep it tuned here. We've got some Trump and J.D. Vance greatest hits coming up here. Mike Church here with you, host of the Mike Church Show on the Crusade Radio Network. Weekday morning, 6 to 9 a.m., growing by leaps and bounds, even though we've been at this for 32 years. Hope you can check us out on Monday and join us on Monday and Tuesday and every day. We will be here all day long. This is our marathon. Please donate to the cause if you can. Go to crusadechannel.com/donate. Make any donation amount. So far today, we have raised the grand total of...
.0.
Yeah, I think it was...
0.
There you go. That's okay. It's a long day. We are going to cut over. We have a special little piece of video that we recorded back in July. The first day that after Tim Walz had been announced. as the Shape's running mate, and she introduced him as a war hero and a marksman and the greatest gun handler in history and the greatest dad and the greatest football coach. He pretty much was the greatest everything. and Tim and Governor Walz is just so full of energy, and everyone in the Midwest loves him. Of course, we found out in the interim here, yeah, not so much. J.D. Vance was asked a question about his stolen valor, and he gave the answer that we're about to play. And then we will play, well, I'll let you know, some other clips until Trump comes back on the stage at 3 o'clock Central Time. I wanted to read this to you from, Maggie wants to grab my screen real quick before we turn all this over to the next video here. Mark Halperin, who accurately predicted, even though I said, and I was wrong about this, and I on air retracted it and apologized to Mark, predicted that that Biden was going to quit. This was the Thursday night of the RNC, that Biden would be out by Sunday. He would announce that he was quitting the race on Sunday. And Halperin said, "I had two sources inside the Democrat Party." Well, okay, so that may just be what C-SPAN is playing. That's the TV. That's
going to Arizona.
Trump's not going to Arizona. He's going to Salem, Virginia. Is that what he just said? Or said J.D. Vance in Arizona? Okay. This is what Mark Halperin posted earlier today. You know what? As a matter of fact, I think I've got the text version here, but hang on a second, because I believe I can get the audio version of this up here.
So hers is going to be in Atlanta.
Yeah, the Shape is going to be in Atlanta. She's she's campaigning in Atlanta, then she's heading to Charlotte. I've had 3 independent sources have told me today, Captain Seth Cashel is one of them, that the numbers for Harris just don't add up. She's not going to win North Carolina. I don't know who's running their campaign or who thinks that they can drag out that kind of a last-minute vote, but it doesn't look like it's going to go that way to me. That's just based on what I'm seeing here. In any event, Mark Halperin is basically saying that he's talked to 2 Democrats. And why can't I find this video that I'm looking for? That he's talked to 2 Democrats, 1 Republican, and they all say the same thing. And that's, you know what? Let's do this one quickly. Hey, you want to laugh? Cardi B at a Shape rally yesterday, endorsing the Shape. You seen this one? Hold on.
That the cost of food and the cost of living is, I believe in every word that comes out of her mouth. She's passionate, she's compassionate, she shows empathy, and most of all, she is not delusional. Yeah.
She's not delusional?
Yeah. Kamala recognized that this country is at risk, that the economy needs to get stronger, that the cost of food and the cost of living is too high. Damn, it's even high for me.
I wonder how it got that way.
When she says, under her, buying eggs and milk won't break the bank, because she's gonna pass a ban on price gouging on groceries. And
hey, communism!
So she better not lie to me in my face.
What in the hell was that? What kind of an endorsement was that?
That tells you she doesn't write her own lyrics.
But don't worry, because she's not delusional. She is not delusional. And all of y'all acting all delusion-y and stuff, she is not delusional. And she gonna get all them prices down on them groceries and that milk and them eggs, because I can't afford it. Hell, I can't even afford it. She acts as though she's a disinterested third party and that the Shape had nothing to do with this situation coming about. Okay, here it is. This is the Halperin video. Let's just play the video. It's easier for him to say it than it is for me.
It remains the base case that Vice President Harris is unlikely to win, according to my sources in both parties. Not a sure thing, but unlikely to win Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona. If she doesn't win those 3 states, she must sweep Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. As forecast here a long time ago, it appears that she's basically back to where Joe Biden was on the eve of the debate. 1 electoral college path to exactly 270 electoral votes. So our intense focus for the rest of the way will be to continue to monitor to see whether she can actually win North Carolina, Georgia, or Arizona. Does not appear to my sources now that she will. Can she win the 3 Great Lakes states? And the focus has been on Pennsylvania. Here on this platform, we did a 2-hour show called It's All About Pennsylvania. And what I'm here to tell you tonight, based on my reporting with Democrats and Republicans nationally and in both those states, that it could be that Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania but loses the White House because she loses Wisconsin. Michigan remains a bit of a puzzle. Both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are doing dueling rallies near each other in Wisconsin tonight. Fitting, as far as I'm concerned, for my reporting, because as I said, my reporting is that she's in trouble in Wisconsin. This is based on 3 sources, 2 Republicans, 1 Democrat, all of whom know the state quite well, and all of whom told me today the same version of they would be somewhere between surprised and shocked if Kamala Harris won Wisconsin. Okay? Doesn't mean she's not going to. All I'm telling you is to reorient yourself away from news framing that says it's all about Pennsylvania. The winner of Pennsylvania will win this election. That's become kind of a mantra. The winner of Pennsylvania will win. I'm here to tell you, she may well win Pennsylvania and win the election, but she could win the Pennsylvania and lose the election because she doesn't win Wisconsin. Watch Wisconsin. Washington Post poll today of Pennsylvania, 48-47 Harris within the margin of error. On message, a Republican firm did some polling. Put that tweet up, please. It's a Republican firm, but they're very good pollsters. Alex Castellanos can testify to that. Very friendly with them. You put that up? Poll tweet? Yes, maybe.
See, we're not the only ones.
A bunch of polls that show Trump ahead, but margin of error stuff.
Okay, just wanted to share that with you, that she's in trouble in Wisconsin. By the way, I'm just going to go ahead and make a prediction, and I don't care if I'm wrong because I don't think that I will, but she's not going to win Pennsylvania. Now, it is possible that there is a Wednesday, November the 6th, reenactment of what happened in 2020, and that trucks start backing up and delivering thousands upon thousands of bags of fake mail-in ballots. They didn't print as many mail-in ballots this time, and Pennsylvania was able to change enough for some of the laws. Last aggregate of polls that I saw showed Trump up enough in Pennsylvania that it would make it too big to rig. This all comes down to turnout. Just one thing, and we're going to turn you over to the J.D. Vance video. It is historically accurate, and you can say this without any fear that somebody's going to go, I fact-checked you, you're wrong. Republicans turn out and vote in greater numbers than Democrats do on Tuesday. Now, we don't have a lot of data on this because you've only been able to early vote since 2012, depending on what state you live in. In most states since 2016. So you only have 2016 and 2020. But in the places where you could early vote, it is statistically sound to say that Democrats like stuffing their fake ballots early and not showing up because they're fat, lazy slobs on Election Day, and that Republicans, who actually make the country work and tick and what have you, that they are fond of doing the day in and if possible, actually paper ballot. And so they show up day of. So give the advantage. So if you're the Trump campaign and you're going into Tuesday knowing that you clobbered the Democrats in all the swing states in early voting, and that your numbers are good. Now, it doesn't mean all those Republicans voted for Trump, and it certainly doesn't mean, but conversely, that all the Democrats that turned out voted for the shape, but that you're confident enough that you've got several point leads. The smallest one I saw is 1.8%. And guess what state it's in? It's in North Carolina. Smallest percentage in early voting is 1.8%. Still, Captain Seth Keshel is projecting out and extrapolating from the available numbers and saying it's pretty much, if you get the turnout of 2020, Trump easily wins North Carolina. It won't even be close. So Tuesday turnout is key. If Republicans, and especially if they keep running around calling people garbage and you bring these stupid ass celebrities up there to keep rubbing our noses in this, all this is going to do is, and this is why the Trump campaign is flying Trump into Pennsylvania, into North Carolina, into Georgia, and into Michigan, and into Wisconsin. It is excitement. This is, hey, we haven't won it yet. You actually have to show up. So you got to get you guys to the poll. They'll be working a massive phone bank campaign, I imagine, Monday evening and all day Tuesday. If the numbers turn out and Republicans turn out in greater numbers, as they normally do, then Republicans in those swing states, if you're carrying the margin of and the lead already into Tuesday in early voting, it then looks like a cinch to me that you would win those swing states. So Mark Halperin just is kind of hedging on that, going like, wow, there's a new poll out, this and that and the other. Don't believe those polls. He'll win Pennsylvania. I would think the coin toss is Wisconsin. I also believe he'll win Michigan. You know, he was in Dearbornistan yesterday and got the endorsement of Muslims. The Muslim dude gave him a plaque, said, Mr. President. Apparently, Trump, the rhetoric has changed just a little bit between on the Israel question, because yesterday in Dearbornistan, he said, we've got to bring peace. There has to be peace. This bombing, this war has to stop. The Lebanese people, we got to stop this. There's so many Lebanese children that are being he talked about the children of Lebanon, and he made a mention of the people of Gaza as well. Whoever would have thought? Who had Trump campaigning in Dearbornistan, Michigan on their bingo card? I didn't. So just a couple little factoids in here. We'll keep monitoring all this as we get closer to the Salem, Virginia event. I'll come in a couple of minutes early here. I might have had a beer or two, Twix, now and then. It is a Saturday, and I am a guy, and football games are on in the other rooms. So if I don't sound completely and totally 100%, it's because I might have had a beer, but it's okay. We're going to be here with you all day on our first ever Trump wall-to-wall Trump rally listen and watch party marathon right here on the Crusade Radio Network. Again, please, if you're new and you just happen to stumble on this, you're like, oh, this is kind of interesting, please subscribe to the channel. The more subscribers that we have, the better we look in the Google rankings on the site. And our subscriber numbers keep going. They go up every day. Some days we get big hits. Some days we get small. We're going to be on air all day today. So I'm going to ask you, if you can't give us a donation, crusadechannel.com/donate, because I'm here for the tips. I'm here to win, and fight, sure, because I love Mark and I love you. But I still work for tips. I got to buy that beer, right? So make a contribution, any amount, in the YouTube channel right there, and click the $sign. That way, at least, according to YouTube, it'll show on the YouTube dollar stats. Or go to crusadechannel.com/donate. So, J.D. Vance, we're going to have J.D. Vance's greatest hits coming up here in just a moment. I'll be back with you as soon as President Trump is on the ground and is live in Salem, Virginia here on the Crusade Radio Networks all day. Trump wall-to-wall Trump campaign marathon watch party. I am Mike Church, the King Dude. Glad to have you with us. Thanks for checking us out. Don't go away. J.D. Vance, greatest hits coming up next.
And housing, if that doesn't bother you, then I think that you don't have a pulse, right? And so, look, I think my message to the American people is very simple on this, that President Trump in particular has the best sense of humor of anybody I've ever seen in American politics. He loves to joke. He loves to tell, he loves to make fun of everybody that's out there, and I think you got to do that from time to time. But he's also a guy who's very frustrated with what Kamala Harris has done to this country. Both of those things can be true, and I think most Americans can joke around but also be pissed off about the direction of this country. Thank you, sir. Ma'am?
Hi, Kimberly Craig, 7 News Detroit. Right here in Shelby Township, there's going to be a mother, a father, a senior citizen struggling to pay their bills, put food on the table, pay the utility bills. When you speak of the prosperity in a Trump administration, speaking to that person, what does that look like?
Well, I think that, I'm 40 years old. I actually just had my 40th birthday, which I'm not too happy about. But I'm 40 years old, and for my entire life, there was this chart that had wages below corporate profits and below the size of government. And there was one 4-year period during my entire life where wages were actually going up, especially for people at the bottom and people at the middle. That was the 4 years when Donald Trump was president. And so my message to people who are struggling is, first of all, I know what it's like to struggle. My mamaw once negotiated with a Meals on Wheels person so that she could get more food from Meals on Wheels so that she could feed me and her. I certainly know what it's like to deal with skyrocketing grocery prices and skyrocketing rent. The solution to it is to give people higher paychecks. The solution to it is give people better take-home pay. The solution is to unleash American energy so that people aren't going to the grocery and seeing that eggs are 50% more than what they were a year and a half ago, right? You've got to bring down prices to give people basic prosperity. And the way you do that is really unleashing American energy, unleashing American farmers, and not spending like a drunken sailor, which is what Kamala Harris has done during her time in office. We really do know that it's the least of these. The Bible calls them the least of these who have suffered the most under Kamala Harris's affordability crisis. And President Trump and I, that is priority number one, is to make groceries and gas and rent more affordable for normal Americans. If you work hard and play by the rules, this very simple principle should apply. If you work hard and play by the rules, you should be able to live a good life in this country. And unfortunately, a lot of people right now are working hard and they're playing by the rules, but they can't afford groceries and they can't afford rent because of bad policy in Washington, D.C. We promise that we're going to change that. One last point I want to make on this, because I don't think that we talk in the media, we don't talk about it enough in politics, but housing is through the roof, and housing is destroying people's savings and their ability to put a good house, put a good roof over their kid's head. So here's the thing. Why is housing so expensive in this country? Housing is so expensive in this country for two reasons. Number one, Kamala Harris pursued policies that raised interest rates, which make mortgages unaffordable for normal Americans. That's number one. And number two, we have let in 20 million illegal aliens who are competing with American citizens for scarce housing. You do those two things and you see the rent crisis that you see in Michigan and Ohio and Pennsylvania. It is a disgrace. President Trump and I promise we will fix it. It's simple public policy. It's just got to be smarter, and it's got to look out for American citizens first. Sir?
Colin Jackson, Michigan Public Radio Network. Michigan is a state that's going to be won on the margins. It's projected to be a close race. When former President Trump was in Detroit a few months back, he was talking to black voters. He was tried very hard to tie President Biden to the crime bill while taking credit for criminal justice reform. Right now, you're here in Shelby Township with a tough on crime, mass deportation message. Do you feel like that's going to land with voters of color that the campaign will need to win?
Well, look, I think my message to voters of color is very similar to my message to voters everywhere in Michigan, which is we want to redeliver peace and prosperity, right? Voters of color really benefit when wages are rising. Voters of color really benefit when normal people can afford to buy a home, and we want to bring back some of those common sense policies. But if you look at the statistics, when you allow rioters to set fire to a city, or when the police are not empowered to do their job, it is very often voters of color that suffer disproportionately, right? It is voters of color who benefit the most from public safety, and I think that we have to get some common sense back. Now, that doesn't mean, of course, that we don't want police to have good relationship. Tough on crime does not mean tough on every single person who lives in a neighborhood with high crime. But when I talk to people in neighborhoods with high crime, often, not always, of course, voters of color, they actually love the police. They've got good relationships with the police. Of course, there are bad apples here and there, but most people recognize the police are there to keep them safe. And if we don't make it possible for the police to lock up the bad guys, the murderers, the armed robbers, then it is very often black voters, especially in the state of Michigan, who suffer the most. You know, one thing that really bothers me about the left's narrative on criminal justice reform and a lot of their attacks on police is, again, that it is very often black voters who suffer the most when the police aren't empowered to do their job. We have got to change this. There's an idea out there, I think, that Americans often forget that the worst violent criminals, right? It's a very small group of people who commit the most egregious and most often commit the worst violent crimes. Nobody, black, white, or anything else, wants us to do anything other than lock up the most violent criminals. You do that, and you empower the police to do that, you solve a whole host of the violent crime problem, and voters of color, I think, benefit from that as much as anybody. Sir.
Senator Garrett Haake from NBC News. You have repeatedly suggested the only reason Kamala Harris didn't pick Josh Shapiro to be her running mate is because of his Jewish faith. Do you have any evidence to support that assertion that a person who's married to a Jewish man is somehow anti-Semitic or bowing to anti-Semites?
Well, I reject the premise of the question. I did not say that was the only reason that Kamala Harris didn't choose Josh Shapiro. So you should, take a little less DNC talking points when you ask your questions and ask a real question. I have suggested that Kamala Harris was motivated, or at least her party was motivated by anti-Semitism. And the evidence that I offer for that is what dozens of Democratic activists said in the run-up to her selecting her nominee. There were multiple grassroots activists, multiple media personalities, multiple people with influence in the Democrat Party who suggested that she should not choose Josh Shapiro because of his ethnic background. And look, I don't care what your ethnic background is. I know Donald Trump doesn't care what your ethnic background is. I do not want to live in a country where we're choosing who the next VP is based on skin color or ethnic heritage. Choose based on merit. And the fact that so many prominent leaders in the far left felt empowered to talk about Shapiro's ethnic heritage is a disgrace, and I think it's a scandal for the Democrat Party. Yes, I do. Last question, ma'am, the blue and yellow there.
Hi,
yeah.
I'm Janelle James, reporter for Bridge, Michigan. And Michigan has about 91,000 immigrants, which counts for about 1.2% of our population. So what do you say to the people in Michigan who say immigration really isn't that big of a problem here?
Well, I appreciate the question, Janelle, and I'd say that, interestingly, legal immigrants often suffer the most from illegal immigration. If you look at the effect on legal immigrants' wages, if you look at the jobs that they're working in, and if you look at the communities that they're living in that are most affected by the public safety problems caused by illegal immigration, my message to legal immigrants was, one, we love to have you. You're very welcome, and we're happy that you came through the proper channels, but this illegal immigration problem is very often it falls hardest on legal immigrants more than anybody else. And so my message is our anti-illegal immigration platform is actually going to make your life better. It's going to make your wages go up. It's going to make public safety in your communities better. Look, I'm married to the daughter of legal immigrants. I do believe in my heart that legal immigration can enrich this country, but not illegal immigration, which is what Kamala Harris has done all over this country. It's made us less safe. It's driven down wages for working Americans, and it's made our communities less prosperous. We've got to stop this craziness. President Trump and I are going to do it. And on that topic, I know that was the last question, but let me just offer one final observation again about these guys in the back. Law enforcement is fundamentally a team effort. You need the federal government to do what it needs to do. You need the state government and the local governments to be empowered to keep people safe. What is so broken about American public safety, it's not our local police officers who are doing great things. It's not our state leadership who's very often doing great things. It is the federal government allowing criminals who shouldn't be here, promoting sex trafficking and drug trafficking at our southern border. It is making these guys' jobs so much more difficult. And it's making it difficult in ways that we don't even always see. I talked earlier to these guys behind me a little bit earlier. We talked about the fact that when they have illegal aliens and they have to provide food and housing for those illegal aliens, that's precious tax dollars that don't go into hiring additional officers that they need. So we have been put in a zero-sum situation by Kamala Harris where we can prioritize the interests of American citizens and their safety, or we can prioritize the health benefits of illegal aliens. We have got to prioritize our own citizens. This crime problem is a policy choice of Kamala Harris. We can do so much better. Elect Donald Trump, and we will. God bless you guys, and thank you.
Wow, that was
legal aliens, and you work your way down from there. And I think that's how you solve the
What happened last week when they took a shot at my hero? and they tried to kill the next president of the United States. Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again. What happened last week when they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next president of the United States? Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
Ready to win and ready to make America great again. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the once and future President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much to the next Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. He's doing a great job. You know, they go after J.D. You know why? He's for the worker. He's for people that get out and they want to work. And frankly, they are people that have been taken advantage of, and he doesn't like it, and he's done great. He's done great. He's been everything we could have expected and much more. So, JD, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thank you to Atlanta. I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of Georgia. I love Georgia. With thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. Crazy Kamala, ultra-left, you know that. She was here a week ago, lots of empty seats. But the crowd she got was because she had entertainers. And it all started to unfold when they started to leave about 10 minutes into the speech. It was very boring. I don't need entertainers. I fill the stadium because I'm making America great again. That's our entertainment. That's our entertainment, making America great again. And I have to tell you, we have thousands of people outside, and the state was terrific, but the fire marshal, I will say, could not have been better. Thank you to the fire marshal. But the school administration stopped us from getting another 500, 600, even 1,000 people in. Thousands of people were told no, and that was okay, but we could have fit another 600 people. So I don't know anything about the school. I don't know anything about this school, but they could have allowed more people. You got people standing outside. Look at all the people outside. They could have come in. They could have come in. So we're not happy. Hello out there. And then they actually pushed the people very far away from the building where we have beautiful cameras set up for the overflow crowds, the administration of the school. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be sending anybody to this school. I'm not happy about it. If they're going to stand in the way of admitting people to our rally, just imagine what they're going to do on Election Day. We're not going to let that happen. 94 days from now, we're going to win the great state of Georgia in an epic landslide. And we're going to defeat crazy Kamala. You know, there's about 19 different ways of saying it. She only likes 3. Biden never even came close. Kamala, she goes, Kamala. No, it's Kamala. We're going to evict this radical and incompetent administration from the White House. They're destroying our country. We're going to save our country. We're going to save our country. Yesterday, it was announced that unemployment is surging, with 350,000 Americans joining the unemployment rolls just last month. Tell you what, we could end up in a depression. We could end up in World War III and a depression. How about that? Could happen, too. Under Harris-Biden policies, we now have the highest unemployment rate in 3 years. Just came out yesterday. Even I was surprised. Those numbers were terrible. If Harris wins this election, you will quickly have a Kamala economic crash. You're going to have a crash. You could also have a crash like in 1929, more specifically, because that's where we're heading. When we win, you will rapidly see a brand new Trump economic boom. It's going to be booming like it was 4 years ago. With your vote, inflation will stop. The illegal aliens will be turned back. They're not coming in. We got to stop them. Did you see where she's now saying, oh, we had a very good border. Oh, great. They had the worst border in the history of the world. It's all misinformation. That's all they're good at, that and cheating on elections. They're very good at that. The cartels will be crushed. Crime will plummet. Incomes will soar. The wars will end. And the American dream will come roaring back, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before, right? Yes? Thank you. But with 4 more years of Kamala, the California socialist, you know, she destroyed San Francisco. Then she destroyed the whole state. Look at what's going on in California. With your family and our country, it'll never recover. If you have any more time with these people, it's already, I'm worried about the next 3 months, if you think about it. These people are grossly incompetent. You'll end up in World War III, I'll tell you. And I hope I'm not right about that. You know, do you ever see the hats? Trump is right about everything. I don't want to be right about that. Her policies of open borders and double-digit inflation, inflation like we've never seen before. It's destroying middle-income families, working families, all families. Will demolish your life savings. 40 or 50 million illegal aliens will invade our country during the next 4 years if they're in. 40 or 50 million. Medicare and Social Security. You know, she said she wants to put everybody on health care. You know, that's wonderful. It's all wonderful. First of all, they shouldn't be told to come here. Many of them were fine where they were. But no country can sustain this. Social Security will buckle and collapse. The suburbs will be overrun with violent crime and savage foreign gangs. That's what they're doing. You know, they're sending all their gangs into the United States, right? Look, there's front row Joes. You didn't get into the front row. What happened to you? What happened? Thank you. We have front row Joes. They've been to 229 rallies. And then, look at these people. I call them the beautiful ladies, and you're not allowed to say that anymore. It's the end of your political career. You say beautiful. You're barely allowed to say ladies, right? Because that could also be destructive. But they're beautiful, they're ladies, and they're great. And they've been to 216 rallies from North Carolina. They look great. Happily married. I got to talk to their husbands. I don't know. They're way over 200 rallies, and they're incredible people. Thank you very much, by the way. Thank you. Appreciate it. Together, we will stop Kamala Harris's nation-wrecking. I'll tell you what, when you see what she's done to our nation, she's wrecking our nation. The radicalism will take back our country from the worst administration in American history. Biden was the worst president in the history of our country. She's acknowledged to be the worst vice president in the history of our country. She doesn't have a clue. You know, if she doesn't have a teleprompter, she can't even speak. Did you see her the other night? They put a camera in her face. She can't even talk. We just went through 4 years. Let's not go through another 4 years. Can't talk. No, it's terrible. You know, by the way, I'd like to congratulate Vladimir Putin for having made yet another great deal. Did you see the deal we made? Now, look, we want to get people in. You know, we got 59 hostages. I never paid anything. They released some of the greatest killers anywhere in the world, some of the most evil killers they got, and we got our people back, but boy, we make some horrible, horrible deals, and it's nice to say we got them back, but does that set a bad precedent, Bert, right? Does that set a bad precedent, Bert? Harris has the most ultra-left-wing agenda of any presidential candidate ever in history. There's never been anybody like this. She is considered more left-wing than crazy Bernie Sanders. Look at her. She's worse than Bernie. And she happens to be really a low IQ individual. She really does. She has a very low IQ. We don't need a low IQ. President Xi of China said, oh, good, we have another one, a low IQ individual. They love dealing with low IQ. They love dealing with low IQ people, and they got them here, I'll tell you. We got them all. She is terrible. She's worse than he. I think she's worse than him. By the way, they really took it away from the guy, right? I don't feel sorry for him because he's a bad guy. You know, he's weaponized the whole thing, and nobody's ever done that in this country. But he's a bad guy. But people feel sorry for him. They did a coup. He just doesn't know it. But actually, he does know it. You know that. They said, Joe, you got 14 million votes. It's yours, but you're going to give it up. You're going to give it up right now, Joe. You're giving it up right now. No, I'm not. I was elected democratically. I was elected. No, you're giving it up, Joe. We're either going to do it the nice way or the hard way, Joe. You're getting the hell out. And it was the debate performance. So here's what happened in the debate. You know, we went there. It was the highest rated debate ever, and which was a great compliment. And as I left the debate stage, I took off because other people were entering the stage. You understand. I said, I don't want to confront other people. So we had a great debate. But as I left, CNN, I won't say who, but they said that was the single greatest debate performance I've ever seen. And this went on for 2 days. They were saying how great I was. On the third day, they didn't mention that anymore. They said he was terrible. I liked it the first way better. I made him choke. Don't kid yourself. We made him choke. He was choking like a dog. He was choking. He was choking like a dog. And that was the end of him. I mean, that was the end from that. Then they said, okay, this was a disaster. So then they started doing interviews with people that are, 100% bought. The media, the fake news media, they had some people interviewing him, like George Slopadopoulos. ABC. ABC's one of the worst, by the way. They're all sort of bad when you get right down, but ABC's bad. And they were asking him hardball questions like, where did you stay last night? Did you think you did well in the debate, even though you could? Did you ever see a guy in the debate, they give you like 2 minutes to answer, and you want to use up, you got so much fertility in there, you want to use up every second, and he'd answer a question. You have 92 seconds left. And I kept saying, I'll take them. And he said, you have 92 seconds left. He goes, this is not what he wanted. He left a lot of time on the board. But I went right down to the last second. I didn't want to go a little bit over because I know they'd cut me. They would have cut me. But they were very fair. Actually, CNN, shockingly, honestly. They were very fair. They want to do another one. We're doing one with Fox if she shows up. I don't think she's going to show up. She can't talk. She can read a teleprompter. I'd give her about a 6 on a scale of 10, 6. For talking, I'd give her less than a 1. We need people that can talk. Kamala pledged to give free taxpayer-funded health care to all illegal aliens. How do you like that idea? Which will destroy Social Security. She called for the abolition of ICE. Listen, ICE, I know some people here. 2 of them are really tough guys. They're fighters. They're vicious people. They're good, tough people. They don't want to work for ICE. ICE will go into a pack of MS-13 killers and thugs. And for about 2 minutes, you just see fists flying back and forth, and then they stand up and they win, and they grab them, they throw them in a paddy wagon, they get them the hell out of the country. And she's calling them the equivalent of KKK, okay? And she loves deadly sanctuary cities. By the way, all of the things you're hearing now, she's now denying. But, the one good thing about the internet, you press a button and you got it. Although they are trying to delete everything. They changed the picture of me from a couple of weeks ago, and they really radicalized it. They changed it, using AI. They changed it. They had all the people on the stage who were angry, and they were smart and sharp and very brave, and they had them all big smiles on their face. Can you believe that? They put the agents, who I have to tell you, say what you want, those people were brave. They were running to me, and the bullets were flying. The Secret Service, they were very brave. They were very brave, I can say. They were very brave. They were running at me, and they knew the bullets were going right over my head. At that point, the first one was not a good situation. Not a good situation. That was really something incredible. That was from God. That was from God. Because the chances, that was from God. For all of you non-believers, that one was for God, right? Boom. That was a close one. But I just want to say, Wallaby, though, they were very brave. They pounced on me. They pounced on me, and I heard those things whizzing over me. They were whizzing, and I have to say that because people take abuse, and there were mistakes made. There were mistakes made, pretty bad ones, but the bravery of that moment was incredible, and also that the sniper, the Secret Service, who's a phenomenal, talented shooter, one bullet from hundreds of yards away. If he doesn't hit his target, and he hit his target, boom. But from hundreds, if he doesn't hit the target, then you have Corey and a lot of other people that are dead. Corey was great. Two other great gentlemen, warriors, great Trump people. We love them. And they're really, we thought they were going to be gone too. The doctors were incredible. They did a great job, an unbelievable job. But if that sniper, and he had 5 seconds to think. He did not know about it beforehand, by the way. He had 5 seconds. He saw the flash, and he knew what that was. And within 5 seconds, he got off his shot. One bullet, think of it, one bullet, and that was the end. Otherwise, you would have had many people dead. He did a hell of a job. And that was from a very far distance. That was from basically about triple the distance. It was a much longer shot, so we want to thank him, and we want to thank all of the people in Secret Service for their bravery, because they were very brave. I mean, this was a bad thing. Very brave. But she refuses to even say the words illegal alien or radical Islamic terrorist. She says nope. And the main thing, think of this, she wants to let mass amnesty and citizenship. She wants all illegals to have mass amnesty. Everybody can. Even criminals, because many of them that are coming in are from prisons and jails and mental institutions, insane asylums. They hate when I use Dr. Hannibal Lecter as the late, great Hannibal Lecter. Oh, they go, look at all the media back there. Look at all the fake news. That's a lot of fake news. That's a lot of fake news, Bert. But she doesn't want to get involved. Look, here's a story. When a politician says something young in life, that's where they are. That's what they believe in. Defund the police, all the things that she said, that's where she would go if she ever got the chance. She's never going to get the chance. Our country will be destroyed. She's worse than Biden. She's worse than Bernie Sanders. She's Bernie Sanders, but not as smart. That's the way I view her. I said she's a dumb version of Bernie Sanders, and actually further left than him. She supports mandatory gun confiscation. I'm sure you wouldn't mind that. Would anybody mind if they came into your house and took away your gun or your guns? I'm shocked. I'm shocked to hear that. She's for taking away all of your guns. The problem is they won't take them away from the bad guy. The bad guy's not giving up the guns. The good guys are going to, oh, well, yes, ma'am, here's my gun, thank you. Now you're totally defenseless in your house. No, you can't do that. She said that a 70 to 80% tax hike is, quote, a bold idea that should be discussed. Oh, that's nice. She co-sponsored the $100 trillion Green New Scam. She wants to abolish all oil and coal and natural gas. We want to work on wind. We want to have wind blowing. She vowed to ban fracking. She wants the government to stop people from eating red meat. She wants to get rid of your cows. No more cows. No more cows. Oh, it's serious. You know, in Europe, you smile and you think about it. But in Europe, they're sort of doing it. They don't want any cattle. She wants to get rid of gas-powered cars and replace them with all electric. They don't go far. They cost too much. They're all made in China. Other than that, they're fantastic. And I'm for electric cars. I have to be, because Elon endorsed me very strongly, Elon. So I have no choice. But he knows. No, I am for him. I'm for him for a small slice is a slice. But you want to have gas-propelled cars. You want to have hybrids. You want to have every kind of a car imaginable. They want to go all electric, and there's no way you can ever load them up. They call them loading them. You can't load them. We're going to have to spend $9 trillion in the Middle West. You saw they built chargers. Now, a charger is a gas pump with electricity come through it. Is that good? So it's like for 8 chargers, they spent $9 billion. Is that a good deal? So at that rate, it would be $10 trillion to charge up the country. The whole thing is crazy, right? Mr. Preacher? She wants to get rid of 2 very special words to me, and I came up with this because I noticed when you went into stores, I used to go into stores, now I wouldn't want to go into stores because they have everything under lock and key. You ever see they have bars up, they have glass up? I don't know how you can do business like that. I'd like to buy a toothpaste, please. Oh, wait till the clerk comes. 25 minutes. They open this heavy glass armored door. How the hell do you make money doing that? It used to be that if somebody robbed your store, you would be very tough about it, right? Now, Kamala started this. Anything under $1,000, you can do whatever you want. In other words, and these guys are sitting out there. You ever see them? They've got paper. Okay, go ahead. Whoop, that's over that. Drop that back. Put that. There's no crime if it's less than $1,000. She's the one who started it. She is a lunatic. She wants to get rid of these 2 very special words. You remember I used to bring it up all the time in 2016. By the way, we did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016, but these are minor details. We did much better. They said, what was the difference? I said, well, we got millions of more votes, as you know that too. But we're not going to let that happen again. Ready? The 2 words are Merry Christmas. She doesn't want anybody saying Merry Christmas. Now she's denying it, and then they found the tape last night. She's such a liar. She denies all this stuff. She said, I was not the border czar. She was the New York Times has a headline, border czar. She was the border czar. She was the worst border czar. She was the worst czar in history. Kamala's radical ideas belong in a San Francisco commune filled with far-left freaks, but they do not belong in the White House. They do not belong in the United States of America. This November, Georgia is going to tell Kamala that we will not let her turn America into a communist country. Remember I used to say, we will never be a socialist country. Well, I was right. They skipped socialism. I was right. It will never be a socialist country. I'd say that. State of the Union, I said, we will not ever allow our country to be a socialist country. I was right. It's gone communist. It skipped socialism. It never stopped. The train never stopped at the socialism world. The world of socialism, not a good one, but the world of communism is many times worse. Now that they've swapped out Biden, is he going to the Democrat convention? This is a big question. I'd like to go to watch Kamala get sworn in as they ripped it away from me. They took away his presidency. What do you think, Mr. Congressman? You had a very good speech. Didn't he make a good speech? What do you think about ripping away their socialism there? What do you think about ripping away the guy's presidency, right? No, it's not democracy. Remember the words they use? They are a threat to democracy. They've been saying that about me for 7 years. I think I got shot because of that, okay? People said, he's a threat to democracy. No, I'm the one that is saving democracy. It's true. They're a threat. Thank you. Wow. That's nice. Thank you, Marjorie. No, we're saving democracy. Wow. I'm going to use that more often. I've never used that before. I'm always hitting them. I should say instead, I'm going to save democracy and get a nice big applause. It is true, though, certain phrases get amazing response, like, I will keep men out of women's sports. Now you find out I'm right. I used to use the barbells. I thought, now all you have to do is look at the boxers. This young girl from Italy, a champion boxer, she got hit so hard she didn't know what the hell hit her. It's a person that transitioned. He was a good male boxer. Yeah, he was a good male boxer. And she didn't even go down. He hit her with 2 jabs, and she said, I'm out. How crazy is it? The weightlifters are great, though, because they put a 1/4 of an ounce here, a 1/4 of an ounce here. And she goes, by the way, First Lady of the United States hates when I do this. She says it's so damn unprecedented. I said, but the people like it. Right, Marjorie? She doesn't like it. She's a very elegant woman. She doesn't like it. Should I do it, Marjorie? So, no, our First Lady, she said, you know, your speech was great, but this weightlifting thing is so unelegant. And please don't imitate him not being able to find stairs, because every time you do it, they say it was you that couldn't find the stairs. So I'm very careful, because the press is among the most dishonest human beings in history. They know. Bruce knows. The great Bruce Lavelle. Stand up, Bruce. He's been with me from before I ran. He was with me in 2014, saying that guy in New York should run. He'll be great president. That was long before I even ran. I didn't even know about it. I think you might have convinced me to run. I don't know. Some of these people, you know, some people have been with me long before I ran. They would say Trump should run. That we had Romney. Remember Romney? And they did polls. Romney and Paul Ryan, what a combination that was. Whoops, there we go off Fox. Fox just won. No, Paul Ryan's on the board of Fox. What a mistake that was. But they had Romney and Paul Ryan. What a team that was. They got clobbered. They got clobbered. The choice of this election could not be more stark. On the one hand, you have a radical left freak. You have a candidate who is fake, fake, fake. On the other hand, you have a president who will fight, fight, fight for America. Fight, fight, fight. I will, I promise. I will. By the way, the fire marshal, I love him. Could the school people allow, there's some seats right up there. They could let him come in. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing. Let the people come in. They're standing outside, thousands of them. Let them come in. It's obviously, Marjorie, a very liberal school, I guess, right? I'm not happy with the school. Let them come in. They're standing. It's 95 degrees out. Let them come in. There's some seats. But they got thousands of people. They won't let them in. A Harris presidency. You know why? Because they don't want to show that we're successful. That's all it is. They don't want to show. She has to go get entertainers. They start leaving as soon as she opens her mouth. Well, Hillary used to do that, too. I remember she got Bruce Springsteen. I'm not I'm not a huge fan. I have a bad trait. I only like people that like me. Yeah? Does that make sense? And these people like me, Bert, right? These people like me. No, Hillary used to do it all the time. She got the idea from Hillary. Hillary got Bruce Springsteen, I'll never forget. And the place was pretty full. Not full like our places are full. And I don't have a guitar. But our places are bigger. We get more people than anybody. I don't care how many guitars they have. You know, in New Jersey, we had 107,000 people come. Nobody has that. Nobody has that. In Alabama, we had 68,000 people. In South Carolina, we had 82,000 people that had closed up the whole state. We even did one in the South Bronx in New York. Rough place, but boy, it was love. 25,000 people. It was love. It was love. But I'll never forget that Hillary, and they were all saying, oh, she drew, 25,000 people or something. Then he finished with the concert. She starts speaking, and everyone's leaving. I said, that's not working out so good. That's not working out, right? But I don't know. You have to be real. If people show up, people show up. But to do that, I don't know. There's something pretty phony about it. But she had somebody. Who'd she have? Who was the entertainer that she had, Yeah. That's what I think. By the way, the entertainer couldn't fill the place either. Even with the help of the school. The school's trying to get students, please go. This is embarrassing to us. Please go. No. Wasn't Hillary a beauty when I campaigned against her? She said, look at him. Look at him. Just look at those words he uses. He will start wars. No. I had no wars. I got rid of ISIS, 100% of ISIS, but that was already started. I was the one that had no wars, first time in 80 years. In California, Harris was the original Marxist prosecutor. She was in the role of Fannie Willis. Has anybody ever heard of Fannie Willis? Fannie Willis is a good friend of your governor. You know that? Your governor. I'm not a fan of your governor, but she was in the role of Fannie Willis or Larry Krasner, George Gascon, Alvin Bragg of New York. Oh, he goes after me. He goes after me because of the Justice Department. Never happened before. The DA of San Francisco, Harris, shielded illegal alien crack dealers from deportation. She wouldn't let them be deported. She fought like hell. She wouldn't arrest criminals of the worst kind. She wouldn't arrest murderers. She wouldn't arrest anybody. The state has gone to hell. Gavin Newsom is the worst, one of the worst guys. Gavin Newsom. But she was the one that started it. She ruined San Francisco, ruined California. As California Attorney General, she defined and redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person raped as nonviolent. These were nonviolent crimes. We shouldn't even prosecute these people. To help spring child predators and dangerous criminals out of prison all over the state. And during the left-wing riots of 2020, you saw that, she urged her followers to donate to bail rapists and murderers out of jail while saying that the violent mobs should not stop. They should not stop. She said she was endorsing to fund the police, and she said, violent mobs, let the violent mobs keep going. Let them keep going. We love what they're doing. We love what they represent. This is the lunatic that the fake news is trying to build up to be the next Margaret Thatcher. 4 months ago, she was considered grossly incompetent by the fake news. Now they're saying, oh, isn't she wonderful? Isn't she wonderful? No, she's not wonderful. So we have to work hard to define her. I don't want to even define her. I just want to say who she is. She's a horror show. She'll destroy our country. For years, she has pushed legislation to strip police officers of any protection. They have no protection. Anything they do, they get sued, they go bankrupt, they lose their house, they lose their family, they lose their pension. They ruin their lives. They want to ruin their lives. She was the worst at ruining police officers. And by the way, I have the endorsement of virtually every police organization in the United States. Almost every. And when I'm president of the United States, again, we will never defund the police. We will only overfund. We're going to overfund the police if we have to. I will always give our law enforcement heroes the protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. And like other Marxist DAs, and she was the first of them. She was horrible. She was horrible. She had a very good friend named Willie Brown. I liked Willie Brown. He knows more about her than anybody's ever known. He could tell you every single thing about her. Could tell you stories that you're not going to want to hear. Like other Marxist DAs, Kamala supports abolishing cash bail, which means bloodthirsty criminals that just killed somebody can immediately leave custody, go out and kill somebody else, which, by the way, they often do. Under these kinds of woke radical left policies, Atlanta is like a killing field, and your governor ought to get off his ass and do something about it. Just a few weeks ago, 2 13-year-old boys were murdered and an 11-year-old was shot while sitting outside their house in southwest Atlanta. In June, a 47-year-old man, a 69-year-old woman, and a 70-year-old woman were shot in the middle of the day, shot right through the head in the food court of Peachtree Center. What a nice name. In downtown Atlanta, where you can't even walk anymore. The shooter had been previously arrested 11 times, but they think it was 24 times. He'd gone to prison for assault and armed robbery many times. Since I was president, aggravated assaults in Atlanta are up 17%, and there's a 20% increase in shoplifting and a 90% increase in overall crime. Murders are up massively. Murders, you go to the store, I want to buy a loaf of bread, darling. You come back, ma'am, I'm sorry, but your husband's been killed. He went for bread across the street. He's been shot to death, ma'am. Nationwide, there's been a 43% increase in violent crimes since I left office, including a 58% increase in rape, 89% increase in aggravated assault, and a 56% increase in stone-cold robbery. July 4th weekend in Chicago, 117 people were shot. 100, I'm not talking about I'm talking about shot. Not aimed at and missed, but I can guarantee you that number was big. But 117 people were shot. Of the 117, 17 died. Many are going to be incapacitated. They're going to be working for the rest of their lives just to move. Many are paralyzed. Many of those people are paralyzed right now. Nobody ever talks about that. So 117 people shot, 17 died, many very seriously hurt for the rest of their lives. If Kamala wins, it will be crime, chaos, and death all across our country. We're going to have just the opposite. You know, it's up to the governors and the mayors to run things, but with Minnesota, which was a disaster, Minneapolis, the crimes. You remember the CNN reporter? This is a friendly riot. Oh, please, I'd rather not use the word riot. This is a friendly get-together. And behind him, the whole city is burning down. Remember that? Remember, it was like the flames were going like for miles. And then he got hit on the knee with something. I think it was a hand grenade that didn't go off. Remember him with the shaved head? Ding, 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 shaved his head. How do I look? Great. Then he goes down, a hand grenade hits him. How do I look, darling? Oh, you look great. They call it the summer of love, remember? They took over Seattle, 20%. If I didn't have the soldiers ready to go that morning, that Seattle would still be occupied. They actually took over a large percentage of Seattle. Portland, what they did with Portland. You know, I was in the real estate business. I love storefronts, beautiful bronze. I love bronze and beautiful everything. Storefronts, so beautiful. In Portland, you know they have a storefront? Their storefronts have been so decimated, they use old 2x4s with a wooden door. No glass, no windows. It's the worst looking avenue I've ever seen because, and I spoke to people that have shops there, but they don't have them anymore, they've all fled. But the few people that remain, they have wooden storefronts made out of old lumber, and they said, no, anything we put up, including this, will be knocked down the next time, and it happens on a weekly basis. And nobody does anything about it. If I didn't bring out, they knew the military was coming in the next day in Seattle. If they didn't know that, and they fled, they all said, oh, it's about time to get it. You know, when they were doing monuments in Washington, Marjorie knows this, I got an old bill, because I doubt we could ever get Congress to pass one like this. And they were trying to rip down monuments. And then it was Abraham Lincoln. They were going to rip down the monument to Abraham Lincoln. They were ripping down other monuments. They didn't care who it was. They just wanted to destroy our country. And I took this old bill from 1889. Today, you wouldn't have the guts to sign a thing like that, although they should. They should make it even tougher. And it said, if you desecrate or even touch a monument in any way, shape, or form, you go to jail for 10 years, and there's no shortened sentence. There's no shortened sentence. There's no, like, you get 9 years off for good behavior. No, it's 10 years, and you're not allowed to even do that. No judge is allowed to do it. In fact, it was so old when I had I'm saying, this is an old sucker. This thing is old. But I reinstituted it. It was so severe, frankly, that they didn't use it. And then I had a press conference, remember, and I announced anybody, and people were, doing lassos of those gorgeous horses and all the things up there. And yet you saw it the other day. They were doing it again in Washington, D.C. with spray paint into limestone and granite. You know, the limestone, it's a very porous stone. I was very good at this. I was a builder, as you may have heard. And the limestone, that paint goes in there, sucks. In 100 years, you'll see that. There's nothing you can do. It just goes right in. It's very, very porous. It's sand, basically. Beautiful sand, beautiful lions, beautiful monuments, the bells and everything. Desecrated. And I wonder what happened to those people. Probably nothing, right? Probably nothing. What they did tremendous damage. They did tremendous damage. But so I announced this bill, and the bill, I had a press conference to announce it. And I said, 10 years for anybody even touching any of our beautiful monuments. You know what happened? It was a beautiful sight. I saw thousands of asses, only the back, walking out of town. Some were running. They didn't want to do anything. They just wanted to get the hell out of town. And that was the end of the problem. We didn't have any more problem. We had no more problem after that. There was no problem, and that was the end. You didn't hear about it after that, Mr. Congressman, did we? Collins, good speaker he is. He's got a future. Does he have a future, Marjorie? I don't know. Got the look. He's got the hair. Good job. I watched. Good job. We will restore law and order to America. We will bring back public safety to the great state of Georgia, which is doing very badly in that way. And on day one, we will seal the border, stop the invasion, and send the illegal aliens back home, and we'll do it very quickly. Right? For 3.5 years, Border Czar Harris, and again, she refuses to acknowledge that she was the border czar. She was the worst manager we've ever had, ever. And by the way, all of the people in charge of the border, they've all endorsed me. They said he was the greatest president we've ever had. Tom Homan, Brandon Judd, all of those guys, they've all endorsed me. And they said, she's the worst. I mean, it's hard for them to say that, but, they said there's never been anybody so incompetent. For 3.5 years, Border Czar Harris has allowed terrorists and criminals to pour across our wide-open border. And now she's denying it. You can't fall for it. Disinformation. Deny for a year. We'd never done. Nothing happened. We were great. We were so tough. And some people will start to believe it, They used the word brainwash. Did you ever hear the word brainwash? Mitt Romney's father used that word. It wasn't good when he used that word. It destroyed his career. But they were brainwashed. Some people they hear it over and over again. How bad they were, and they say how great a job they did. They did great. They say it again and again, and all of a sudden people... And don't forget, it's not their main thing. They're accountants, they're lawyers, they're taxi drivers, they're carpenters, they're electricians. They hear it over and over again. All of a sudden they say, she was really great on the border, wasn't she? No, she was a disaster. She has destroyed our country. We're going to bring it back, but she has destroyed our country. She's incompetent. They're coming from South America. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from Africa and the Middle East, from prisons and jails. They're coming from all over the world. They're not just coming from South America. Everyone thinks, South America, they want to vote. It's Spanish, and they're going to by the way, we are doing better with the Hispanic population, I think, now than they are. So that's not working out too well. But they're coming from all over the world, not just South America. They're coming from the Congo in Africa. A lot are coming from the Congo, from prisons. Where do you come from? The Congo. Oh, what's your address? We live in prison. What did you do? Murder. Oh. Welcome to the United States of America. It's lovely to you. The only good thing is, I say this all the time, these people are so violent and vicious that are being brought into our country. They're so violent, so vicious, that they make our gang members and bad people and criminals look like the nicest people on earth. So when we see an MS-13 some person now, we say, well, they're not that bad. These are the worst people anywhere in the world coming into our country. They're coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. There's nothing good about it. There's nothing can be made of it. And they're actually trying to get them to sign up and vote. They don't even speak the language. They don't even know where the hell they are. They want them to sign up and vote. And we have the head of our great Republican Party here, and he is not letting it happen wherever you may be. Right? Wherever you may be. Doing a great job. You know that, right? They're coming in, and they're trying to sign them up. Because I used to say, like, only two reasons this could be happening. They hate our country, or they're stupid. Well, they're not stupid, because anybody that can cheat on elections that good is not stupid. And they do, I really believe they do, to a certain extent, hate our country, because, you know, why? But I never really talked about the third reason, because it's so sinister. But they want to sign these people up to vote. And if they do that, this country is destroyed. We've become a dumping ground for the entire world, and we're not going to take it anymore. Just a few months ago, right here in your state, I met with the devastated family, what a beautiful family, of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student, top of her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Her family was, I mean, look, they'll never be the same, incredible family. Kamala Harris let in the savage monster who murdered Laken Riley. He was an illegal alien who was in Border Patrol custody, but under Harris's policies, instead of being deported immediately and fast, he was set free into America. Please enjoy your stay. Laken's blood is on Kamala Harris's hands, and she was in charge of the border. But there are many, many people like that. Laken is not the only one. Kamala is responsible for the death, as though she was standing there watching it herself. She was responsible, and for so many more. 3 days after releasing Laken's killer into the United States, Harris went on television and lied to the American people, saying the border is secure. Quote, the border is secure. What kind of a politician lies to Americans about keeping the border open while precious young girls are being assaulted and killed? And Laken is one where the press was, I mean, very strong on it, but there are thousands of people that are being killed and being criminalized and victimized by these people that are pouring into our country. I call it migrant crime. We now have migrant crime in our country. It's a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's vicious, and it's really bad. Kamala Harris should not be asking for your vote. She should be begging Laken Riley's family for forgiveness, and Joe Biden never would mention her name. You remember when Biden wouldn't mention her name, then all of a sudden, because Laken was really, I mean, that was a big deal. That was a very horrible, just horrific. And he wouldn't mention her name, and then he finally did it, and he called her the wrong name. Lincoln, right? Called her Lincoln. Good coach, Lincoln Riley. Good coach. Maybe that's where it came from, but called her Lincoln. And he was so bad, such a bad precedent. Such a bad president and precedent was set by having him as a president. He was a disaster for this country. You get angry talking about it because it's almost impossible to believe you can be that bad. You know, people like certain people, and I understand it. They could have different beliefs, different policies. Like Ronald Reagan, he had something special about him. There was an aura, right? I didn't agree with him on trade. I didn't think he was as good on trade as he could have been tougher on trade. But he had something special. They all, but this last group, there's nothing they have nothing. I call him Crooked Joe for a reason. He's crooked. I also call him Sleepy Joe. He's sleepy. He's sleepy. He's crooked. He's incompetent. He's dumb. And she's worse. She's worse. If Harris wins, a never-ending stream of illegal alien rapists, MS-13 animals, and child predators will flood into your communities. If I win on day one, we will begin the largest deportation operation in American history. Have no choice. We have no choice. No country can sustain this. We have no choice, and we will immediately expel every single criminal that Baltazar Harris has allowed into our country. No country can sustain it. In a recent CBS poll, 62% of Americans support large-scale deportation, and others are saying it's 83%, 85%, including 53% of Hispanic voters because they see what's happening. By the way, the Hispanic voter and me have like this special relationship. I understand them. They're very entrepreneurial, very smart, but they also understand security better than anybody. And they don't want to have murderers released into our country. They don't want. It's very interesting. When I built, I built massive amounts of the wall. The wall was incredible. We built it, and hundreds of miles of wall, and they wanted it more than anybody because it worked. You know, remember I used to say 2 things work. You know, everything else is obsolete after 2. You do a new computer, in about 3 weeks it's totally obsolete. Nobody wants it. 2 things have never been obsolete: wheels and walls. Wheels work and walls work. And you have a lot of different things becoming obsolete, but the wheel and the walls work. Harris wants to be the president for criminals and illegal aliens. I will be the president for law-abiding Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. And it's no wonder the Democrat Party and their thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them. We're the only ones who are going to be able to stop them. Nobody else is going to be able to stop these lunatics. All of their persecution of me is only happening because I am running for president and leading very big in all of the polls. If I wasn't running for president, I could be vacationing next to one of the many beautiful oceans of the world as the waves come in. Beautiful, but it's boring. I'd rather be with you, figuring out this mess that we've gotten ourselves into. We're going to figure it out. We've got it figured out. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have 2 things we have to do. We have to vote, and we have to make sure that we stop them from cheating, because they cheat like dogs. I don't know if you've heard, but the Georgia State Election Board is in a very positive way. This is a very positive thing, Marjorie. They're on fire. They're doing a great job. 3 members: Janice Johnson, Rick Jeffries, and Janelle King. 3 people are all pit bulls fighting for honesty, transparency, and victory. They're fighting. Are they here? Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Thank you. What a job. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. But we have a couple of other members that aren't so good. We have some that aren't so good, but these three are really doing the job because they don't want to see this happen. That will destroy our country. They just passed a rule for Georgia elections requiring that 3 people at each precinct independently count the total number of ballots before certification. Who could be against that? Who could be against it? Thank you, Janice, very much. That's really amazing. Thank you all. Thank you all. Those are great people. I'd say brave, but I mean, to you, it's like that you got to do what you have to do, right? It's not like a question of brave. They said I was brave 2 weeks ago. I had to do what I had to do. It's not like brave, right? It's just we do the right thing. Go. Thank you. My courage was contagious. Well, your courage is contagious, too. Thank you. Thank you. Nice. It's amazing. People want it. That's what they want. Thank you, Janice. That's great. And those 3 people are incredible. Let me give you the bad news. It's that for whatever reason, Brad Raffensperger and Brian Kemp, your governor, who I got elected, by the way. If it wasn't for me, he would not be your governor. I think everybody knows that. He's a very disloyal person, isn't he? Very disloyal. But these 2 are doing everything possible. Plus, your attorney general would like to see him show up and do something. But, I mean, look at the love and adulation and applause. Because this is like a poll. This is like a poll. We have thousands of people. That's better than going out and paying $500,000 to have some pollster go out and poll 212 people. Look at this. Look at the love they have for Janice. That's what people want. They want to have honest elections and they want to have strong borders. You know? Very simple. But your governor, Kemp, and Raffensperger are doing everything possible to make 2024 difficult for Republicans to win. What are they doing? I don't know. They got something in mind, you know. They got a little something in mind. Kemp is very bad for the Republican Party. He wouldn't do anything. You know, we have Burt Jones over here. We have Burt Jones. All he wanted in the Senate was to have a special resolution passed, and it was all done. Every senator wanted it. Every Republican wanted it. And we have Senator Beach here someplace, too. Where is Senator Beach? Oh, I can't forget him. We can't forget him. A warrior, you know that, and many others in this group. But all they wanted was to have just a special. We want to go over the election. We want to look because there's too many things. And the governor wouldn't sign it. And I knew he would because I got him elected. I sent a young guy over to his office. Would you please have him sign this? And the kid came back. He said, sir, he won't sign. Of course he will. I got him elected. Give me a break. Of course he will. No, he wouldn't. And then I said, well, go back over. Tell him it's for me. It's a good thing, not a bad thing. They want to look into possible election fraud. Wouldn't you say, Senator, that's a good thing, right? They want to look into election fraud. It comes back, sir, I said it was for you. This was a few years later, after I won him the election. Don't forget, I endorsed him, and you had a very good man, Casey Cagle, your lieutenant governor. He was going to win easily. And David Perdue, where's David? I love David, but that was his only mistake. He said, sir, would you endorse a friend of mine, Brian Kemp? I said, who's Brian Kemp? He said, he's a friend of mine, sir. And Sonny came too. This was probably the only mistake of David's life. That was a beauty, David. Thanks, David, I appreciate it. And I endorsed this guy. He was like way down on the list. He was doing terribly. And he immediately, you know, my endorsement means a lot, and I'm very careful with it. And I endorsed him, and he won in a landslide. And then he said, I can't beat Stacey Abrams. I can't beat her. She's going to be too tough. And she felt that too, by the way. She still feels it. You know, she's constantly saying she won the election. She can say it, but I'm not allowed to say it. I'm not allowed to say it. And Michaela, I love you, Michaela. I'm in love with Michaela. Please explain that to Melania. Please explain that to our First Lady. You're fantastic. No, you are a special person. But I endorsed him, and then she said, I can't beat Stacey Abrams. He said that, and his wife said it too. I said, well, you won the nomination, so let's do some big rallies. And I did them out at an airport, massive rallies, 55,000 and 52,000. There may have even been a third, I don't know. I remember 2 monster rallies. And I said, you're going to win. He said, I don't think so, sir. I said, no, you're going to win. I'm telling you, I can tell the vibe of the people. I'm like, I think, David, 287-0 in the last 12 months with endorsements. People respect my endorsement, and I respect them, and I love them. I love them. But so I did these 2 big rallies, and he won. He did win. He won by like 2%. And his wife looked at me and said, thank you, sir. We'll never, ever be able to repay you for what you did. You got my husband the nomination, and then we beat somebody who was unbeatable. You know, she was, in theory, unbeatable. She was the hottest politician in the country at the time. Democrat politician, I would say I was hotter because I was president. So I was hotter now. I'm only kidding, Marjorie. I'm only kidding. Although maybe I'm not kidding, actually. No, she was like the hottest, certainly the hottest Democrat politician in the country. And she was going wild for years. She's still going wild. She can't even believe it. But I got him by doing massive rallies, and I really worked hard. He's the most disloyal guy I think I've ever seen. But think of the wife. We can never repay you for what you've done, sir. We could have never won. And now she said 2 weeks ago that I will not endorse him because he hasn't earned my endorsement. I haven't earned her endorsement. I have nothing to do with her. Somewhere he went bad. And you know what? Your numbers in Georgia are very average. Your crime numbers, your economic numbers, all of your numbers, you're very average. You can do a lot better, and you'll do a lot better with a better governor. You can do a lot better, just so you understand. But I don't want her endorsement. I don't want his endorsement. I just want them to do their job for Georgia. And you know what? He's the governor. He ought to support his Republican Party, because if he doesn't have his Republican Party, I could tell you where he came from, and it wasn't good. And you have a great leader of the Republican Party right here. Stand up, please. He has done an unbelievable job. And he has to work like hell with a governor that doesn't help him. And Raffensperger ought to make sure that the vote is honest. And they don't want the vote to be honest. In my opinion, they want us to lose. That's actually my opinion. And we can't let that happen. Because if we lose Georgia, we lose the whole thing, and our country goes to hell. Because we can't have her be president of the United States. She's grossly incompetent. We can't let that happen. They're the ones, don't forget, who got Fonnie Willis and her lover boy boyfriend all jazzed up. This guy, the governor, you know what? She's an embarrassment to the state of Georgia. He's the governor of Georgia. He ought to do something. Many, many people, their lives have been, forget about me, many people, I'm used to it. It's true. I'm used to fake crap that goes on with these politicians. But many, many people, their lives have been destroyed because of Fonnie, F-A-N-I, Fonnie. You have to pronounce it Fonnie. It's called Fanny. You have to pronounce Fonnie. I don't know how she gets. She should add a little U in there someplace if she wants people to call her. No, her and her lover, right? Lover boy Wade. She hired him because of experience. Paid him almost $1 million a year for experience. He's got great experience. He never did a thing like this in his life. He knew nothing about it. The only thing he knew about was something else. He knew about that. That's all he knew about. He didn't know a damn thing. Do you know him? Have you ever met him? Yeah, a couple of times. You ever see the phone records, phone calls being made at 3 o'clock in the morning, like every single night, phone call from her house? And he said, no, not well. I don't know her well. No. And this governor, I assume, I don't know, he could straighten it out because his state has become a laughingstock over it. And you know what? I love this state. I won this state twice, in my opinion. Once I won, and I did much better the second time. And Bert knows it, and Beach knows it, and everybody else knows it. He could have ended the travesty with a phone call because I did nothing wrong, and neither did all of those good people that are being persecuted. People in their 80s, they signed something, because they see what's going on. I guarantee if I took a vote of this audience, if I said, what do you think? I won't do that. They'll come and indict you if you say that, right? Now, they can say it. Stacey Abrams can say that she won the election is fine. But if we say we won the election, and we did, that's not fine. We can't do it. Hillary Clinton is still complaining about the election, even though she called me up that night and conceded. But Hillary Clinton is constantly complaining about it. Nothing happens to her. We have two sides of justice, and we can't do it anymore. We have to get back to making America great again. We don't have time for this nonsense. I mean, Fani wanted to indict a certain U.S. senator who had nothing at all. He's saying, why are they calling me? I won't use his name because I don't want to hurt him. But she wanted to indict, and somebody along the way stopped her from doing it. She had many, many more people. She was going to indict almost everybody that came into the state for a visit. But Kemp doesn't want to end it because he's a bad guy, he's a disloyal guy, and he's a very average governor. Little Brian Kemp. Bad guy. But think of it. I got this guy, just think, and then that's it. I got this guy nominated, I then got him elected. Without me, he doesn't get nominated and he doesn't get elected. He had no chance of winning either one, and all he had to do is sign something where the Senate would like to look at election integrity. This is an honest man. That's an honest man. They were all honest. They were looking at something very legitimate. And this bad guy said, I'm sorry, sir. I can't do it. I called him. And I said, Brian, they're looking at election integrity. Is there anything you can do? I'm sorry, sir. I can't get involved in that. I said, but Brian, you don't understand. This is a good thing, not a bad thing. I'm sorry, sir. I can't get involved. I've had you up to here, Brian. I've had you up to here. He's a bad guy, and he's not doing this country a good service. People are looking at Georgia with Fani and her lover and all of the other things, saying, what the hell is going on in Georgia? What the hell is going on? The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to let them rig the presidential election in 2024. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communist fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I do. Because I'm being indicted for you. My father and mother are looking down. They were great people. They're saying, my son got indicted like 4 times. Al Capone didn't get indicted 4 times. He would kill you if he didn't like your look. If you looked at him in the slightly, that's a nice shirt. Scarface, Al Capone, the most evil man. He didn't get indicted like Trump. I got indicted for what? I'm protesting an election that was rigged. This guy didn't get indicted. My father would say, but Alphonse Capone didn't get indicted. He killed hundreds of people. If he took you out for dinner, even you, see you two guys, would you stand up with the MAGA black, please? Stand up, please. Look at these two guys. Who the hell is going to mess? Who's going to mess with that? MAGA black. MAGA black. I love them. I like them better than you, Bruce. Now, those are 2 tough cookies. But if Alphonse Capone didn't like you because you insulted him slightly at dinner, that was the end of you fellas, I have to tell you. And he didn't get like me. Think of it. How crazy is the world? And thank you for being here. You're good-looking guys. Better looking than Bruce, I'll tell you right now. Much. Stand up, Bruce. Never forget, thank you. But never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way. So I want to introduce a few warriors, if I could, please. And they're incredible people. They really are. And, you know, every night I do this where I get in trouble because I'm always leaving somebody out. I'm leaving a congressman out. I'm leaving a guy. It's brutal. So I end up going on the internet and thanking him, and I love him and all the stuff, or her. But, you know, it's always tricky. But I know these are people that are here, and I want to just thank them for joining us. Your great Lieutenant Governor, who's really great, Burt Jones. And his father is here. You know, his father's a legend he's a legend, literally, in Georgia, as an incredible politician. And then he left. He didn't lose. He left, and he went into business, and he's been tremendously successful. He really is a legend. His name is Bill Jones. Does anybody know Bill Jones? Bill? Where is Bill? Good. I saw him backstage. He's fantastic. Representative Mike Collins. Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Where is the preacher that was back there talking to me? Where is he? Huh? He went with your father. Oh, your father's smart. I always said that. Stays with those preachers. Rick Allen and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Thank you, Rick. Thanks, Rick. Great job, Rick. Thank you, Marjorie. You know, I've known Marjorie from the beginning, and she's an amazing political person. I don't like to say politician. She's beyond that. She's really loved and respected by so many people. And in Washington, when she calls, they get very nervous. Oh, please. She's fantastic. So I thank you both for being here. Appreciate it. And a future congressman, he'll be one of your best. He's been with me for 8 years. And, you know, he always wanted to be a congressman. Then his district opened up, and he said, do you think I could do it? I said, you have my complete and total endorsement. Brian Jack. Brian Jack. Great guy. He's going to be a great congressman. And it's what he wanted to be. And he's fantastic. You guys are going to love Brian, right, Marjorie? You're going to. Also, we alluded to him and talked about him, but I'm going to talk about him very positively. He was really a great senator. He was a great man in so many different ways. He was respected more than anybody. I mean, everybody respected him in Washington. Very successful businessman that he ran for office, a little bit like the Trump schedule of events. But he was really a fantastic person in Washington, somebody that I was very close to, David Perdue. David, thank you. Doug Collins, will you stand up? Come on. How good was this guy? That's fantastic. See, I'm glad I spotted him. I would have been in big trouble if I didn't mention him. I'm glad. You know, they give me a few names. Who the hell writes these lists out? These people, somebody's getting me in big trouble. It wasn't that way when I had Brian Jack doing this, I'll tell you. I got lucky. And I see somebody that I know very well, one of the truly great members of the King, of the Martin Luther King family, one of the greats. Will you please stand up? I didn't see you. My friend from the beginning, I would have been in such trouble. If I didn't mention you, I would have been in big trouble. Thank you, darling. One of the truly great people. And been with us from the very beginning, I would say, right? Very beginning. Thank you, darling. Boy, am I glad I'm looking over this audience. I don't like this. I'm telling you, this would not have happened if Brian Jack were doing it, which he did for many years. Agriculture Commissioner's done a fantastic job. Tyler Harper. Tyler, thank you very much. Fantastic. Thank you. And John King, Insurance and Safety Fire Commissioner. John, Thank you. Great job, John. Labor Commissioner Bruce Thompson. Bruce? Thank you, Bruce. Public Service Commissioners Bubba. I love Bubba McDonald. I love that name. I want to change my name. And Fitz Johnson. Thank you both. Thank you both. And Elvita. Good. They did have your name down, Elvita. I would have been in trouble if I didn't pick, but I picked it even with. And Richard Wood, Superintendent of Schools, who I hear does a great job. Richard, thank you. Thank you, Richard. Pastor Benny Tate of the Rock Springs Church. Benny, thank you. Bernie Carrick. Does anybody know Bernie Carrick? Where's Bernie? Stand up, Bernie. He's the cleanest man in this room. You know that. Bernie's a great guy. He was a great commissioner in New York. He's a fantastic man. A well-known local artist with a beautiful painting, Art Lanta. Where is Art? Oh, wow. Wow. That is beautiful. I wasn't going to bring him up. Then I saw the painting. I said, come on up, because maybe he'll give it to me. Wow. Come on up. That's okay. Thank you very much. Wow, that's fantastic. Wow. Wow. Whoa. Good. That's a real artist. I brought him up because I thought he was going to give it to me. He didn't give it to me. He just got me to sign it. I got nothing out of that. Hey, Michaela, I know you spoke. Just come up for a second. Come on. This young woman, I walked into, I don't know what the hell restaurant it was, but I walked into this restaurant. And we do it very quietly. We don't announce it. That's for, security reasons, everything. I walked in. She's behind the counter, and she didn't know I was coming. And she goes, it's President Trump. She looks at me. It's President Trump. You saved my college. And I said, how the hell do you know that? She said, this one is so smart, so sharp. She grabbed me. She gave me a kiss. I said, I think I'm never going back home to the First Lady.
You were supposed to keep that quiet.
See, now, for the average politician, that's death. For me, I don't care. I just want to tell you, you are an unbelievable person with a great personality. You lit up the whole room. You lit up the whole room. I said, weeks later, I'd go, who is that person that was so incredible? She knew everything about me. She had no idea I was coming. She knew everything about me. And the historically black colleges and universities, I gave millions and millions, billions of dollars to. They kept coming back, and I said, why are you doing this? And we gave them long-term funding. And she knew that because she said her college, she loved her college. She said it was so great, right? You loved it.
The illustrious CAU.
Yeah, that's right. She loved her college, and she said, you saved my college. What was your college? Tell them.
The illustrious Clark Atlanta University.
And it was so impressive, and I felt so good, because she really did. She really said, I said, did you like the college? She said, no, I loved that school. I loved that college, and that's what it's all about. But you are an incredible person. I think you have a tremendous future. I really do.
Thank you.
And I'll do whatever I can to help you, okay? Thank you, Dan. Thank Thank you very much. Great job.
Thank you.
You want to say something else?
Man,
No.
you know, I thought I was done. But I do want to add on to some of the remarks that were made by others, and we do need to do our best to get the message out there. The fight is nothing if all we do is talk about it amongst ourselves. So with that being said, since you said you'd help me, shameless plug, if y'all need anybody to knock doors, make phone calls, wave signs, get people out to the polls, call me at Conserve the Culture. Because not only do I mobilize the HBCU students so that they may get this message, but I'm the best person when it comes to black engagement in the black community. And nobody needs this message more than my folks. So do y'all care for real? Are y'all with us for real? ConserveTheCulture.com for any and all inquiries. Y'all can follow me at Miss Kayla, baby. I'm going to give it back to Big T. Last thing, make sure you guys tune in to my podcast dropping soon on the Patriots Prayer Network. Thank you all.
She's great. Thank you. That's a great person, great woman. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. From the moment we take back the White House from Kamala and Crooked Joe, and he's crooked as a $4 bill, I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable again. Thanks to Kamala Harris's tie-breaking vote here in Atlanta, you suffered the highest inflation of any city in the country last year. Good job, Governor. Great job, Governor. Under Kamala, the typical Georgia family has lost $28,000 in inflation and to inflation hikes. To bring down the prices of all goods, we will stop the Biden-Harris war on American energy. American energy is such a big deal. We will drill, baby, drill. We'll get that number down. We'll bring energy prices down. Everything else will float with it. We will terminate the Green New Scam, and I will end the Biden-Harris electric vehicle mandate right on day one. It will be ended. We will pass massive tax cuts for workers, and that includes no tax on tips, Michaela. To further protect Georgia workers, I will revoke China's most favored nation's trade status. I will pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. If China or any other country makes us pay a 100 or 200% tariff, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff of 100 or 200% right back. You heard us, we heard you. It's an eye for an eye. We'll take in a fortune, and they'll stop doing it before I even arrive at the Oval Office shortly after we win the presidency. I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, and I will prevent, and I'm the only one that's going to do it, 100% will prevent World War III, which is very close to happening. I will restore peace through strength, and in my next term, we will build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over our country, a dome like none other, like nobody has ever seen before, and it will all be made in the USA, and much of it will be made in the great state of Georgia. And I will not cut 1 cent from Social Security or Medicare. I kept that promise 4 years ago, and I will keep it again. And seniors will not pay taxes on Social Security. We are going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they have ever been before. We will take over the horribly run capital of our nation in Washington, D.C., and clean it up, renovate it, rebuild our capital city so there's no longer a nightmare of murder and crime. We're going to stop the murder and crime. You go down from your state, you end up getting mugged, murdered in our capital. It'll be run tough and strong by our great police officers, but rather, we will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world. I could say again, but it's been so badly run for so long, I almost don't want to say again. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the shoulders of our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I will keep men out of women's sports, if that's okay. If Kamala Harris gets in, the travesty that is taking place at the Paris Olympics will come to America when we host the Los Angeles Olympics. And by the way, which I was president, we happened to get it. I was the president. I also got you a thing called the World Cup, which is coming very soon. I might as well say it myself because nobody else will say it. But I got them both, and you're going to have a lot of fun with it, I hope. Harris is a radical trans activist, and she is the candidate of letting men beat up women in the name of tolerance. But you look at what's happening over in Paris, it will never happen here. I will never let it happen. I will get all males off your daughter's soccer teams and volleyball teams and get them out of your locker rooms once and for all. That's going to be cleaned up, and we will fight to make sure that the LA Olympics protects women and protects girls. I will fully uphold the Second Amendment, and we will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech in our country. We don't have free speech any longer. And very importantly, I will, and this is so, to me, so important, what we've been through in this country, I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID. But until then, Republicans must win. We want a landslide that's too big to rig. Too big to rig. If you want to save America, get your friends, get your family, get everyone you know and vote. Vote early, vote absentee, vote on election day. Do whatever you want, but you have to vote. And if you want to help us ensure election integrity, please sign up, protectthevote.com. Protectthevote.com. So, in conclusion, from Marietta to Macon, from Savannah to Columbus, from Augusta to right here in Atlanta, we inherit the legacy of red-blooded American patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears to defend our country and defend our freedom. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the ocean, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up those great, big, beautiful skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, lost its willpower, and lost its strength. We are a nation that has lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. With our leadership, every disaster Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have created can be fixed, and it will be fixed very quickly. Every problem can be solved, and every wrong can be rectified. By this time next year, America's borders will be strong, sealed, and secure. Inflation will be in full retreat. Our economy will be roaring back. It's going to be roaring back. Optimism will be surging. The American dream will be thriving again for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. Law and justice will reign all throughout our land. Freedom will be restored. The flame of liberty will be burning bright. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, the worst administration in the history of our country, will be a fading memory of the past. And our great silent majority, including the once forgotten men and women of our country, will be the one shaping America's magnificent future when I am the 47th President of the United States. Because we are all Americans, and together we will show November 5th to be the most important day in the history of our country. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Georgia. God bless you all. Go out and vote. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, and welcome to the Wednesday evening. This is day 3, night 3, evening 3, phase 3, whatever you wish to call it, of the Crusade Radio Network's coverage of the 2024 Republican National Convention. I am your host for the evening, Mike Church, host of the Mike Church Show, 6 to 9 a.m. right here on the Crusade Radio Network. Please download our app in the Google Play or iTunes Store today. Search for Crusade Radio Network. And we are glad to be here with you today. This is our third night. Last night was the biggest night, obviously, with a flourish of great speeches to end a otherwise kind of boilerplate political jargon campaigning, but Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Ron DeSantis, the women whose children were killed by fentanyl or by maniacs led into the country by the Biden regime, and of course Vivek Ramaswamy, MAGA Swamy, and there was about a half a dozen speeches in there last night that brought down the House and were very, very, very good. Monday night was a big night for congressional candidates, and there were good talks. I'd say this convention is probably the best one that I've ever covered, and it has all the fingerprints of Trump all over it. It's well organized, well done. Nothing is left to chance. Kind of like in Jurassic Park, spad no expense. So it's been a good convention. There are some things, of course, in any convention when you have that many speakers coming up over that amount of period of time, where you're going to find disagreement with, man, really, did you have to do that? But overall, a solid thumbs up on this one. And again, I'll just reiterate last night, my favorite. If you made me pick one, I'd say Vivek Ramaswamy. But in my heart of hearts, I thoroughly enjoyed Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I really think that there is if she wants it, she's also a good wife and a good mom. So if she wants it, there's a really, really bright future for that woman somewhere. But a Tiger Woods fist bumping close to last night. Now, let me punctuate everything that's going on here today with the news. Oh, my folks. You need to keep a tune here. I broke in 4 times today with news blasts because the attempt by the Biden regime, the deep state, Klaus Schwab, and all of the stockholders, whoever it was or whoever it is that is behind this, the narrative is crumbling. The digital era and the internet is torching. And I guess this must be some really old guys that organized this hit in the CIA and the FBI who still think that things disappear on the internet. This is not 1963, and things aren't disappearing. I bet they're patting themselves on the back Saturday, thinking that they had so very well scrubbed all the life history of Matthew Thomas Crooks, and that they had covered all their bases. There was no news being leaked out. Everyone was on the same page. Lone gunmen. I mean, it's almost as though, like, hey, I got it. We'll work up a number 6 on them. Number six, I'm not familiar with. Well, that's where we go. We're riding into town, a whomping and a whooping, and pretending like we're going to kill Trump like we killed Kennedy. In a conference call today, Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, and I'm just going to paraphrase here, I don't have the actual quote here in front of me, but I can tell you what I heard Ron Johnson say on Fox News earlier this evening or this afternoon. He said he was stunned at the lack of candor from the FBI and the Secret Service agent or Secret Service official, you'll see, that was on the call. The members of the United States Senate and the House of Representatives were told, submit your questions in writing, bozos. We're not taking oral questions. They took 4 questions, 4, in a 1-hour closed-loop, closed-door meeting that everyone was sworn to secrecy over. This prompted Speaker of the House, Zion King Mike Johnson, to promise that a special congressional task force will be appointed, will be brought into law by statute, okay? Then they will convene a committee, probably the Judiciary Committee, I would imagine, and they will vote for committee members and a name for the committee and an officers and what have you, and then they will appoint those officers, they'll swear them in. At that point in time, the Special Congressional Task Force has plenary subpoena powers. So at that time, Johnson said, he goes, according to the rules of the House, we could subpoena anyone and they have to obey. And we're going to subpoena the Secret Service, the FBI, the DHS, and all agencies that were involved. In another stunning move, Alejandro Mayorkas has forbidden Kim Cheadles, the director of the Secret Service, from testifying. Now, she has been. James Comer issued a subpoena about 1 p.m. this afternoon, Eastern Standard Time. The hearing is to be on Monday. There are others that have been subpoenaed. The immediate reaction that I have seen is that Mayorkas is not going to allow Cheadles to testify, and Cheadles is going to be told to not show up. Now, why you would do this, if you did your job and the only thing that got in your way was the slope of the roof and the dumb Hick-Hayseed County Mounties who didn't do their job securing the perimeter, you see. Another lie. Folks, the whole thing is crumbling down around them. I want to take you to Martha McCollum's show this afternoon on Fox News. The gentleman's name is, his last name is Natali. He is a commissioner, Edward Natali. He is a commissioner of the Butler Township of Butler, Pennsylvania, of the Township of Butler, Pennsylvania. I love that it's called a township. He is a commissioner. He said he has sat by and he has watched his cops be beaten up, slandered, and lied about in the press and by the Secret Service. I must also, before we play this, I must retract because the Crusade Channel and the Mike Church Show had taken the Daily Mail's reporting to say that the police had been, that the local police had been assigned to the security around the Ms. Pac-Man perimeter. If you don't know what the Ms. Pac-Man perimeter is, look up the perimeter of Butler Township Trump rally. And you will see a circle with a pie, a slice of pie cut out of it, just like a Pac-Man would be running through the Pac-Man maze, eating the little dot. Okay, so this news, Mr. Edward Natali went out last night on his own social media and broke the news. Okay, that's it. I'm breaking my silence. This is wrong. This is a lie. It's not true. Here is what the Butler Township Police Department and the county Mounties were actually tasked with doing by the Secret Service.
Local officials in Pennsylvania claim that their local enforcement were on hand for traffic duty. 7 officers that were told, okay, you folks are going to be assigned to the traffic dealing with this rally. And it flies in the face of what we've been hearing from federal officials. So joining me now on the phone is Edward Natale, Butler, Pennsylvania Township Commissioner. He was elected to that position in 2021. He tells us he does not have a law enforcement background. Mr. Natale, thank you very much for being here today. It's good to have you with us.
Martha, thank you very much for reaching out to me.
So tell me what your understanding is of what the local law enforcement's responsibility is, because clearly the head of the United States Secret Service has suggested that that area was going to be covered by local officials.
Well, yes, and honestly, Martha, that's what prompted me to, I guess, post. I'd like to let the dust settle after an event like this, but what prompted me to post and on the social media platform last night, and of course, obviously, talk to you today, is that our local Butler Township Police, their duties that were assigned to them, and we have an operational plan that details all that, were strictly traffic detailed. They were not required or not detailed to any security detail related to the event. It's strictly traffic to help people coming in and out of the event. If there is an emergency, those type of things. We saw the number of people, the number of cars at the event. And I was so frustrated and quite frankly hit my limit again last night when I saw, again, Secret Service says it was the responsibility of the local police department. That's absolutely not correct.
Yeah, the local police department is not the entity in charge of the safety and protection of a president or a former president. But once this started to happen, once this shooting began to unfold, the local officers did then try to assist, try to see if they could do anything, right?
That is absolutely correct. Local officers that were in the general area, again, performing their assigned detail, once they had some information over there that was transferred to their comms, they went over to look for the suspect that was identified and were going around the building. In fact, you can see them on the video, one of the officers, and people were pointing, he's up on the roof. Well, we had 2 officers. There was no ladder in the area. We had 2 which is, I want to correct that.
No,
there was no
ladder in the area.
But 2 officers, one was lifting the other one up. I mean, you can see the pitch of the roof, which is not that steep. We can get to that in a few minutes. But to the edge of the roof for them to try to look up and to see where the suspect is, the officer that's being lifted, he is using both hands to grab the edge of the roof to try to pull himself up. In that process, he exposes himself. The shooter turns and points his gun at him. Obviously, he is not in a position. He's pulling himself up with both hands to wield his gun. So obviously, he fell back. He actually, in the process of falling back, he ended up injuring himself. He was not retreating. If he was in a position to engage the shooter, he would have done so. And and that message that's out there is disgusting.
Did you, that's new information.
It's completely new information, folks.
Last question for you. We're seeing reporting that Crooks's parents reported that he was missing and called the local police. Can you shed any light on that?
No, I cannot. Obviously, I just heard that, I'll say, within the last few hours, so I can't shed any light on that.
So there you have it, folks. More breaking news here. I can't keep up with it. My head's about to. It literally would be Reagan Blair's in The Exorcist if it wasn't on a firm swivel. Biden was supposed to do a campaign rally in Las Vegas today. Biden was supposed to do a rally today. Moments ago, the New York Post broke the story, so they must have a source inside the Biden regime. This is 6:09 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so that was 35 minutes ago. The story has been broken. Biden tests positive for COVID, cancels speech. It's July. It's not flu season. Again, they think we're all stupid. We know why people get flus in the winter. The sun goes at a lower angle, It barely penetrates the vitamin D3, which is generated by direct exposure to sunlight, and UV sunlight is not produced, especially when you get above 43 degrees northern latitude. This is when vitamin D is necessary for the protection of cells. It's why you get flus in the winter, because it's, as Dr. Ryan Cole says, who's been a guest on this show and on this network, you shouldn't call it flu season. We should call it vitamin D deficiency season. Well, Biden's been hiding out in a tanning bed every day. Now, I know it's not sunlight UV light, but it is UV light. Those are UV lights that they use to make fake tans. So he's been getting quadruple doses of vitamin D. Why on earth would he get the flu? And why are they testing him for COVID? If you watch the video footage of Biden trying to mount the stairs to get onto Air Force One this morning, you would be shocked. You would say, somebody going up there and grab the old man before he falls backwards down the steps and literally breaks his neck.
Why wasn't he wearing a mask either?
True. Where was the Biden signature double mask?
At risk.
Folks, he got it. Okay, let me describe the video to you. If they show it again on Fox News, I'll tell Maggie to. There it is, right there, Maggie. Click over to monitor 3. All right, watch when he gets to the top. Watch this, folks. Watch this. This is today. Okay, they cut it. You know what? They probably have been.
I'm playing it.
Oh, that's you playing it. Okay, so watch him walk. So this is from CNN, actually. Okay, you see he's on the steps. He's getting up there at Force One. Okay, he's up 3 steps and he stops. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And he stops. And he gingerly makes his way up to 13, 14, and 15. The event has been canceled in Vegas again, and this is pretty suddenly. It's incredible what's happening here. As the regime finally about to throw the towel in. I would also like to share with you at this juncture here, I want to take you, I subscribe to a lot of Substacks on you guys' behalf, so you don't have to. I read a lot of them during the course of the day as much as I can, especially when they're very interesting. And I would like to take you to the pages of Dr. Naomi Wolf's Outspoken with Dr. Naomi Wolf. I don't agree with Dr. Naomi Wolf on about 65% of what she publishes and posts. She did work for the Clinton administration. She was a speechwriter for Bill Clinton. She was one of the upper echelon campaign managers for Vice President Gore's ill-fated run in 2000. She was at that highest level there in the White House and with the presidential candidate. So she knows how the Secret Service works events. And Dr. Wolf has written a piece today, Lady McBiden. Trump assassination attempt. Does Dr. Jill Biden need to be questioned? Now, I read the entire piece today, and what her claim basically is that the now infamous, spontaneous, last-minute trip of Jill Biden to some high tea party in Pittsburgh that necessitated, supposedly, the pulling off of the detail of the A-team Secret Service agents from Trump who were in nearby Butler Township in Butler County, Pennsylvania, to Jezebel Jill Biden's, again, spontaneous event. Well, Naomi Wolf says, BS, there is no such thing as a spontaneous event. You can't do it. They won't let you. The Secret Service won't let you do a spontaneous event. She says that, okay, I see that the current media and White House spin is that the First Lady spontaneously decided to speak in an event promoted for at least a week in advance, a Sons and Daughters of Italy event for 200 at the Rivers Casino in North Pittsburgh. I state, and anyone who has worked with in the or with a White House can confirm or else challenge this, that there can be no such thing as a spontaneous addition to the schedule on the campaign trail. FLOTUS or POTUS, First Lady of the United States, President of the United States, can't spontaneously change the schedule. An event is proposed during a campaign by the campaign manager, Julie Chavez Rodriguez, as Biden's campaign mangler. Interestingly, she formerly worked for him in the White House as senior advisor and White House director of intergovernmental affairs and Joe Biden presidential administration. Jennifer O'Malley Dillon is President Biden campaign chairwoman. She, too, was shifted over from the White House as she was senior advisor and White House director of intergovernmental affairs. Biden, president of Joe Biden presidential administration. And then there was another, she lists a couple other people. And then she says both the campaign director and the chief of staff are reacting to requests, which are nonstop from donors, grassroots groups, other politicians, etc. For the principal, meaning POTUS or FLOTUS, these requests go to the scheduler for both the White House team and the campaign. She gives a whole chain of command of how you schedule an event. You can't do one spontaneously. Then after you do all that, you have to go figure out which department's toes you may be stepping on by showing up at this event. Let's say it's the Department of State. You have to submit that then to someone at the State Department, and they'll go yay or nay. They'll want a copy of the speech. They'll go, like, you can't say that. And the reason is because we have ongoing détente with Nigeria or whatever, and we can't have you spilling the beans or talking down about any of the people that are on our diplomatic team. So any event that is scheduled by POTUS or FLOTUS is scheduled usually weeks in advance, if not double-digit days in advance. The Secret Service is then given the plan. Just what I told you this morning on the show, and I didn't even know this. I just from the knowledge I've acquired over 33 years of doing this. And then the Secret Service will go like, okay, where do we have perimeter weaknesses? Where do we need to be strong? Where do we need to have snipers? Where do we need to have guard dogs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So Dr. Naomi Wolf says, and we have talked about this here on the Mike Church Show, is Biden actually running the regime? No, he's not. So who is? Jill, the power-mad, power-hungry Jezebel Jill. By the way, baby crack whore Hunter, Biden, has moved back into the White House. He's giving daddy advice, supposedly. Maybe he's not giving daddy advice. Maybe he's giving mommy advice. And what is their advice? Don't you dare relinquish power. The old man stays in to the end. We don't care if we have to weekend at Bernie's him. We don't care. We have to taxidermy the old bastard. He stays in to the end. We're not surrendering. So Dr. Naomi Wolf says, well, if Trump's enemy is not Biden, because he don't even know who his enemy is, well, then who is his enemy? And she comes to the conclusion. She says, it's the First Lady. It would only make sense then, if it were the First Lady, as the theory now goes, that Jezebel Jill seized the opportunity. Now, by the way, I looked this up on all of your behalf. Again, we never stop working for you guys. Trump's Butler, Pennsylvania rally, I have the press release right here, was announced on July the 3rd. Okay? July the 3rd. That gave the Secret Service 10 days to prepare. 10 days to prepare. So I have the news story right here. This is from WPXI, and I guess this is outside Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Former President Trump, the whole rally in Butler County this month, dated July 3rd, 2024, 8:23 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Former President Donald Trump is holding a rally in Butler County this month. He will speak at the Butler Farm Show at 5 p.m. on Saturday, July the 13th, exactly as it was planned. Doors open at 1 p.m. Tickets are first come, first serve. Download the free and then there's all this on there. Okay, so now we have the date. I was wondering what the date was. That means nobody can make the excuse that the Secret Service did not have adequate time to prepare for the security for this event. They had 10 days. The Trump campaign gave them 10 days. Booked it on July the 3rd. And by the way, that's just the date it was announced. So you can, based on Dr. Naomi Wolf's piece today on her Substack, you can then kind of fill in the blanks that the Trump campaign was probably planning the Butler County, Pennsylvania, at least 5 days, we'll just give a number, at least 5 days prior to that to get all the boxes checked, to see to it, okay, Secret Service, can we go here? We have a detail. Butler County, can you host it? You have another event. Where can we land a plane? Is it possible, et cetera, et cetera? They would have done all this before announcing the event, is the point. So 10 days is ample time to plan security for an event. If you need to have reinforcements flown in or drive in or whatever, or hire them, whatever the case may be, there's plenty of time to do all of that. Well, then how was there such a catastrophic, epic failure? We now know that the Biden regime has been lying since Sunday. The Secret Service and Nicholas Galgemi, the spokesman for the Secret Service, have been out there ladling out lies, saying that the U.S. says that the United States Secret Service was not responsible for they drew a perimeter up, they released the sketch, and they said outside of this perimeter, we assign this to local LEO. Well, we now know, thanks to Mr. Natale, Edward Natale of the Butler Township of Pennsylvania, we now know that that is a bald-faced lie. That is not true. So my question, I have so many questions. Number one, how did they think they were going to get away with this? It's just almost like an episode of Scooby-Doo. And I'd have gotten away with it if it hadn't been for those meddling internet kids. If it hadn't been for those pesky white kids, I'd have gotten away with it. You have to ask the question, in so bold and audacious of a move to try to remove your enemy, did they care if they got caught? Because I'm going to tell you right now, I've been doing this for a long time. You know the term sacrificial lamb. They are going to offer someone up in DHS, FBI, or SS as tribute. Somebody is going to be burned at a stake and is going to be held responsible for this, and it's probably not going to be the person that's actually responsible for it. So that's where we find ourselves tonight on this 17th of July, the feast of the Carmelite martyrs of Compiègne. These 17 Carmelite nuns who were, this is a good one. Have you seen this one?
Every element increased after you learned of this.
This is Michelle Cheadle.
What we increased was what we felt was appropriate for the former president and for that particular event on that day.
That sounds like a no.
I am not saying a no at all.
Now there's a lot of lawmakers calling for her to be.
I'm not saying that I knew that I knew everything, but at the time we thought it was adequate. There's no way you thought it was adequate. There's not a retired Secret Service agent alive that thinks that it was adequate. There is not a member of any special operations or any event security detail that's ever worked one of these things that thinks that you had it adequately covered, ma'am. As a matter of fact, the dangerous slippery roof that people were going to slide off of because of the pitch of the roof, did you see it today? They had a janitor up there in white shrimp boots pressure washing it.
So when it's wet.
It's fine. You won't slip off and fall. But when it's dry, I mean, folks, this whole thing is just. Tonight on the coverage of the RNC, let me tell you what we have coming up, or what we are told. J.D. Vance will be introduced to the convention and to the United States of America and to the voters. He is said that his speech is going to contain some history of some of his hillbilly elegy. I have been told by Mike Parrott and others that actually know Vance that Vance is an intellectual heavyweight. That this guy is no slouch. He's a pretty good public speaker. He doesn't take crap. And he's a lot smarter than these people that are throwing him under the bus or making him out to be. So we'll wait for that. Also tonight, Kaya, however they pronounce it, Kaya Trump, the granddaughter of Donald John Trump. That's Donald John Trump Jr.'s daughter. Will make her world debut and will speak at the convention tonight. We're also told that Texas Governor Greg Abbott will make an appearance tonight. And of course, I'm sure they'll have lots of other mildly famous speakers in there. Right now, Representative Brian Mast is there. We will, of course, keep tabs on the entirety of what's going on with the investigation into the attempted assassination. Folks, this is desperate times for the Democrat Party. Earlier today, I didn't even get to this one for you. Earlier today, shifty melonhead Adam Schiff, a criminal in his own league, criminal of the highest order. He's the Lex Luthor of the last 6 Congresses. Adam Schiff called for regime leader Biden to quit. Now, of course, the reason Schiff is doing this is because Steve Garvey is polling within the margin of error in that Senate race out in California. You put a surging, sympathetic Donald Trump on the ballot. You send him out there to go campaign for Garvey, and you have Robert Francis Kennedy Jr. on the ballot, and Schiff is looking at a crushing senatorial defeat. And the fact that maybe it's even possible with RFK Jr. on the ballot and with a shoddy turnout for regime leader Biden, that Trump is actually puts California in play. So Schiff's going like, no, old man, you got to go. No, sir, I run this show. This is an absolutely incredible move, ladies and gentlemen. Schiff is in the minority. He was only the chairman of the Justice, or no, he wasn't Judiciary Committee. I'm trying to remember which, was it Foreign Affairs? Because Nadler was the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. He was the chairman of a committee. He doesn't have that many years in. This guy is not the highest ranking Democrat that there is out there. Schumer would be the guy. When Schumer goes out there and blows the whistle, says, well, I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna die. No, Joey, you're gonna have to bow out there. No, you can't run. You're ruining everything for all the candidates down the line there. So for Schiff to be coming out, of course, that is a move to protect Schiff. That's not a move to protect Biden or anyone else. Now, here's the question. Are the Democrats going to ask for Biden to stop being president? Or you're just going to say, look, old man, you can serve your term out. Jill's running the show anyway, but you're not running for president.
56 seconds ago, Schumer just told Biden it'd be better for the country if you step
Oh, Maggie has breaking news. Give me the breaking news here. Folks, pay attention. History's being made right in front of your eyes.
Justin from Disclose.tv and Post Millennial. Senate Majority Leader Schumer told Biden it would be better for the country if he ended his re-election bid, and that's according to ABC News.
It's over, folks. The Biden regime is done. It's cooked. Stick a fork in it. It's toast. He will not survive the majority leader of the United States Senate calling for him to resign. And let me tell you how I know that, because the minority leader of the United States Senate in 1973 or 1974, his name was Frank Church. Frank Church told Richard M. Nixon, dude, if they come over here with charges against you from the House to impeach you, from what I know of what you did and what is publicly known, I will vote to impeach you. What did Nixon do? 72 hours later, he was gone. Ford was sworn in as the president. Shocking and stunning news that you're all hearing now. Let the record reflect 6:03 and change p.m. on the 17th of July, 2024. President, regime leader Joseph Robinette Biden has just been told by the majority leader of the United States Senate it would be best for the United States, as if the people care what's best for the U.S. No, it'd be best for them. Properly put. Let me tell you, if it'd be best for me. I mean, if it'd be best for the country if you would step aside. Let's go to the convention floor. Representative Nancy Mace is speaking.
Carolina. At the age
No. And welcome to the Wednesday evening. This is day 3, night 3, evening 3, phase 3. Whatever you wish to call it, of the Crusade Radio Network's coverage of the 2024 Republican National Convention. I am your host for the evening, Mike Church, host of the Mike Church Show, 6 to 9 a.m. right here on the Crusade Radio Network. Please download our app in the Google Play or iTunes Store today. Search for Crusade Radio Network. And we are glad to be here with you today. This is our third night. Last night was the biggest night obviously with a flourish of great speeches to end a otherwise kind of boilerplate political jargon campaigning, but Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Ron DeSantis, the women whose children were killed by fentanyl or by maniacs led into the country by the Biden regime, and of course Vivek Ramaswamy, MAGA Swami, and there was about a half a dozen speeches in there last night that brought down the House and were very, very, very good. Monday night was a big night for congressional candidates, and there were good talks. I'd say this convention is probably the best one that I've ever covered, and it has all the fingerprints of Trump all over it. It's well organized, well done. Nothing is left to chance. Kind of like in Jurassic Park, spad no expense. So it's been a good convention. There are some things, of course, in any convention when you have that many speakers coming up over that amount of period of time, where you're going to find disagreement with, man, really, did you have to do that? But overall, a solid thumbs up on this one. And again, I'll just reiterate last night, my favorite. If you made me pick one, I'd say Vivek Ramaswamy. But in my heart of hearts, I thoroughly enjoyed Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I really think that there is if she wants it, she's also a good wife and a good mom. So if she wants it, there's a really, really bright future for that woman somewhere. But a Tiger Woods fist bumping close to last night. Now, let me punctuate everything that's going on here today with the news. Oh, my folks. You need to keep a tune here. I broke in 4 times today with news blasts because the attempt by the Biden regime, the deep state, Klaus Schwab, and all of the stockholders, whoever it was or whoever it is that is behind this, the narrative is crumbling. The digital era and the internet is torching. And I guess this must be some really old guys that organized this hit in the CIA and the FBI who still think that things disappear on the internet. This is not 1963. And things aren't disappearing. I bet they're patting themselves on the back Saturday, thinking that they had so very well scrubbed all the life history of Matthew Thomas Crooks, and that they had covered all their bases. There was no news being leaked out. Everyone was on the same page. Lone gunmen. I mean, it's almost as though like, hey, I got it. We'll work up a number 6 on them. Number six, I'm not familiar with. Well, that's where we go. We're riding into town, a whomping and a whooping and pretending like we're going to kill Trump like we killed Kennedy. In a conference call today, Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, and I'm just going to paraphrase here, I don't have the actual quote here in front of me, but I can tell you what I heard Ron Johnson say on Fox News earlier this evening or this afternoon. He said he was stunned at the lack of candor from the FBI and the Secret Service agent or Secret Service official, you see, that was on the call. The members of the United States Senate and the House of Representatives were told, submit your questions in writing, bozos. We're not taking oral questions. They took 4 questions. 4. In a 1-hour closed-loop, closed-door meeting that everyone was sworn to secrecy over. This prompted Speaker of the House, Zion King, Mike Johnson, to promise that a special congressional task force will be appointed, will be brought into law by statute, okay? Then they will convene a committee, probably the Judiciary Committee, I would imagine, and they will vote for committee members and a name for the committee and an officers and what have you, and then they will appoint those officers, they'll swear them in. At that point in time, a special congressional task force has plenary subpoena powers. So at that time, Johnson said, he goes, according to the rules of the House, we could subpoena anyone and they have to obey. And we're going to subpoena the Secret Service, the FBI, the DHS, and all agencies that were involved. In another stunning move, Alejandro Mayorkas has forbidden Kim Sheetles, the director of the Secret Service, from testifying. Now, she has been. James Comer issued a subpoena about 1 p.m. this afternoon, Eastern Standard Time. The hearing is to be on Monday. There are others that have been subpoenaed. The immediate reaction that I have seen is that Mayorkas is not going to allow Sheetles to testify, and Sheetles is going to be told to not show up. Now, why you would do this, if you did your job and the only thing that got in your way was the slope of the roof and the dumb Hick-Hayseed County Mounties who didn't do their job securing the perimeter, you see. Another lie. Folks, the whole thing is crumbling down around them. I want to take you to Martha McCollum's show this afternoon on Fox News. The gentleman's name is, his last name is Natali. He is a commissioner, Edward Natali. He is a commissioner of the Butler Township of Butler, Pennsylvania, of the Township of Butler, Pennsylvania. I love that it's called a township. He is a commissioner. He said he has sat by and he has watched his cops be beaten up, slandered, and lied about in the press and by the Secret Service. I must also, before we play this, I must retract because the Crusade Channel and the Mike Church Show had taken the Daily Mail's reporting to say that the police had been, that the local police had been assigned to the security around the Ms. Pac-Man perimeter. If you don't know what the Ms. Pac-Man perimeter is, look up the perimeter of Butler Township Trump rally. And you will see a circle with a pie, a slice of pie cut out of it, just like a Pac-Man would be running through the Pac-Man maze, eating the little dot. Okay, so this news.
United States, we're the ones who need it most. Let the rest of the world help us for change.
Thank you.
Rebuild America.
Wow. All right, Scottsdale. It's good to be in Scottsdale. It's good to be in the great state of Arizona. And in just 3 short days, we are going to return the White House back to the American people. We're going to make Donald J. Trump the next president of the United States. Now, I want to thank Don, of course, for that incredible start. I always hate following Donald Trump Jr., but I can't be too pissed off because I did ask him to speak first. So it's kind of my fault. I got to follow my friend Don. But look, Don, the thing about not just the president, but the family has sacrificed so much in the name of service to this country. And, you know, I think it's a great credit to the United States of America. It's a great credit to the Republican Party. And it's a great credit to all of us that Don is here fighting to take back the country and fighting to give the American people a president that is actually fit to lead this great country. I know we have the great Senate candidate, Kari Lake. Kari, where are you? I think Kari may have had to step out, but Kari, thank you so much for your leadership and for doing everything that you're doing. Let's go get Kari Lake over the finish line, please, Arizona. We can't do this alone. We can't solve every problem, of course, but we can't even govern effectively unless we've got the right allies in Washington, D.C. Right now, you guys have a far-left radical running, pretending to be a moderate, Ruben Gallego, and on the other side, you've got somebody who's actually going to fight for the people of Arizona. Let's send a fighter for the people of Arizona, the United States Senate. We're thrilled to be joined by Gina Swoboda. Gina, thank you so much for being here and for your leadership. Good to see you. We've also got Arizona Senate candidate Corrine Warner. Corrine, where are you? Say hello. Thank you, Corrine. And then finally, we've got Arizona State House Representative Steve Montenegro. Where are you, Steve? Thank you for your leadership, man. God bless you. Now, I was talking backstage with Charlie Kirk, and Charlie Kirk told me, love Charlie, you know, he left just a few minutes ago, and he told me he's got 3 more events just in this area of the state of Arizona. And here's what he told me, that in just this area, we've got 400,000 unreturned absentee ballots from Republicans. And here's what I'm asking you to do over the next 3 days is go and chase those 400,000 ballots. If you know somebody who's got a ballot, tell them to drop it off or get it in the mail. We've got to bank as many, sorry, not the mail, not the mail. Okay, drop them off. That's right. Do not send them in the mail. Drop them off. Thank you. We'll drop them off, or, of course, on November the 5th is actually Election Day, so get out there and vote for Donald J. Trump, for Carrie Lake, and for all of our great candidates. But we've got, think about this, we're in a very, very good spot in Arizona, but I don't want us to get lazy, and I don't want us to rest on our laurels here, because right now, we've got a big, big advantage in the state of Arizona. But here's the question. Are we going to work our tails off over the next 3 days to build on that advantage, to bank as many votes as possible, and to make this thing too big to rig? That is the goal over the next 3 days. Because think about this, the stakes of this thing could not be higher. Arizona knows it better than almost any state in the union. There are 453,000 illegal immigrants in this state because Kamala Harris refuses to do her job. In the United States of America, there are 425,000 criminal illegal aliens, people who have committed murders, people who have committed assaults, people who have gone after our fellow citizens. And I know we've got some United States Marines in the room, right? Great. We want to thank everybody, regardless of their branch of service, but the number of criminal migrants we have in this country, thanks to Kamala Harris's failed border policies, is more than twice the size of the United States Marine Corps. Now, Kamala Harris has rolled out the red carpet to every illegal alien. She's offered to give them free health care benefits. She's promised them to give them Social Security and Medicare, which would bankrupt those programs. Meanwhile, our guy is saying to the illegal aliens in this country, especially the criminal migrants, pack your bags, because in 3 months you're going back home. The cost of this border crisis to the state of Arizona is unbelievable. $1.4 billion that this state spends every single year to care for illegal immigration. What are we doing to the veterans? What are we doing for the veterans who are sleeping under park benches and sleeping all over our country, homeless, when we're spending $1.4 billion to look after people who don't have the legal right to be here? That's what Kamala Harris's policies are doing to this country. What about the fentanyl? The Mexican drug cartels are bringing in by the bushel. I was raised by somebody who struggled with addiction, and I'm proud of my mom. She's been clean and sober for 10 years, my friends, and that's an incredible grace that we've been given. But what happens to second chances when you allow the drug cartels to bring in fentanyl by the ton, which could kill every man, woman, and child in the United States of America? How many of our citizens, how many of our families have been deprived of that second chance with their loved one because Kamala Harris would rather invite the Mexican drug cartels into our country than enforce the law against them? And here's my solemn promise, is that when Donald J. Trump is the president of the United States, we're going to go to war against the Mexican drug cartels, get that poison the hell out of our country, and return basic sanity to the people of Arizona. It's not just the fentanyl, it's the kids who are not getting a good education, because we've got thousands of people in Arizona schools, and a lot of them, let's be honest, are good people. I don't blame them. I blame Kamala Harris for letting the illegal immigration problem fester. But what does it do to the education of an American child when you drop thousands of kids into their school district who don't speak English? What does it do to our healthcare system here in Arizona when you let in hundreds of thousands of people who don't have the right to be here? We can be compassionate, my friends, and we ought to be compassionate, but the compassion for the American president has to start with the American people and the people who have the legal right to be here. Now, one of the biggest problems that comes from illegal immigration, and Kamala Harris doesn't like to talk about it, and neither, of course, does the corporate media who defends her at every step of the way, it is about the effect on housing prices. I really believe that we ought to be fighting for the American dream of homeownership, especially for our young people in the state of Arizona. Think about this. 30, 40 years ago, I hear young people tell me this all the time, that 30 and 40 years ago, you could work a job, you could play by the rules, and you could afford to buy a home. And a lot of our young people feel like they're working hard, they're playing by the rules, but that American dream of homeownership is unattainable. Now, we got to do a lot to fix that. We've got to build more houses, first of all, which means stopping Kamala Harris's ridiculous regulations. We got to lower the cost of energy to make it easier to build houses. That means drill, baby, drill, and stop the war on American energy. But let's be honest, it don't matter how many homes we build, if we have a president like Kamala Harris who gives American homes to illegal aliens instead of American citizens, we are never going to make the American dream of homeownership affordable. So yes, under Donald Trump's leadership, we're going to build more homes. Yes, under Donald Trump's leadership, we are going to make mortgage interest rates more affordable, but most importantly, we are going to fight to ensure that American homes go to American citizens, and that is how we're going to make American home ownership affordable again. And that brings me, of course, when we talk about this affordability crisis, it's not just homes, it's groceries, it's utilities, it's credit card delinquency rates in the state, in this country right now, have just gone north of 9%. You know what that means? That means 1 in 10 of our fellow citizens can't afford to pay the bills. 1 in about 11 auto loan repayments are in delinquency right now, which means that a lot of our fellow citizens can't afford to make their car payment. Donald Trump is going to usher in a golden age of peace and prosperity by fighting for some common sense economic principles that make the American dream. For all of you and all of our fellow citizens who we love, we're going to make the American dream affordable again. And that but it's not going to happen. You know, we've got the best country in the world. We've got the best people. We've got the most incredible natural resources. But we're not going to make the American dream more affordable again by doing the same things that made it unaffordable in the first place. And that is what Kamala Harris is offering all of you. It's what she's offering the state of Arizona, is 4 more years of exactly the same policies that brought us to this situation in the first place. A vote for Kamala is a vote for 4 more years of sky-high inflation. It's a vote for 4 more years of unaffordable groceries and unaffordable housing. It's a vote for 4 more years of a wide-open southern border. It's a vote for 4 more years of the fentanyl flooding into our country. And I think the people of Arizona, in 3 days, we're going to send a message. We do not want 4 more years of Kamala Harris's broken policies. Our message to Kamala Harris is, you're fired. Go back to San Francisco, where you belong. We want prosperity for the American people. Now, I will say, you know, it's an act of bipartisanship here. I know we have a lot of praying people in this audience, and I am too. And you know, one of the things that we've got to do for Americans of faith, whether you're Christian, Jewish, anything, is we've got to make religious liberty great again in this country. We've got to give people the right to practice their faith as they see fit. But if you are the praying type, maybe spare a prayer for Governor Tim Walz, because I think he's got the toughest job in American politics. I really do. If you think about this, Governor Tim Walz, you wouldn't expect me to feel bad for him because he goes around the country lying about me and lying about President Trump. But let's be honest, he's got to lie about us because he doesn't have anything else to talk about. Because Governor Tim Walz, he can't say that Kamala Harris did anything to lower the price of groceries, because of course under her policies, the price of groceries got way more expensive. He can't say that Kamala Harris did anything to close down the border, because of course for 4 years she did everything that she could to open the border. And the biggest challenge of all is that Tim Walz has got to pretend that Kamala Harris is competent enough to be the President of the United States. That is a tough job. Now I know that a lot of you have got tough jobs, but you've never had a day at work so bad where you've had to convince the American people that Kamala Harris is fit to be the President of the United States. That is tough, tough work. You know, I saw Tim Walz's plane this morning in Las Vegas, Nevada, when we were flying from there to here. And I just thought to myself, man, he's got a tough job. He's got to go, and I guess he's in Arizona, but somewhere else. He's not in the Phoenix area. I believe he's somewhere else. And I just thought to myself, you know, I've got the easiest job in American politics. I get to go around and talk about the fact that when Donald J. Trump was president, inflation was at 1.5%, and our citizens could afford groceries. It's pretty good. I get to talk about the fact that when Donald J. Trump was president, take-home pay was rising faster than it had in 40 years in the United States of America. People were making more money and keeping more money. I get to talk about the fact that Donald Trump put in the biggest tax cut for working Americans that we'd seen in this country in 40 years, and of course the economy grew afterwards. And I got to talk about the fact, and I get to talk about the fact, that when Donald Trump was president, we created millions of high-paying, high-quality American jobs, and we did it in the private sector where most American prosperity actually lives. Now, here's the thing. Governor Walz's job got a little harder, because it turns out yesterday that while Kamala Harris has been going around the country bragging about how good the economy is, it turns out that the American economy last month lost 28,000 private sector jobs. The American economy last month lost 46,000 American manufacturing jobs. Now, it's interesting though, if you read the jobs report, just the top line, it says the American economy gained 12,000 jobs. You know what that means? All government. We created more government jobs than we did lose private sector jobs. And that is, in some ways, the Kamala Harris economy in a nutshell. You're paying higher taxes. You're paying higher grocery prices. You're getting worse jobs with lower wages. But the government bureaucrats who work for Kamala Harris, they're doing just fine. Well, when Donald J. Trump is president, that is going to change. We're going to fire some bureaucrats and make sure we hire American workers at good wages. You know, I will say one thing nice about Kamala Harris. You'd be surprised. Look, I said something nice about Tim Walz. I asked you to pray for him. And here I am. I'm going to say about Kamala Harris that every time she gives an interview, we gain about 100,000 votes. And I will say that for her. I called the president yesterday. I said, sir, here's our strategy for the last 3 days. You and I, let's just go play golf and let Kamala Harris go out there doing interviews, and we'll win in a landslide. But unfortunately, Kamala Harris runs from the American media just as much as she runs from her own policies. So unfortunately, she's not going to help us out. But a couple weeks ago, she did us a big favor because she reminded the American people of the lie at the heart of her campaign. Remember, this is a person who's the sitting vice president, and she runs around the country pretending that she has nothing to do with the policies of the administration where she is the vice president. You'd almost believe that she's never met Joe Biden, even though she is his vice president. She's bragged about his policies for years, and she only changed her tune about a few months ago when she became the Democrat nominee for president. Now, here's the thing about Kamala. When she's got a teleprompter in front of her, she'll make all these promises, and she'll give you all these slogans, and she'll talk a big game about all the things that she wants to do, but notice she never talks about what she has done, because the actual record is a failure. But every now and then, Kamala Harris will commit a gaffe. And you know what a Kamala Harris gaffe is? It's when she accidentally tells the truth. And it happens at some of these interviews where, you know, she did an interview with The View a couple weeks ago. And I wouldn't recommend watching Kamala Harris on The View. You lose about 20 IQ points, and we need you guys as sharp as you can be for the next 3 days. Wait, after the election, you can watch Kamala Harris on The View. But they ask her the question, well, what would you have done differently over the last 4 years? And Kamala Harris says, nothing comes to mind. Now, that could be the slogan of the Harris-Walz campaign, nothing comes to mind, but think about this, that she said in plain English for everybody to hear that she wouldn't have done anything differently over the last 4 years. That means that if you vote for Kamala Harris, you're going to get more of the same. More of the same open border, more of the same policies that drive up the cost of groceries, gas, and everything else, more of the same failed leadership, more of the same chaos all over the world, and more of the same failed leadership in the Oval Office. But we've got an opportunity to take this country, to take the state of Arizona in a new direction. We've got an opportunity to vote for tax cuts for working families. We've got an opportunity to secure that southern border. We've got an opportunity to give us a president in the White House who can actually do the job. We've got an opportunity in 3 days to make Donald J. Trump the next president of the United States, and that's what we got to do. And you know, there's one difference that's maybe bigger than all the other differences. There's, of course, a lot of policy differences between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. There are a lot of things that we can criticize her on, and we do. But one thing that I think has really come out over the last few days is that while Donald Trump is very good at counterpunching, and while Donald Trump is very good at picking apart the record of Kamala Harris has done something else. She's not been attacking just President Trump or just me. She's been attacking her fellow citizens for daring to think that she has done a bad job. And I know that the media lies about this. They say that, you know, they'll say that, well, the Kamala Harris campaign is the campaign of joy. Well, I think we have a hell of a lot more joy on our side right now, don't you? We're having a lot more fun than they do. But there's no joy when Kamala Harris's boss calls half of America garbage for thinking that they're doing a bad job. There's no joy when Kamala Harris calls the opposition fascists and Nazis for daring to think that Kamala Harris ought to actually do her job rather than just talking about doing her job. You know, when Tim Walz talks about thousands and thousands of patriots gathered in Madison Square Garden for a celebration of this country that all of us love, when he calls those people fascists and he compares it to a Nazi rally, even though there were people in that rally, and I know them, who were actually victims of the Holocaust and survived to tell the tale about it, what he's really saying is that the American people are bad people for disagreeing with Tim Walz and Kamala Harris. And that's, I think, something that we've really got to change in this country. Look, I am obviously standing here asking to be your next vice president. I am a proud Republican because I think Republicans got the best ideas. But we got a lot of Democrats and a lot of independents who are part of this movement. We got Bobby Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard. We've also got, on the Republican side, Brian Kemp and Nikki Haley. You're welcome. You're welcome in this big tent so long as you believe in common sense, but we have got to stop electing politicians who call half of the country garbage, who call half the country Nazis, who call half the country fascists. Because if you go down that pathway, what you're doing is fundamentally you're telling the American people that they're not allowed to criticize their own government. Well, Kamala Harris, I've got news for you. The mom who's worried about putting food on the table because grocery prices are too high, she's not garbage. She's a patriot for doing her job as a citizen and as a mother. The father I met a few weeks ago who's pissed off that the Mexican drug cartels killed his son, he is not garbage for thinking that you should do a better job going against those Mexican drug cartels. The grandmother I met who's worried about raising her grandchildren in a neighborhood with basic peace and basic security, she's not garbage for thinking that you should back the blue instead of attacking American law enforcement. So our message to Kamala Harris is very simple. We are not bad people for loving this country enough to think that Kamala Harris ought to do a better job. Nobody is a bad person for criticizing their own government. In fact, that is everybody's right as an American citizen. And Kamala Harris, while it is disgraceful to call half the country garbage, in 3 days this country is going to take out the trash in Washington, D.C. So, I'll leave you with one final thought, my friends. One final thought here, and it's this. Like I said, we got to get out there and chase those ballots, encourage those 400,000 to drop them off. Do not mail them in. Drop those 400,000 ballots off. And, of course, if you don't make it before November the 5th, get out there and vote on November the 5th, because the stakes in this election, it's so much bigger than red team versus blue team. It's so much bigger than just beating.
We're going to win. Thank you very much. You have a great governor in this state. He did a great job.
And we are going to switch from J.D. Vance to President Trump live in Salem, Virginia, here on the Crusade Radio Network. Please support us by making a donation at crusadechannel.com/donate, or click that little dollar symbol button down at the bottom of the page. 1,000 people have visited us today, and we have 0.0 donations. So if you got $5, kick it in. Thank you very much. Enjoy President Trump.
And I'd like to begin with a very simple question for you to answer, if you don't mind. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? I've come today with a message of hope for all Americans. With your vote on Tuesday, that's a big day. You got to get out. We win. I'll tell you what. We win Virginia. We win the whole thing without question. The whole thing. Now, it's very possible that without winning Virginia, we're going to win the whole thing, too. But wouldn't it be cool? Wouldn't it be nice? We got to do it. We're going to win Virginia. I really believe it. We felt it. Your governor felt it. I felt it for a long time. But I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals into our country, and I will bring back the American dream. This is all you really need to know. Kamala, a low IQ person, broke it, and I will fix it. I promise I will fix it. Go quickly. It's going to go quickly. They've done a lot of damage, but it'll go quickly. America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. And this election is a choice between whether you will have 4 more years of incompetence and failure, or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. That's what's going to happen. And I'm asking you to be excited about the future again. Be excited. You know, it's hard for you to be excited. You watch what they've done to this country. It's hard. Just be excited. It's coming back, and it's going to come back fast. And I'm asking you, remember this, to dream big again. You're going to dream big, and we're going to do some incredible things, because this will be America's new golden age. It's going to be a golden age of America. We're going to get the stupid people out of here as quickly as possible. What they've done. Every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is in your hands. It really is. It's in your hands. On Tuesday, you have to stand up. You have to tell Kamala and you can't call her Harris. You know why? Because nobody knows. I mean, you say Harris. Who the hell is Harris? The whole thing doesn't work, so we'll just call her Kamala. You're going to tell her that you've had it, Kamala. You're the worst vice president in history. You're terrible at what you do. You've destroyed our country. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. I'm here today in this incredible Commonwealth. We're loaded up. They don't want to touch them. We're going to touch them. Going to get them out. We're going to have ICE all over the place. You know what ICE is? You know what ICE is? They're very tough people that love our country. And if you don't have very tough people, you're not getting MS-13 out anytime soon. No, ICE doesn't mind. ICE is like MS-13 is their cup of tea. We will cut your taxes, create millions of jobs, fix your schools, stop the indoctrination of your children, and we will not let them try to change your kids' gender. No, you will not be doing that. We won't be changing your children's gender with their transgender craziness. And we will protect parents' rights, and we will protect school choice. You're going to have school choice here. School choice. And we'll bring back an education system based on merit. Don't forget, our Supreme Court gave us in a very great ruling a decision that we're actually allowed to use merit again, merit, so that if somebody works hard, they do well. They work so hard and do so well. We actually have a merit-based country again. Can you believe it? Isn't that nice? And we will, of course, keep men out of women's sports, I promise. Last year, the radical left's gender insanity arrived right here in Salem when a man was allowed to transfer onto the Roanoke College women's swim team. And I just met them backstage, the great swimmers. I didn't notice a male on that particular team. I didn't notice a male on that team. Perhaps I don't understand what's happening, but I didn't see any males on that team, believe me. But the brave members of the swim team stood up to the transgender fanatics, something new in our country. And those strong, and I would say beautiful, but I'm not allowed to use that term anymore with women, because if you say beautiful, it means the end of your career in politics. You're not allowed to say a woman's beautiful, so I will not tell you how beautiful they are, but they are beautiful. But those strong, beautiful, intelligent women, they won. They won. And today we're joined by 7 of the great members, really championship, incredible swimmers of the Roanoke College women's swim team that have gotten a little publicity. They've gotten more publicity than I have. What the hell's going on here? Including team captain Lily Mullins, a real champion. Come on up, ladies. Lily, everybody.
Sorry. Thank you so much, President Trump. As female athletes especially, we know that men have an inherent advantage over women in sports. And due to current policies, though, men are competing against women of all ages in all sports. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have advocated for, and pushed for this anti-woman sex-based discrimination to continue all over this country. And point blank, it's unfair. So I would like to thank you, President Trump, for standing with women and promising to protect the rights of all of us. We are so lucky to have a leader like Donald Trump with common sense who knows what a strong woman is and will fight for generations of girls to come. Thank you so much, and God bless America.
What a good job. Thank you, Lily. How about if we introduce each member of the team? Lily, can we do that? Come on up here. Just say your name and come on up, Lily. You handle it.
All right. So I'm Lily Mullins. Where are you gonna go?
I'm Kate Pearson. I'm Katie Blankenship. I'm Juliana Morrow. I'm Hallie Short. I'm Susanna Price. And I'm Carter Satterfield.
What the hell is going wrong with our country? Can you imagine? And the men don't realize they're tougher and smarter than us. I hate to say it, but they're tough. The men. All right, that's a great job. Good job you did, Lily. Beautiful. Thank you very much, girls. Go win that championship now, please. So we're just 3 days away from the greatest political victory in the history of this country, probably in the history of the world. But we have to get you guys out. You got to get out. We have to get out. We want to win everything. We want to win the popular vote. We want to win everything. And, you know, it's always tough when you have California. They send out like 38 million ballots. They don't know where they go. Well, they actually do sort of know where they go, but they don't know where they go. They don't know where they're coming from. They come pouring back in the millions, and then they lose. A Republican always loses from 5 to 7 million. You know, I was in California. You know, we took a poll just recently, not us, it just came out like today. Did you see it? That I'm winning with Hispanics over the Democrat by 8 points. And I'm telling you, if God came down and agreed to be our vote taker for one day, just one day, God would only need 1 second, actually. If he came down and he was going to be our vote taker, meaning if we had an honest election in California, we would win California. But when you have New York, Illinois, and California that like automatically, it's like ridiculous, automatically goes to a Democrat, it's tough to win the popular vote because they're 3 big states and it's like automatic. Nobody's supposed to question them. You have Gavin Newsom, who's a governor of California, and he just signed a bill, and in signing the bill, you know what it says? If you're an official, if you're anybody, you are not allowed under any circumstances to ask whether or not somebody has voter ID. If you say, let me see your voter ID, you are criminally liable. They will give you the electric chair. Ma'am, may I please see your voter ID? How dare you ask me for voter ID? How crazy is this place? But you have a very sane, very solid governor. There's something very nice. I can imagine. Glenn's like me. I think when we heard that one, we said, this is getting a little bit crazier. So now it's not only that you don't have to have voter ID. Now you're not even allowed to ask for it under penalty of a lot of problems. It's crazy. We got to straighten that whole mess out. And then they say he lost the popular vote, but it's tough. But I have a feeling. I mean, the polls are showing we're going to win everything. We're going to win the popular vote. We're going to win everything. And I'd love to win the popular vote with them cheating. Let them cheat, because that's what they do. They do it very well. They're very professional. But I think we have a really good chance to win the popular vote, and I think things are going to be very interesting. It's going to be one of the most interesting days in the history of our country, and it's going to be the most important election in the history of our country. And if we win, which we should, because we got a big lead. This is like Lily. She's swimming and swimming, and she's 10 yards advanced with about 5 yards to go. That's where we are. In other words, we're going to win. But I have put everything on the line for you. I guess, I don't want to say this too much, but I guess, that little incident. Somebody said even his life he put on the line. I don't know, but I know one thing. I wouldn't have changed it for anything. I wouldn't have changed it for anything. Because we're going to make our country great again. We have such potential. We're going to make our country great again. And I only want one thing from you. I don't want your money. We don't need your money. You keep that money. I only want a little thing called your vote. And that's what would be great. So we want your vote. And it would be a great tribute to Glenn and to me and to your great Lieutenant Governor who endorsed me recently. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. With your help, we're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to indeed make America great again. So yesterday was a big day. I can't believe this happened. I can't believe it happened. I don't think anybody can believe. I've never seen numbers like this in my life, because it was announced that Kamala's economy is like in a depression. The worst numbers I've ever seen, the worst numbers in many, many, many years. Kamala's economy added only 12,000 jobs. I've never heard of that before. Just by normal growth, you add 100 or 150. And for years, we've been looking, for many years, for decades, 200, 250,000. So yesterday it was announced that they added only 12,000. It's the lowest number in many years. But that's the good part. That's the good part for them, because we lost nearly 30,000 private sector jobs, along with nearly 50,000 manufacturing jobs in 1 month. This is not recession stuff. This is depression. I hate to tell you that. Under Kamala's catastrophic agenda, and Crooked Joe, but I don't even know, is he still around? What the hell? In all fairness to him, you might have noticed I'm not a big fan, but he was running. I spent $150 million trying to defeat this guy. Think of it, and we were doing well. We had the debate. He didn't do great, but he did fine. We had the debate, and his numbers weren't great. And they walked into him and they said, we want you out. He said, I'm not going to get out. I got 14 million votes. You didn't get anything. We want you out, Joe. You're going out. Think of the consequences of this. This is a guy who's the president. He won it in the primaries. Whether you think he's great or horrible, it doesn't matter. He won it in the primaries, right? They would look at me. If we ever did that, they would say, this is a threat to democracy, right? Everything I do, he's a threat to democracy. If I walk 2 feet over in the road, he's a threat to these people are sick. Can you imagine if I walked into a president's office, said, we want you out? But, crazy Nancy, she's crazy as a bedbug. And I don't know, I think the Attorney General, maybe you can look at it. You have a great Attorney General. By the way, we just won a big We just want a big case, Mr. Attorney General. We just want a big case. Because our Republicans have to activate a little bit. So did you know that Nancy Pelosi was a big investor in Visa? Okay? Hey, she started off with nothing, and now she's worth $200 million. Other than that, I think she's been quite honest. Her average pay was about $139,000 over those years. And now she's worth $200 million, but she's quite an honest woman. But did you, Mr. Attorney General, I think this is most important for you. I don't know, maybe you can look at it. You know, you touched that little Washington area a little bit, so maybe you could look at it. So she's a big investor in Visa, right? Big. I mean, you know, she's got plenty of money, plenty of cash, and not a good woman. She's a bad woman. Bad woman. I think she hates our country, actually. When she impeached me, knowing that I did nothing wrong, I said, that's a bad woman. Bad. But she had Visa stock. She had Visa, big position of Visa, Mr. Attorney General. And guess what happened? She sold her whole stake. And then the following morning, the Department of Justice announced that we're doing a major investigation of Visa and the stock. So I don't know, maybe it's coincidence, Mr. Attorney General, but think of it. She has Visa stock. She sells, and the following sold all of it. She had it for years, and the following morning they announced a major investigation into Visa. You know what happened to that stock? It wasn't a pretty thing. So we'll check that out. I hope that he checks that out, because you know what? She's a crook. And she's been doing that for years. She's been doing that crap for years. You ought to look at her. Under Kamala's catastrophic agenda, more than 100,000 manufacturing jobs. This was just announced yesterday. They've been wiped out since just the start of the year. These are our prime jobs. These are manufacturing jobs. These are the best jobs. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls. Can you imagine? This stuff is just all coming out. Remember, 818,000 jobs 2 months ago were fake. They put them in. It was going to be through the election. They put in 818,000 fake jobs, and they were going to announce and revise, biggest number ever. They were going to revise the numbers right after the election. These are crooks, okay? And fortunately, there was a whistleblower that couldn't stand it, and he blew the whistle, and we've learned. And now yesterday, with these numbers, we learned a revision down also of an extra 112,000 jobs. These are big numbers. You know, normally it's like 2,000 jobs, 4,000 jobs. It's almost 1 million jobs that were fake. These are fake jobs. This is why they call them Crooked Joe, I guess, right? Crooked Joe Biden. And so all of these jobs, and all of it was going to be announced right after the election. Could you imagine? You run in the election, you lose, and then they announce that they just screwed you for 1 million jobs in order to look better. And this is what we're dealing with in our country. This is what we're dealing with. 818,000 plus 112. Nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force this month. How about that? That's like a depression. I never wanted to be Herbert Hoover, honestly. They say, who's your favorite president? I give them names. And I do like Ronald Reagan, right? I like him. But they say, who's your favorite president? I tell you, he could have been a little tougher on trade, frankly. I would have liked him even better if he was tougher, because we are tough. You know, China paid us hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes and tariffs. No other president got 10 cents from China. Hundreds of billions of dollars. But I always said I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. I refused to be Herbert Hoover. That was a bad one. He was the president, and we had the Great Depression. You could end up with the Great Depression right now, the way that's going. Nobody can believe the numbers. Everyone was shocked. I was shocked. I heard it, and I said, oh, you know, TiVo, one of the greatest inventions in history, right? TiVo or its equivalent. Now they're going to use me in a damn ad. I got to be careful. You cannot use that for ad purpose. No, TiVo or its equivalent. You know, you just play it back. I said, oh, I must have misunderstood it. 12,000, and we lost hundreds of thousands of jobs. We cannot take 4 more years of these incompetent people running our country. And the statistic that's really terrible is 100% of all net job gains in the past year. In other words, all of the gains, you know where it went? To migrants, 100% of the gains. And the other stat that you have to see, and if you are an African American, you're not going to be happy with these numbers, but African American jobs have been decimated by the people that are coming into our country illegally, and they refuse to give the numbers. The fake news, look at all of that fake news. That's a lot. That's a lot. They must have heard that your governor is going to be here. He has done a job. He's not going to take it easily because, think of it, the numbers are so bad. They came in and they come in illegally, and many are murderers, drug dealers, and criminals of all kinds. You know, the crime rate in Venezuela and other places where they come from all over the world. But the crime rates in many of these countries, all of the countries, is way down because they're giving us their criminals. They're bringing them into our country. But for African Americans, the job numbers are horrific, and they're not going to be announced until right after the election. I think people should demand, because I heard numbers that are so bad, and Hispanic Americans, great Hispanic Americans, I just had a poll, can you believe it? I'm leading the Democrats with Hispanics. That wasn't supposed to happen. You think that's shaking them up a little bit? That's not a number that was supposed to happen, but it does happen because they're great people and they know I know it. They're entrepreneurial, they're hardworking. And in many ways, I've faced them many times. They're brutal. They can be brutal. They're unbelievable. But you know what? They're starting to be affected too. But the African American population of this country is being decimated by the hundreds of thousands of people that just keep pouring through the open borders of stupid Kamala. And you know what? They should announce those numbers right now before the election, because you won't have one black person that votes for Kamala. You won't have one, because when you see those numbers, you're going to know exactly what I'm talking about. That's just like they didn't want to announce these other numbers, but they had the whistleblower. Maybe there's going to be a whistleblower for what's happened to the job markets, for hardworking, wonderful black people that have had jobs for years, for 20 years, and they have houses with mortgages on them and everything else. And what the hell's going to happen to them? So you ought to take a good look at what they're doing, because they're holding those numbers because they want to get the election over with. And I don't think it's going to matter. I think we're going to win anyway. But you ought to take a look at those numbers. It's honestly a terrible thing. I stand before you today as the only candidate who can rescue our economy. And I mean from obliteration, and restore it to strength, prosperity, and greatness again. I will do a real job for you. I'm going to work my ass off for you. And I didn't need this. I didn't need to be with you today. I could have been at a gorgeous beach in lots of places. I own some of the most beautiful beaches. I could have had that salt water from the oceans. I like oceanfront property best. I could have been standing on a beach, my beautiful white skin getting nice and tan, being smacked in the face by a wave loaded up with salt water. And I could have said, the hell with everything. I could have had the greatest life in the world. Instead, I got missing a little piece of my ear. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's nice. That's nice. I like these people, Glenn. I tell you, I like these people. These are great people. These are great people. No, I could have been anywhere. I could have had the greatest life. I could have had everything, the best hotels, the best everything. I could have had the life that nobody had. And you know what? If I had it to do again, I want to be right here with you. We're going to make our country great again. We're going to make our country great again. Nobody else can do that. No, we're going to make our country great. I wouldn't switch. A lot of people have said, if you had it to do again, you know, I've been abused. Always it was Andrew Jackson, president. He was a great general and a very good president. And he was considered to have been the worst abused of our presidents. And second was Abraham Lincoln. Have you heard of him? And he was abused too, but, you know, in all fairness, he was in a civil war, so I guess, you know, things like that happen. But I think now I've gone to the top of the list, and I am so honored because we're exposing some very bad, sick people. We're exposing them. But a lot of people ask, if you had it to do again, would you do it? I said, I wouldn't even think about it. This is the greatest thing. This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country. Without question. Probably in the history of the world. And remember this for everybody, if you're thinking about like sitting down to watching some stuff, like a stupid football game or something, remember this, if we win this election, it will go down, and you're a big part of it. You're a part of it equal to me as far as I'm concerned. If we win this election, it will go down as the greatest political event in the history of our country. If my opponent knew how to fix the economy, it would already be fixed, right? Why didn't she do it? You ever see where she gets up and she says, we're going to do today she had a new thing. When I get to office, this was 3-4 months, do it now. What's wrong with it? She says, when I get to office, she gives the worst news conferences I've ever seen. And they're the shortest, too. They last for about like 2 questions. No, but she never does anything. If Kamala wins, you're 3 days away from the start of a 1929-style economic depression. You are. I'm in it. And if I win, you're 3 days away from the best jobs, the biggest paychecks, the brightest economic future that the world has ever seen. Kamala's inflation nightmare has cost the typical American family $30,000. And you know what they did? They screwed up my energy policies. And they spent money at levels that nobody's ever seen before, I will say. And now she wants to impose the largest tax hike in American history and raise your taxes by more than $3,000 a year. Congratulations, Virginia. You know, I've watched politics all my life and stuff, and I've been involved now in it for longer than I would have even thought, because I never thought I was going to run for office. I never thought I was going to run. And then one day I looked at how stupid everything was, because we are now, you know, we're really, it's not like conservative, liberal. They like to call themselves progressive, so I call them liberal specifically for that reason. But, you know, it's not like progressive or conservative. We are the party of common sense, right? We need borders. We need walls. I built over 500 miles of wall. Walls work. 2 things work. What are they? Walls and wheels. Everything else is obsolete in about 15 minutes. They come up, sir, I have a new computer. Look at this. Oh, I said, that's beautiful. You get it? And about 3 weeks later, it's obsolete. Speaking of computers and brilliant people, Elon Musk, how good is he? Do you know he's right now campaigning? He put that big 22-story rocket right in place and locked in. I said, what the hell is going on? I saw it take off. It was a beautiful white. I saw it landing. It was all burned to a crisp. Well, that's what you get when you travel at 10,000 miles an hour, I guess. They tell me the metal gets a little bit hot. It sort of burns the hell out of the paint. But he did something, because he's a friend of mine, but he gave us the greatest endorsement that you've ever heard. He said, our country, if Trump doesn't win, our country's not going to make it. We also got a great endorsement, the best from the Border Patrol. They gave us, they said he's the greatest president that we've ever had. I said, does that include George Washington and Abraham Lincoln? Yes, sir, it does. I said, that's okay, I'll take it. You can't. One guy got up and said, sir, you're the greatest president in my lifetime. He's about 40 years old. I said, that's not that good. I like the one with Lincoln and Washington better. But no, the Border Patrol one, they gave us, he gave us, they didn't just give me, we're on the same mindset. It's really, I view it as us actually more than I do me. But they gave us the best endorsement you've ever seen, and they said, she is incapable of doing anything. You know, for 4 years, she's been in charge of the border, almost, we're getting very close. I said, how many times in front of a whole big room just like this, I said, how many times did she call you? 10 Border Patrol people, the top guys, all of them wanted, we got a unanimous endorsement from thousands of Border Patrol, and they're great people. They're great. They want to do their job. I said, how many times did she call you over the 4 years? She never called, sir. Do you know that she never went down to the border one time? She went once into a section that you and I would love to have dinner there some night. Okay, this was not exact. I don't consider that a trip. This was a trip that a lot of the young guys over there with those beautiful girlfriends would like to take their girlfriend there for dinner. But you wouldn't want to go about 15 miles left of that. But she never called them once, and she never visited the border once, and she was in charge because Joe Biden appointed her. Now, she said, I'm not the border czar. But she just started saying that because the numbers are so bad. But she was in charge of the border. She never called Border Patrol one time. Think of that. Not one time. Never called them one time, never visited one time. And to me, it's the single greatest threat to our nation, far greater than those horrible numbers I just read out, far greater than inflation or the economy, because you're killing the fabric of our country. You're loading our country up with criminals and people from mental institutions, and no country can take it. So I want to thank the Border Patrol, I want to thank ICE, I want to thank all, but Elon, see, I weave, you know, this is a weave, it's all, and it always comes back. They used to say, he's rambling. Now they say he's a genius. It's a weave, see the way? And you notice I started this off with Elon Musk. I started that thought off with Elon Musk, and I finish it with Elon Musk. By the way, how beautiful is his mother? What's going on with that? Did you see his mother? How elegant? I'm going to call him. How the hell did Elon turn out? His mother is the most elegant woman. Man. She walked in, and she looked like a princess. It's amazing. She's just an incredible, elegant woman. Anyway, I'll tell you one thing. I guarantee you one thing. She's a smart woman, because you don't produce Elon if you're not, you got to have a couple of smart parents, that's for sure. But, so I said to Elon, I said, Elon, was that your rocket? Yeah, it was. I said, so have you ever seen anything like it? First of all, he wanted to be here, but he said, I really love Virginia, and he has a lot of stuff around here. I think he's got a lot of stuff everywhere, you want to know the truth. But he's an incredible guy, and you know where he is now? He's campaigning for me in Pennsylvania. Think of that. Nobody has been. And people respect him. People respect him so much. You know, he's just a unique guy. You know, we have to protect our brilliant people because we don't have too many of them, right? But think of it, he's campaigning for me right now, and he felt it was more important, and he sends his regards. But he gave us the most beautiful, but I said, I watched this thing going, and I told the story. You might have heard it 2 nights ago. I'm on the phone with a very important guy. It wasn't Glenn. It wasn't your attorney general or your lieutenant governor, because I wouldn't do that to them. But this guy was very, very, like one of the most important guys. And I'm watching the screen of the television. And I'm on the phone, and I say, could you hold on a minute? I'm seeing something here that I don't believe. That was the 22-story rocket ship coming down. And I wasn't sure if it was a science fiction movie I'm watching, or I never saw this before. And I said, do you mind holding for a second? Thank you very much. I put the phone down, and I turned up the sound, and I said, man, I said, that's unbelievable. The bad part, by the way, I never picked the phone up again. It was terrible. And you know, the really sad thing, he's so important. He's such a big guy. But because I was president, but maybe more importantly, because I'm the leading candidate, because I'm the leading candidate, the poor guy never hung up. Because 45 minutes later, I picked up the phone. Hello? Are you still? Oh. And you know, you press this so bad, they'll say, see, he's cognitively impaired. No. I'll let you know when that day happens. Not going to happen for a long time. Not going to happen for a long time. And isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't have to look at teleprompters? I haven't looked at these suckers in the last 20 minutes. And if I did, you'd be bored stiff. You'd be bored if I did. You just can't. But anyway, so I'm watching this rocket come down, and it's coming down, and it's going to come down. I'm looking, I'm saying, how big is that sucker? 22 stories. 22 stories, and it's coming. I say, oh, no, it's going to hit the gantry. You saw that the bottom part was swinging left, and the gantry that cost billions of dollars. And it's going to hit, it's going to crash. I didn't even know it was Elon's. I just said, this thing is unbelievable. And then all of a sudden you see fire and flame come pouring out of the bottom. It pushes just on the left side. And then you see it pushing over, and then it comes down slowly. Boom. Inches from perfection. And then you see those arms like you grab your beautiful baby, your beautiful child. See? In the old days I would have said like you grab your girlfriend. Now I don't say that anymore. I say like you grab your child. And those big arms came in and they grabbed that sucker and they held it in place like you grab your child. And I said, that's unbelievable. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. Isn't that impressive that he picked up, the thing landed. You know, I'll tell you, it's nice to be president, or at least leading candidate too. Because I called him and he picked up immediately. If I wasn't there, I think I would have gotten a call back about 3 days later, maybe. But he picked up the phone. I said, was that you, Elon? Yeah. I said, can Russia do that? No. They won't be able to do it for many years. I said, what about China? Nope. They won't be able to do it for you. What about the U.S. other than you? Nope. They won't be able. They don't have the technology. How good is this guy, right? Right? Pretty good, right? Oh, shit, look. I'm looking at the back of my head. What the hell? I look over at Youngkin. Now I look up there. I see I'm having a bad hair day. This is not good. I have to have a bad hair day in front of Virginia? That's not good. Well, at least it's a nice picture. No, how good is it? But just to finish with Elon, so I went down to North Carolina right after the hurricane. We couldn't go. I didn't want to go too near. I wanted to let people, FEMA has totally let them down. FEMA, you know why? Because they spent all their money on illegal migrants. They spent like almost $1 billion. They don't have any money. And we'll take care of it, but they don't have any money. It's a horrible thing. North Carolina got hit hard. And one of the officials in North Carolina said, sir, do you know Elon Musk? I said, yeah, why? He said, yeah, didn't he just endorse you? I said, he did. He's great. Why? He said, well, they have something called Starlink. And North Carolina has literally been cut off from the mainland. We have rivers where we never saw water before. And we literally have rivers, and people are dead, and people are missing. And we have no communication to, now they're calling it the mainland. Before it was part of the mainland. You had to see it. I was there shortly after, actually on the site. I've never seen anything like it, the devastation. Massive trees are just ripped out like they're toothpicks, and houses, the foundations are pulled out, everything's pulled out. I've never seen anything like it. And wide, too. You know, a hurricane goes this way and narrow, but this thing was just like a hurricane, but it was, hundreds of miles wide. But the worst section And I said, why, what do you need with Elon? He said, he has something called Starlink. I said, what do you want? He said, we desperately need it in North Carolina because we have no communication and people are dying and we're missing and it's a disaster. Because all the poles were ripped down, the wires are all lying all over the ground dangerously. I said, well, I'll get them. And what do you need? He said, we need Starlink as much as we can have. I didn't know what the hell it was. I said, Elon, I called up Elon, I'm in North Carolina. They desperately need, and so they need in Georgia a little bit, but they needed a lot in North Carolina. It got hit hard. That was like center. And I said, we need Starlink. He said, I told him, I said, I don't know what the hell it is, but that's all they want is Starlink. I said, so, if you could, would you get as much as you can? And I gave him the guy's number. In the meantime, I get a notice from the guy. I'm still talking to Elon. I get a notice. President Trump, thank you so much. The Starlink will be arriving tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. No, but here's the point is, I wasn't even off the phone. So I'm talking to him, and I say, Elon, I just got a notice that Starlink is going to be arriving, but I'm talking to you on the phone. How the hell did you do that? He said, well, I have a very unusual way of communicating. I mean, I don't have to waste a lot of time on small talk, he tells me. I said, that's good. No, is that the coolest story, though? So anyway, they got the Starlink, and it was a lifesaver. I mean, he's a great guy. We need our brilliant people. And another brilliant person, and this is not easy for him, because they've been Democrats for about 5,000 years. RFK Jr., right? Bobby, he's a great guy. I was with him last night. We did a thing together, and Tucker Carlson did an interview with me. And it was great. And Joe Rogan did an interview. That was great. Yeah. Good people. They're great people. They're great people, smart people. Like, we need our smart people. We have to protect our smart people, don't we? But Bobby's going to be working on the food and the pesticides and all of the things to make it healthy. And I told him yesterday, I was with him in the plane, I told him, Bobby, look, here's the story. You can work on food, you can work on anything you want. He wants health, he wants women's health, he wants men's health, he wants kids, he wants everything. I said, here's what you can't touch, Bobby. You can't touch our liquid gold. I'm handling that. We got more than anybody. And Bobby, we cannot, that's the only thing, Bobby, you got to leave that to me. We're going to make so much money. We're going to pay off debt, reduce your debt. We got more liquid gold than Russia, Saudi Arabia, Bobby. So have fun with pesticides, but the liquid gold you have to leave with me. We'll do very well. Nice, clean energy. We're going to give you so much energy. But we have a lot of people. We have all these endorsements. Tulsi came in. She actually just turned Republican. Tulsi Gabbard. We have, Brett Favre. How about Brett? No, how nice was that? I was in Wisconsin. Brett Favre, he's a great guy. He has a hand, but he was a great guy. But that was a big one yesterday. It was something that was really nice. Hard for athletes to do it, as I said. But I will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses, and we will have something called no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And to lift up American families, I will protect and expand the child tax credit that we already created. And I will support a tax credit for family caregivers who take care of a parent or a loved one. Do you know? They're not spoken about. Angel moms and angel wives, a lot of great people. But you know that if they didn't exist, they take care of their son who may be horrifically wounded in an accident or in war. That if we didn't have these angels, I call them angels, they're all angels. If we didn't have these people, you could build your hospital system 3 times bigger and it wouldn't be big enough. The money that they save us and the incredible credit that they give, the care that they can give is something that's unbelievable. And I just think, you know, we have to acknowledge it, so we're going to do a nice big credit for them. And they didn't even ask for it. They didn't ask for it. They don't ask for anything. You know, they don't ask. A lot of people ask. Everybody asks for everything. Everybody wants. They want. They didn't want. They just want to take care of their beautiful baby. The baby may be 45 years old, maybe 40. To them, it's their baby. They want to take care of their baby. I mean, think of that, how incredible. And you could never give that kind of care in a hospital. I don't care what hospital you're talking about. You could never do what they do. But you'd have to triple your hospitals, and you wouldn't be able to do that. And it could never be what they give. So it's pretty amazing. So we're going to take care of them, right? It's going to be good. We have so much liquid gold. We'll just take a little bit of extra. Think of it. More than Saudi Arabia. And you know, I had approved, and then Biden ended it, Anwar. Anwar is the biggest fund. It's in Alaska. The biggest, every president for years. Ronald Reagan couldn't get it done. Nobody could get it done. They all tried. I got it done, all set. This guy gets in. He gets in and he terminated it, like immediately he terminated it. But we're going to get that going. That would supply all of Asia. It would supply all parts of Europe. We would make so much money. We have such great wealth. But we have to use it. We don't need to buy our oil from Venezuela. Can you believe it? To rapidly reduce inflation, I will end Kamala's war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to be drilling. We're going to be drilling. And I will cut your energy prices in half within 12 months, 50%. 12 months from January 20th, that's when we assume the office of president, assuming we win. We got to win. You got to get out. You got to vote. Crazier things have happened. You got to get out and vote. Otherwise, we didn't win anything yet. All we're doing is we have a nice lead. We're heading down the home stretch. But you got to get out, you got to vote, you got to bring everybody you know, just make it. And by the way, the bigger the victory, the more it looks like we can do the kind of things we want. So. And as we rescue our economy, I will also restore our borders. We're going to restore them. You know, we had the safest borders. And would you drop, if you have it, drop my all-time favorite chart. I love this chart. I love this chart. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for this chart. Where the hell? I love it. I go to sleep with it every night. I hug it and I kiss it. My wife says, "What the hell are you doing with that damn chart?" No, if I didn't turn to the right, I wouldn't be talking to you. And I go, bing. That chart was over there. It's always on my left. Tonight it's on my right. But it's always on my left, and it's usually at the very end, not the beginning, and it was like in the first paragraph, first sentence. And I said, let me see the chart. I was talking about how well we did with illegal immigration, and that's what came down. I looked to the right. If I didn't look to the right, I wouldn't be looking at you at all right now. So it was pretty amazing. So I love that chart, but. So if you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's when I left office. That was the day I left office. That was the lowest in the history of the border illegal immigration. That was the lowest point. We had the border fixed. It was so good. All this stupid person had to do is leave it the way it was. We had remain in Mexico. You couldn't come into the country. We had catch and release into Mexico, not into the U.S. We had everything perfect. And then they decided to just blow everything up. It was so sad. Do you think it was easy to get remain in Mexico from Mexico? Not that easy, although they were nasty, but I was much more nasty. And they agreed. Tijuana was probably the fastest growing town in the history of the world. Tijuana was growing at levels that nobody's ever seen anything grow, and it was all in Mexico. They couldn't, and by the way, they couldn't get by. You know why? Because I built the wall. But that chart tells you, and look what happened as soon as I left. It looks like an Elon Musk rocket ship. Look at that. It went from the best numbers in history to the worst numbers in history, and all of those criminals started pouring in. There were criminals, massive numbers of criminals, and I said that was going to happen. I know all the guys that head all those countries, but it's much more than South America. It's from all over the world. But I know all those guys. They're very smart. They're very street smart. They're very savvy. They're like your governor. They're savvy. He's a savvy guy. You know, he has that nice way. Hey, how you doing? Hi, I'm Glenn. Hi. He's a killer. Okay? I say that affectionately. Hi, I'm Glenn. Hello, everybody. Nice guy. Oh, he's a killer. Okay, trust me. You know that's a compliment. He understands it's a compliment, but it is. He's smart. But they're smart people, and they're streetwise. I said, if you have an open borders policy, every country in the world is going to drop their prisoners into our country. And that's what happened. They're criminals, they're gang members, they're drug dealers, they're terrorists. They're all in here. You know, I had in 2019, I don't even believe this number, Border Patrol numbers, they had 0 terrorists, 0. The next year they had 11. My years, 2 of my 4 years. This is after I got it really fixed and really good. Think of it, 11, that's not a lot. It's dangerous, but it's not a lot. But they actually had 0. I don't even believe that. I think somebody had it, but they had it at 0. Now you look at it, they come in by the thousands. The worst terrorists in the world are in our country, from the Middle East, from all over. And nothing good's going to happen here. Nothing good is going to happen. These people are what they've done to our country is unthinkable. It's the single biggest problem that we have. And we're going to fix this problem, and we're going to fix it fast. Thank you. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted on our people. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border, and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, from insane asylums and mental institutions. You know who comes from the insane asylums? You know who it is, right? They always give me a hard time. Hannibal Lecter, the great Hannibal Lecter. You know the press to show you how bad they are? I'm talking about insane asylums, and then I'm talking about Hannibal Lecter. A little lighthearted humor about a very unfunny subject. And they always go, he always brings up Hannibal Lecter. What does that have to do? It has to do with the fact that these are the kind of people coming into our country from insane asylums. That's what it has to do. They always say, oh, he's rambling. But now most of them realize that it's the weave, and nobody else can do a weave like Trump. No. Joe Rogan said it the other day. We did a great interview. He's a great guy. And I started talking about something, and then I went to another very pertinent subject, but it was, related barely. Bing, then bing, bing, bing. And he goes, that's brilliant. That's the weave, isn't it? I said, that's the weave, Joe. But they come from Venezuela to the Congo, and they're stealing countless of American lives. I mean, they're stealing American lives. In other words, they're just killing people. These are violent people. The only thing good is they make our criminals look like nice people. These are killers, and they're just killers. You know all about MS-13. You have an MS-13 problem. I'm going to work with your governor, and we're going to get MS-13 out of Virginia within 1 month. 1 month. Right? And you know what? She wants to defund ICE. Think of that. She wants to defund. If we didn't have ICE, I couldn't make that promise. I'll get them down here in force. They're going to clean out this state, and we're going to get them the hell out of here in 1 month. But today I want to hear directly from a mother, and I'd like you to just listen because this is such a sad thing. This is brand new from a couple of days ago. And the people that I was in a room of people when they first put the tape on, because you have a lot to choose from. There's so much crime and so much horrible crime with the migrant crime. I call it migrant crime. And we saw that. And I had some of the toughest people, and like 75% of them were absolutely crying all over the place. These are men that probably haven't cried since they were a baby. Maybe they didn't cry even then. And they're crying all over the place. But I'd like you to take a look at this, and it's so unnecessary. It should have never happened. Please, thank you.
Sunday night, I asked her to not stay up super late because of her coming to work with me in the morning first to do her summer school. She said, okay. I told her good night and I love you. I went to bed, not realizing that that was going to be the last time I saw her. We're best friends. Yeah.
We're going shaking again.
I woke up to notice she wasn't in her bed. I'm in my heart trying not to lose my mind because I don't know where she is. I finally remembered her phone had a location on, and her phone was pinging just 2 minutes down the road, right behind the skate park. I start driving to the direction the phone was being pinged at, and I see a couple cop cars with lights on. I see yellow tape, and immediately my heart drops and sinks to the bottom of my stomach. My daughter's hands and ankles were both bound. She was strangled to death, left with no pants. And I know in my heart, she fought incredibly hard. She was not going down without a fight.
We begin with two men we're learning are charged with capital murder tonight, accused of killing a 12-year-old girl.
Police say these men strangled her before dumping her into that creek. Both men were in the country illegally.
Apprehended, then released by Border Patrol less than 3 weeks before Jocelyn's death. The men accused of killing Jocelyn Nungare are affiliated with the gang known for brutal violence.
Kamala Harris was in charge of immigration in our borders. If we had better border policies and not open borders and not these catch and release policies, I truly believe this all could have been prevented. Under her being vice president of this country, my daughter's life was ripped away from her. She had her entire life ahead of her.
Happy birthday, dear Jocelyn.
My daughter is 6 feet in the ground based off of policies that she allowed to keep. Kamala Harris did have one job, and she not only failed, not me, she failed my daughter. She failed Jocelyn. She was only 12. President Trump reached out, gave me his sincerest condolences as not a former president, but just as a father, someone who cares. I believe Donald Trump needs to be back in office. I can at least know that my next child will be safe in this country.
So sad, so unnecessary. Would have never happened if you had, like the chart shows you, would have never happened. What a sad, sad situation. Here today is another American mom, Tammy Nobles, and her wonderful husband, Jeremiah. 2 years ago, Tammy's 20-year-old daughter, Kayla, was found raped, tied up, and strangled to death with a telephone cord in her home in Maryland. Kayla's murderer was an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member who was apprehended by Border Patrol. But under the policy of Kamala Harris, he was released into the United States to kill and kill at will. Tammy, please come up. Thank you. Thank you, Tammy.
really honored to be here.
Help it out.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank President Trump for inviting me here today and bringing Kayla's story to all of you. He brings real people and real stories. Kayla celebrated her 20th birthday 3 days before she was murdered. She was struggling with autism and the obstacles. She finally found a job that she could do and that she could do well. She had 2 jobs. She loved animals, especially her cat Oreo. She loved going to church, and she loved God. Department of Homeland Security did not do their job. Health and Human Services did not do their job. The Biden and Harris administration did not do their job. If they would have made that one phone call to El Salvador to know that her murderer was an MS-13 gang member and had a criminal record in 2020 for illicit gang activity, my daughter would still be alive today, and he would not have been allowed to even cross this border. Health and Human Services did not verify his sponsor. Under the Biden-Harris administration, ICE refused to retain him until DNA results came back. Guess where he got to go? Child Protective Services put him in an unsecured group home with other children and enrolled him into 2 different Maryland high schools. He was in school in Maryland with other people's children, putting those children at risk. I am Kayla's voice. For those that have not voted yet, please think of Kayla and the countless others who lost their lives to an open border. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tammy. So many, well, we're gonna do that. So many stories like that. It's you could go on all day, all night, forever. And this is just the beginning. You haven't seen anything. These people, they don't do anything. They're oblivious to it. They don't even treat the people that have been so badly hurt. They don't even call them. They don't talk to them. They couldn't care less. It's incredible, actually. I don't get it. Nobody gets it. But we will hold Kayla's memory in our hearts forever. It's a story like so many other stories. And many different forms of crime. There's gang crime taking place. There's crime that we've never seen. There's some crimes that we've never seen anything like it. They run over people in the sidewalk for sport. See that guy? I'll run him over. Watch. These people are sick. We just can't have a country like this. When you vote on Tuesday, vote in honor of Kayla and Jocelyn and Laken Riley and Rachel Morin and every American who has been stolen from us by Kamala's open border. The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. Because the United States is now an occupied country. Think of this. Think of this. With the United States, we're an occupied country. This is all over. This is in small towns. Look at our beautiful Ohio. We have Springfield, where they dropped 30,000 illegal migrants into a 50,000 person town. Think of it. Now just think of it. But it will be an occupied country. We will not have this no longer, and that's gonna happen very soon. We're gonna get them the hell out of here and fast. Look at Aurora in Colorado. You have a governor, unlike your governor. He's radical left. He's a lunatic. He's petrified because you have one of the toughest gangs in the world there, and they're taking over large swaths of Aurora and other places in Colorado and all over the country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. It's going to be liberation. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in the history of America. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered, and we will put the vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of their country. We're going to get them out of our country. And to expedite removals of Tren de Aragua. This is said to be the most vicious gang anywhere in the world, although I think MS-13 gives it an awfully good shot. And other of these savage gangs, I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. And think how far back we had to go, because they ran a little different country. They ran it a little bit tougher then. We had to go back to 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. And we are going to protect our law enforcement officers. They protect us. They protect us, and we're going to protect them. We're going to protect them. And I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. And despite all of the damage that Kamala has caused, she has spent the final week of her campaign comparing her political opponents to the most evil mass murderers in history. That's us. She compares us. Then Sleepy Joe Biden called our supporters garbage, called you, me, all of us, garbage. We're garbage. And then he tried to get out of it. Did you see he wanted to change the transcripts? Can you imagine? It's like 60 Minutes. It's like, he reminds me of 60 Minutes. Let's change their answers. You ever see that one before? She gave a bad answer. They took the answer out and they put another answer in. They haven't done that for me. But because I think it'll make you happy, I'll tell you right now, we just sued them yesterday for a lot of money. Because we consider it to be, Mr. Attorney General, election interference fraud. We have a good case. My response to Joe and Kamala is very simple. You can't lead America if you don't love Americans. You can't. They don't love America. And you can't be president if you hate the American people. Everything Kamala says is a lie. Her entire campaign is one hoax and slander after another. But the only way to stop the lies is to swamp them with the votes. We're going to swamp them like they haven't been swamped before. Kamala has no vision, no ideas, and no solutions. All she can talk about is Donald Trump. Can you believe it?
Good evening, everyone. Tonight I will speak. Good evening, everyone. Tonight I will speak about Donald Trump. 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 Trump, Donald 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 Trump, Trump.
That was the other night. That was 2 nights ago. She's supposed to be talking about economic development, which she knows nothing about. She kept saying, Donald Trump this, Donald. She's crazy. She has got a massive and untreatable case of Trump derangement syndrome. There are some people who thrive under pressure, and there are some people who crack under pressure. If Kamala can't handle an interview with Joe Rogan, then she can't handle the presidency of the United States, can she? She will get completely overwhelmed, meltdown, and millions of people will die. No, we can't have this. It's not a charity event, running for president or being president. This is an election for the biggest and toughest job in the history of the world. There's no job tougher, bigger, more important. We can change the whole world, and for the positive, for the positive. Do you want to lose your life savings because we put a weak and ineffective person in the White House? Do you want to lose your job and maybe your house and pension because Kamala has the economic understanding of a mere child? And would you trust Kamala Harris to talk Russia or China out of a war? I don't think so. In fact, they tried that, 3 days before Russia invaded Ukraine, right? They tried it. She went and she met with a lot of people, and right after she came back, they invaded. Good job, Kamala. Would have never happened if I was president. Would have never happened. Nothing is more dangerous than to give immense power to a very weak and incompetent person with an extremely low IQ. At the end of the day, you need to ask yourself, can you afford to put someone this incompetent in charge of the United States of America? On top of it all, Kamala says she would not do one thing differently from Joe Biden. Think of this. Right track, wrong track. She's wrong track almost 90% of the time, the both of them. And yet she says nothing different. Please take a look.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A 5th illegal immigrant accused of attacking 2 New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Only 18% say the economy is in excellent or good condition.
US inflation has hit a new 40-year high, increasing by 9.1% over the financial year.
Authorities saying Train de Aragua, which has been linked with more than 100 criminal investigations here in the U.S., has now been found operating its criminal enterprise in apartment complexes.
Were you the last person in the room? Yes.
Nothing comes to mind. Nothing comes to mind. That's true in her case. Nothing. And it never will. If you want to end this disaster, this horrible trip that we're on, get out and vote. Tuesday, just get out and vote. So we're pleased to be joined by a wonderful guy, and with this name, I really believe he's going to win for the Senate. Hung Cao. Do you know who Hung Cao is? Where is he? Come here. Come here. You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job.
You know, sir, the Italians make this car called Fiat, and it made me think of something. You know what Fiat stands for? Fix it again, Trump. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris broke it, and we need you to fix it again, Trump. Virginians, look to your left and look to your right. These are your American brothers and sisters. These are people I fought and bled for. These are people that President Trump took a bullet for. We're not done fighting for you. So on Tuesday, when we go out, unlike the left, we're not going to vote for the hatred of one man. We're going to vote for the love of God, for the love of family, and love of country. And Mr. President, we will deliver 13 electoral votes for you. And I will stand by your side as the next U.S. Senator from the Commonwealth of Virginia, because we need you to fix it again, Trump.
Thank you very much. He's going to do well. You got to get out, vote for him. That's a big deal, too. That would be a big one. And he deserves it. A great hero, you know. He's a great hero, great military hero. A man who's also a hero, in my book. A man who's done a spectacular job running your beautiful Virginia. He's done a beautiful job. You know, I called him about this. I think, do you think we should do it? What do you think? He said, I'm telling you, we can win. And he's worked so hard on this event. We spoke many, many times, Glenn, didn't we? Many, many times. And I just want to thank you. And I know you spoke before, but if you'd like to come up and say a couple of seconds, or you could just stay where the hell you are, Glenn. Come on up. Come on.
Come on, Virginia. We had the greatest economy in the world, and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden broke it, and Donald Trump will fix it. We had the most secure border in the history of America, and Kamala Harris broke it, and Donald Trump will fix it. We had no wars. We didn't have war in Ukraine. We didn't have war in the Middle East, and China was not threatening Taiwan. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden broke it. Donald Trump will. My friends, America needs Donald Trump. Let's go win Virginia.
Thank you, Glenn. You got a great governor. You have a great governor and a great guy. Thank you very much. Also with us, Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears, Lieutenant Governor. Thank you very much. Great honor to have you. Thank you very much. Your Attorney General, Jason. Where's Jason? What a job, Jason. What a job you're doing. Thank you, Jason. Good job. Good victory we had, too, huh? Had a big victory on the voting. That was at the Supreme Court. That was a good victory. Wow. Also, members of Congress, friends of mine, warriors, are always fighting and winning. We win a lot in Congress. Ben Klein and Morgan Griffith, thank you very much. And congressional candidate John McGuire. John, thank you very much, John. Good luck. And a special guy who's really doing a job, Rich Anderson, Virginia GOP chairman. Thank you, Rich. Good job. What do you think, Rich? We're going to make it? You're going to win here? Huh? You better work. We got to. Good job. Thank you, Rich, very much. And we have RNC Chair Michael Whatley is here. Michael Whatley. What a job he did. He's doing a job. Thank you, Michael. You know, Michael was the head of the GOP in a place called North Carolina, and we won it easily, and there was no theft. He had 601 lawyers working. I said, that's the guy I like for this. And I said, you don't have to worry about the votes, just worry about the theft. And that's all I had, because we got plenty of votes. We got so many votes, but we want more. Michael, say hello, please. Just raise that beautiful hand. Thank you very much. He's doing a great job. And one of the greatest entrepreneurs in America, Mr. Steve Witkoff. He's a great gentleman. Thank you, Steve, wherever you may be. Thank you, Steve. Most generous guy. But here are the facts. Kamala is a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than crazy Bernie Sanders himself. Even worse than Pocahontas, I would say. Kamala destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police movement. Anybody that wants even defund the police for 1 day, 1 second is not worthy of being president of the United States. Kamala vowed to abolish ICE. She pledged to confiscate your guns and endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. She wants to confiscate. She will confiscate your guns. Would anybody in the room or anybody outside, you have 25,000 people outside. I wish I could show them. Can we show them? Is there a way? Because they are outside, and I mean, they are the greatest people. We got 25,000. Is there anybody here that would like to give up their gun to Kamala? She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention at taxpayer expense. And perhaps worst of all, she never worked at McDonald's. Can you believe it? A liar. She's a liar. In conclusion, with your vote this November, we are going to fire Kamala, and we're going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America and back to Virginia. We're going to get them here for you, Glenn. You're going to have so many factories, you're going to say, please, Mr. President, we can't handle it anymore. We have too many jobs. He's going to come to Washington with hung. He's going to bring hung cow, and they're going to say, we have to see the president. And they're going to say, Mr. President, Virginia cannot handle so much business. We cannot handle it. You're getting too many companies wanting to come in. It's too much. I'll say, I'm sorry, Glenn. I want them to keep coming. Anyway, thank you, Glenn, for doing a job. This was a great thing. What a great job you did. This is really, really great. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. And I will end the war in Ukraine. And I will stop the chaos in the Middle East. October 7th would have never happened if I were president. And I will prevent World War III from happening. We're going to prevent it. And we've never been so close to World War III. We have never, ever been so close to it, with the Middle East all over the place. You know, the great leader of Hungary, Viktor Orban, he made a statement very recently. He says it a lot. They said, what's happening with the world? It's blowing up in the Middle East. It's blowing up with Russia, Ukraine. Nobody knows what's happening, what's going on. He said, put Trump back as president. When he was president, there were no problems with the world. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. And we will strengthen and modernize our military. I rebuilt our entire military. Then we gave a nice chunk of it to Afghanistan. How'd you like that? What a horrible time. I think it was the lowest point in the history of our country. 13 dead soldiers. I got to know their parents and relatives a lot, really well. They wouldn't even call them, they've never gotten one call from Kamala or Crooked Joe. Never got a call. Think of it. We left billions of dollars of equipment behind. They had a parade the other day. Wasn't that nice, showing our equipment that they got from the stupid American leader? They had a parade, yeah, through their main boulevard, showing brand new armored vehicles, brand new tanks, brand new goggles, you know? Thank you. Thank you. What a nice group. Where's that group? Let me see. Stand up. Let me see. Whoa. We're going to get you a better seat next time. You're right at the top row. We will build a missile defense shield around our country. It's going to be made, a lot of it right here in Virginia. It's going to be made in the USA. We're going to rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our school. And we will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. I will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are going to build up our nation, defend our borders, and protect our lands and our citizens. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation. Once again, everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope and our beautiful American dream. We're going to have our American dream back very soon. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is too big to rig. You have to get out and vote. That's all you have to do. I'm one of the few politicians that comes up. Can you believe I'm calling myself a politician? I just realized that's a terrible thing to say. But I'm one of the few politicians that, I don't want your money, I don't want anything, I just want that vote. You got to get out and vote. I don't want your money. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. We have very, very evil people and forces. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It belongs to you and you. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country. And 3 days from now, it is hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. They will be great years, and we're starting from so far behind, but they will be great years. With your help, from now until Election Day, 4 days, even less, we will restore America's promise, and we will take back the nation that we love. We are one family, one people, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in, we will never give up, we will never back down, and we will never, ever surrender. Together, we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. Thank you. We will win, win, win. Thank you. Thank you very much. November 5th, will be the most important day in the history of our country, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Virginia. Thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you, Virginia.
Former President Donald Trump finishing up his second stop of the day with 3 days to go before Election Day. Part of our live coverage here on C-SPAN. We've been bouncing back and forth between the West Coast and the East Coast and the Republican and Democratic ticket, and we'll continue that this evening as well with live coverage here on C-SPAN as well as cspan.org or our free video mobile app, C-SPAN Now. Want to share some news with you out of Iowa. The Des Moines Register's final poll before Election Day, and their headline for tomorrow's